There's a quiet arrogance in the way we speak about Earth. We call it home. We call it the only place in the universe that can sustain life. We call it unique, sacred, irreplaceable. But what if that isn't true? What if Earth is not the masterpiece of creation, but merely one of countless sketches, a decent attempt among better designs scattered across the stars? That question haunts every telescope that looks outward. Every signal sent into the void carries a confession. We are not looking for aliens. We are looking for somewhere better than ourselves. The pale blue threshold. When the Voyager 1 spacecraft turned its camera backward in 1990, it captured the most humbling photograph ever taken, a single pale blue pixel suspended in darkness. Carl Sagan called it the pale blue dot. He said, "On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, lived out their lives." It was meant to humble us and to show how small we are, but it also did something else. It gave us perspective, because once you see Earth as one dot among billions, you can't help but ask, are there other dots, brighter, kinder, more welcoming than this one? With the age of Discovery 2.0, for thousands of years, explorers crossed oceans and mountains, searching for lands that existed only in imagination. Now we do the same, but our oceans are cosmic, our ships made of silicon and radio waves. NASA's Kepler telescope was our Magellan. Launched in 2009, it scanned the heavens, staring at one small patch of sky for nearly a decade. In that narrow window, it found over 4,000 planets, planets circling stars like our sun, some larger, some smaller, many orbiting in the habitable zone, that narrow band where water can exist as a liquid, where warmth and stability converge. The ancient question, are we alone, became a practical one. Which one of these worlds could we call home? Again, the superhabitable revolution. But then something unexpected happened. Astrobiologists realized that maybe we shouldn't be looking for Earth-like worlds at all. Maybe Earth isn't that great? Our planet's lifespan is finite. Our sun grows hotter with each passing billion years. Tectonic plates shift violently. Magnetic fields weaken. Entire ecosystems depend on narrow coincidences of temperature and chemistry. If life can arise here, it could arise more easily elsewhere, on worlds more stable, more generous, more forgiving. These are the superhabitable planets, worlds not identical to Earth, but better. Of the criteria for perfection, a superhabitable world would orbit a slightly smaller star than the Sun, a K-type dwarf, burning cooler and slower, lasting 30 to 40 billion years. That gives life 10 times longer to evolve, to learn, to dream. The planet itself would be a little larger than Earth, about 1.3 times its size. That means stronger gravity, thicker atmosphere, better protection from radiation. Its surface would be warmer, not tropical, but comfortable. Its continents smaller, its oceans broader, its skies more humid. If you stood there, you'd see endless shallow seas under twin sunsets. You'd breathe air rich in oxygen. You'd feel your body heavier, but your spirit lighter. It would feel like home, if home had never known pain. The candidates among the thousands of exoplanets discovered, a few stand out as possible paradises. Kepler 442b, about 200 light-years away, rocky, sunlit, with temperatures that might allow oceans. It orbits a stable star older than ours. Teegarden's star B, only 12 light-years away, orbiting a red dwarf so cool you could watch its flares dance across the sky like slow lightning. Kepler 9b, TRAPPIST 1e, LHS 1140b, each one a whisper of perfection. They sit at just the right distance from their stars, bathed in soft light, possibly wrapped in oceans that have never known extinction. If we could stand there, perhaps the stars would look gentler. Perhaps the silence would not feel so lonely. The great distance. And yet we will never reach them. Even the closest superhabitable candidate, Proxima Centauri b, lies 424 light-years away. That's 40 trillion kilometers. With our fastest spacecraft, it would take over 70,000 years to arrive. The irony of discovery is that every new paradise only expands the boundaries of what we cannot touch. We now know the galaxy is full of habitable worlds, but knowing doesn't bring them closer. Knowledge has become the most beautiful kind of suffering. We are like children staring through the glass of a perfect world, hands pressed to the window of eternity. The pale ache of distance astronomer Renee Heller once wrote, "A superhabitable planet might be teeming with life, and none of it will ever know we existed." That line captures the paradox of cosmic hope. The more we find life's possibilities elsewhere, the smaller our place becomes. Somewhere, under an alien sky, there may be forests older than humanity, oceans filled with creatures we'll never meet, civilizations built under twin suns, never knowing that light years away, another species once imagined them. The tragedy isn't that they might exist. The tragedy is that we'll never know for sure. The dream of migration. But still, we dream. We build ships, send probes, simulate atmospheres, decode signals. We are the only species that longs for elsewhere. That yearning may be our defining trait, a built-in code pushing us to seek paradise even when we can't reach it. Perhaps the universe made us to admire it. Perhaps curiosity itself is the bridge between stars. Even if we never set foot on another world, we've already extended our presence through thought. Every observation, every signal, every whisper of maybe makes us cosmic participants, not prisoners. For the beauty of the impossible. Maybe that's why the unreachable worlds matter. They remind us that perfection doesn't need to be possessed to be meaningful. Just knowing such places exist, worlds softer, gentler, longer lived, changes how we see our own. It teaches us reverence. It teaches us humility. It teaches us to care for the fragile blue dot we do have. Because Earth may not be the best world, but it is the only one that lets us imagine the others. What makes a planet perfect? What combination of conditions would allow life to thrive for billions of years, not merely surviving, but flourishing, developing cultures, technology, art, and dreams, all under the perfect sky? We think of Earth as the epitome of life, but that's a narrow view. It's true that Earth is our home, but in the vast universe, it's hardly the best candidate for life. So what if paradise really does exist out there? Planets with everything we need, and more. What if there are worlds more suited for life than our own, waiting in the cosmic void, hidden from our eyes by vast distances, waiting to be discovered? The recipe for perfection. To find a world better than Earth, we must first define what better means. A planet can't just be Earth-like. It needs to be something more. An environment where life could evolve differently, where ecosystems thrive over eons, and the conditions are not only stable, but optimal. Several factors go into making a planet perfect, but the most important one is stability. Life doesn't want chaos. It wants a calm, predictable environment, a place where the laws of nature remain constant and where the climate is neither too harsh nor too erratic. To begin, the star. For Earth, our sun is just right, but it's a young, middle-aged star with a limited lifespan. A cooler, more stable star would offer more time for life to evolve, a star that burns for tens of billions of years. K-type red dwarfs, for example, burn cooler and more slowly than our sun, but they can shine for up to 30 billion years, twice the sun's expected lifespan. A planet orbiting a star like that would have far more time to evolve intelligent life, to develop civilizations that could reach their potential. The next ingredient is the planet itself. Earth, with its moderate size and gravity, is just right. But larger planets, 1.3 times the size of Earth, offer more stability in their atmospheres. Their thicker atmospheres provide better insulation and protection from solar radiation, and their gravity helps retain more gases, such as nitrogen and oxygen, which are critical for life. Perhaps the most important condition for a perfect planet is the presence of liquid water. Water is life's solvent, the medium through which chemistry and biology unfold. It must be abundant, but not too abundant. A planet that is too close to its star will have water vaporize into steam, while a planet that is too far will freeze its oceans. The perfect planet lies within the habitable zone, the narrow band around a star where water can exist in liquid form. But water is just the start. A planet's atmosphere must be thick enough to regulate temperature, trap heat, and shield life from harmful radiation. Earth's atmosphere, primarily nitrogen and oxygen, has just the right balance, but other planets may benefit from even more protective layers of gases, perhaps methane or carbon dioxide, providing better insulation. To be perfect, a planet must also have geological activity. Without tectonic plates, Earth's life would be short-lived. Volcanic eruptions release gases that replenish the atmosphere, while the shifting of the plates enables nutrient cycles, ensuring that life is sustained across ages. A superhabitable planet would have a well-regulated mantle, preventing volcanic extremes, but still offering enough activity to maintain a healthy balance in the environment. Kepler's best-kept secrets. The hunt for superhabitable planets began in earnest in 2009, with the launch of NASA's Kepler Space Telescope. Kepler wasn't looking for Earth clones. It was looking for planets that could be better than Earth, worlds that, though different, might offer all the conditions life needs to thrive. Kepler discovered thousands of planets orbiting distant stars. Some were small, rocky, and in the habitable zone. Others were gas giants or fiery worlds too close to their stars to be viable. But among these, Kepler also found a few special ones, planets that seemed to have the right mix of size, star, and orbital distance. One of the most promising candidates is Kepler 402b. Located about 1,200 light-years away in the Lyra constellation, Kepler 402b is a small, rocky planet about 1.3 times the size of Earth. It orbits a K-type star, which burns cooler than the Sun, but shines for much longer. Kepler 442b is located in the habitable zone of its star, where temperatures are just right for liquid water to exist. If life ever emerged on this planet, it would have been given the time and stability needed to develop into something remarkable. Another strong candidate is Kepler 62f. Located 1,200 light-years away in the constellation Lyra, this planet is part of a star system that hosts multiple planets in the habitable zone. Kepler 62f is a super-Earth, meaning it's slightly larger than our planet. It sits in the habitable zone of its star, receiving just the right amount of warmth for life to thrive. Kepler 180f is yet another candidate that has sparked excitement. This planet, located in the constellation Cygnus, is about the same size as Earth and orbits its star at just the right distance to maintain liquid water. It's a prime candidate for exploration, not because it's like Earth, but because it might be better. TRAPPIST-1, a new hope. If Kepler's discoveries were like whispers of distant lands, the TRAPPIST-1 system roars with possibility. Located only 39 light-years away, TRAPPIST-1 is home to 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 of which are located in the habitable zone. This is the holy grail of exoplanet discovery, a nearby multi-planet system with multiple habitable zones. The planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system are about the same size as Earth, but their environments are likely more stable. In the case of TRAPPIST-1d, the conditions might even be perfect for life. This planet receives just the right amount of energy from its red dwarf star, and its size makes it a prime candidate for retaining a thick atmosphere. In the future, telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope will be able to look closer at these worlds. Scientists will search for the building blocks of life, water, methane, carbon dioxide, in their atmospheres, seeking to answer the age-old question, is anyone out there? The dream of paradise lost. As we search for superhabitable planets, we encounter an undeniable truth. We will never reach them. Kepler 442b, TRAPPIST-1, and all the others are light-years away. The fastest spacecraft humanity has built, traveling at 60,000 kilometers per hour, would take over 20,000 years to reach Kepler 442b. We will not see these worlds in our lifetime. We will not touch them. We will only dream about them, worlds where life might have evolved into something far more perfect than Earth could ever be. But there's beauty in that dream. The impossibility of reaching these distant planets reminds us of the fragility of our own existence. It forces us to confront the truth. Earth, for all its flaws, is our paradise. It is the only one we can call home. And perhaps that is the true gift of the superhabitable worlds. They remind us to cherish what we have. Because even the most perfect world is only meaningful when you know what it's like to long for something you can never touch. Imagine a world where oceans stretch beyond the horizon, endless and untouched, where the waters shimmer in hues of blue that are impossible to capture. A world not defined by land or mountain, but by the rhythms of the deep, where life flourishes beneath an ever-moving surface. Water worlds, as they're called, are planets covered entirely by oceans, without the landmasses we take for granted. These worlds are both beautiful and mysterious. They could harbor alien life, unlike anything we know, hidden beneath vast seas that swirl with the unknown. In our search for paradise, these worlds offer something unique, a chance to look at Earth's oceans not as an afterthought, but as the perfect cradle for life to evolve without limits. Water worlds may hold the secret to superhabitable planets, a perfect world where life doesn't just survive but thrives without the burden of dry land. The aquatic ideal water is the universal solvent. It dissolves and carries life's most essential components, from carbon to oxygen to nitrogen. Life on Earth, in all its forms, was born from water, and every form of life we know is tied to it. But imagine a world where life doesn't struggle for water, but flourishes in it, where the oceans are not just a habitat, but the entire surface of the planet. These water worlds may not need continents, mountains, or valleys to support complex ecosystems. The deep ocean is a perfect place for life to thrive. Constant temperatures, stable pressure, an environment with little disturbance. In fact, life on Earth's oceans has evolved in ways we can only begin to understand. Take the deep sea, for example, one of the most extreme environments on Earth. There, in the absence of sunlight, life thrives around underwater volcanoes, using heat instead of sunlight to fuel its energy. If life can adapt to these conditions, what could evolve on a world where every corner of the planet is an ocean? The most famous water world, Kepler 22b. One of the most famous candidates for a water world is Kepler 22b, discovered in 2011 by NASA's Kepler Space Telescope. Located about 600 light-years from Earth, Kepler 22b sits squarely in the habitable zone of its star, where liquid water could exist. Though it's larger than Earth, Kepler 22b's composition suggests it could be a super-Earth, with oceans deep enough to completely cover the planet. Its atmosphere might trap just enough heat to allow water to flow across the surface, creating a perfect environment for life. We know very little about Kepler 22b's surface, but if it is a water world, its oceans could stretch for thousands of miles without interruption. Beneath those waters, life could evolve in ways we can't yet imagine, perhaps similar to the deep ocean life on Earth, or something entirely different, adapted to an alien environment. The water worlds of TRAPPIST-1. The TRAPPIST-1 system, located just 39 light-years away, has become one of the most exciting areas of research in the search for superhabitable planets. The system consists of 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 of which are in the habitable zone of their red dwarf star, meaning liquid water could exist on their surfaces. But TRAPPIST-1 is special. Unlike Earth, which has oceans separated by continents, the TRAPPIST-1 planets may be entirely covered by water. Without continents or dry land, oceans would be the dominant feature, creating a world where life could evolve beneath the surface without the land-based interruptions we see on Earth. Some scientists believe that these water worlds could have life similar to Earth's marine ecosystems, but they might also harbor entirely new forms of life, adapted to different pressures, temperatures, and compositions of the water. The oceans of TRAPPIST-1 could offer the perfect conditions for complex life to evolve, but we may never know for sure. The possibility of oceanic life. On Earth, we know that oceans host a vast diversity of life, from tiny plankton to the enormous blue whale. Water worlds could foster even more diverse ecosystems where life evolves in ways unimaginable on land. One of the most exciting possibilities for water worlds is the idea of oceanic planets, planets where vast bodies of water stretch to every corner of the planet, creating a continuous environment for life. On Earth, life in the oceans is far older than life on land, and it has been through many evolutionary changes. But imagine a planet where life never had to climb onto land. A world where all life, from the simplest bacteria to complex intelligent creatures, has evolved in the ocean, in complete isolation from the land and sky above. This kind of evolution could lead to completely new ecosystems with life forms we can only dream of. On Earth, oceanic life is powered by photosynthesis, but what if water worlds evolved differently? What if life in these oceans doesn't rely on sunlight, but on geothermal energy or chemical reactions beneath the surface? There could be life forms unlike anything we've ever seen. Key challenges of discovering water worlds. Despite the promise of water worlds, finding them is not easy. The vast majority of the planets we discover are gas giants, without the solid surfaces necessary for complex life. But even finding planets with solid surfaces isn't enough. We need to know that they have liquid water, a crucial element for life. Most of the planets we've discovered so far are too close or too far from their stars, making them either too hot or too cold for liquid water to exist. In the search for superhabitable worlds, we've focused on finding planets within the habitable zone, the region around a star where water can exist in liquid form. But the real challenge lies in finding the perfect balance, a planet with just the right distance from its star, a thick atmosphere, and a stable climate. Even when we find water worlds, we can't yet study them in detail. Telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope are giving us the ability to look deeper into distant worlds, searching for water vapor, methane, and other signs of life in their atmospheres. But we are still a long way from being able to directly study the oceans of distant planets. The human longing for the ocean. The allure of water worlds is not just scientific, it's deeply personal. Humanity has always had a connection to the ocean. From the first sailors to modern explorers, the ocean represents the unknown, the unexplored, the mysterious. Perhaps our fascination with water worlds speaks to something deep within us, the desire to explore, to find paradise, to discover worlds that are both alien and familiar. The ocean on Earth is not just a place of life, it is a place of possibility. It holds secrets we have yet to uncover, life forms we have not yet discovered, ecosystems we have not yet explored. Perhaps this is why we are so drawn to the idea of water worlds. They represent the perfect balance between the known and the unknown, a planet where life can flourish, but where there is still so much left to discover. The dream of exploration. If water worlds exist, we may one day be able to visit them, but for now they remain unreachable, far beyond our reach. Even as we dream of oceans that stretch across distant planets, we must remember that Earth's oceans are just as important. They are the cradle of life, and they're the only home we've ever known. In the search for paradise, we have already found it, in the oceans that surround us, in the life that teems beneath the waves, in the endless mysteries that remain hidden in the deep. Perhaps that is the greatest gift of the water worlds, not the knowledge that they exist, but the reminder that our oceans, too, hold an infinite potential for discovery. When we think of a perfect planet, we often imagine something that mirrors Earth, a blue and green orb, teeming with life, oceans, and continents. But sometimes, perfect doesn't mean familiar. Sometimes it means vast, sometimes it means bigger. The term super-Earth refers to planets that are larger than Earth, but not as large as the gas giants like Neptune or Uranus. Super-Earths are rocky like our planet, but their size, ranging from 1.5 to 10 times Earth's mass, gives them the potential for more extreme environments and more room for life to thrive. But could these giants be the key to discovering worlds better than our own? Could these planets support entire ecosystems on a scale we cannot even imagine? Could they be the next step in the cosmic search for paradise? What are the science behind super-Earths? The concept of super-Earths emerged in the early 2000s when astronomers began discovering planets much larger than Earth but still rocky, capable of supporting life. These worlds typically orbit stars in the habitable zone, the region around a star where conditions are just right for liquid water to exist. The larger size of super-Earths gives them a stronger gravitational pull, which allows them to retain thick atmospheres, protecting the surface from harmful radiation and helping regulate the climate. This thicker atmosphere also means more stability over time. A super-Earth could have a much more stable environment than Earth, with less violent shifts in climate and temperature. One of the most compelling features of super-Earths is their gravity. Gravity on these worlds would be stronger than on Earth, but not so strong as to be oppressive. Life on super-Earths would adapt to the increased pressure, resulting in larger creatures, thicker atmospheres, and more resilient ecosystems. Imagine a world where plants are taller, animals are larger, and the sky is filled with the sound of life in every form. The search for super-Earths. The discovery of super-Earths is one of the most exciting developments in exoplanet research. One of the first super-Earths discovered was Kepler-10b, found in 2011 by NASA's Kepler Space Telescope. This planet is about 1.4 times the size of Earth, with a surface made of solid rock and a year that lasts only 0.84 Earth days. While Kepler-10b is too hot to support life, its discovery proved that super-Earths exist, and sparked the search for more of these giant planets in the habitable zones of distant stars. Another promising super-Earth is Kepler-452b, discovered in 2015. Kepler-452b is about 60% larger than Earth and orbits its star at a distance similar to Earth's orbit around the Sun. It's often referred to as Earth's cousin, though its slightly larger size and its position in the habitable zone of a more mature star might give it an environment even more conducive to life. Kepler-452b is often described as a super-Earth that could very well be an Earth-like world, making it one of the most exciting candidates for exploration. But it's not just Kepler that's helping us find these worlds. The TESS, Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite mission, has also uncovered a number of super-Earths orbiting distant stars. These discoveries are fueling new conversations about the potential for life on planets far larger than our own. The most habitable super-Earths. One of the most promising super-Earths discovered to date is LHS 1140b, located just 40 light-years away. This planet is about 1.4 times the size of Earth, and it orbits a red dwarf star at just the right distance to allow liquid water to exist. LHS 1140b is also older than Earth, which means it's had more time to develop a stable atmosphere and surface conditions that could support life. LHS 1140b may be one of the most habitable planets we've discovered, a world where life could evolve and thrive under a much more stable star than our Sun. Another notable candidate is Proxima Centauri b. Located just 424 light-years away, it orbits the closest star to our Sun, Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri b is a super-Earth, slightly larger than Earth, and it sits within the star's habitable zone. This proximity makes Proxima Centauri b one of the most accessible super-Earths, a world that could hold the promise of alien life just around the corner. But even closer to home is Kepler-186f, a super-Earth orbiting a red dwarf star in the Lyra constellation. While Kepler-186f is located far from the Sun, it lies within its star's habitable zone and could have conditions just right for life. Its surface may be rocky and covered with oceans, similar to Earth, but its larger size could provide more stability and resilience, creating the perfect conditions for life to thrive. Super-Earths versus Earth. The pros and cons. While super-Earths offer exciting possibilities, they also come with their own set of challenges. A planet with stronger gravity would result in a higher pressure environment, which would require life to adapt in unique ways. The larger size of a super-Earth also means its oceans would likely be much deeper, which could create different chemical environments than what we are used to on Earth. These worlds could also experience stronger weather patterns and more intense storms, which would make life on these planets both beautiful and perilous. One of the major factors in determining the habitability of super-Earths is their atmosphere. If the atmosphere is too thick, it could cause a runaway greenhouse effect, creating a Venus effect that could boil the oceans and make the planet inhospitable. On the other hand, if the atmosphere is too thin, it could expose the surface to harmful radiation, making it impossible for life to survive. Despite these challenges, the potential benefits of super-Earths are undeniable. With the right conditions, these planets could host ecosystems far richer than anything we can imagine on Earth. Larger planets could have more stable weather patterns, more resilient atmospheres, and longer lifespans, allowing life to evolve and adapt over longer periods of time. The future of super-Earth exploration. The discovery of super-Earths is still in its early stages, but the possibilities for exploration are exciting. In the coming decades, we will develop even more advanced telescopes and space missions capable of studying these distant worlds in greater detail. Telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope will allow us to observe the atmospheres of these planets, searching for signs of water, methane, oxygen, and other molecules that are essential for life. Through these missions, we may one day be able to answer the most profound question of all: are we alone in the universe? For now, though, super-Earths remain out of our reach, but with each discovery, we get one step closer to understanding what makes these worlds so special. And who knows? Perhaps one day, humanity will make the leap to a super-Earth, and in doing so, we will finally find the paradise we've always been searching for. The future of paradise. As we continue to study these distant worlds, it becomes clear that paradise doesn't have to be a distant dream. In our search for superhabitable planets, we are learning not just about other worlds, but about the delicate balance that makes Earth so special. What makes Earth unique is not its size, its distance from the sun, or even its surface conditions. It's the fact that we've evolved here, that we have the ability to dream, to ask questions, and to search for something better. And that, perhaps, is the true gift of the super-Earths. They remind us that even in a universe so vast, the search for a better world begins with the one we have. In their beauty, their promise, their perfection, we find not just the future of exploration, but the future of humanity itself. Imagine standing on the surface of a distant planet, watching not one, but two suns dip below the horizon. A world bathed in the light of twin stars, where the sky never fades to black, but is instead painted in hues of orange, red, and violet, as two celestial bodies orbit in a perfect cosmic dance. Binary star systems, worlds with two suns, are among the most exotic and beautiful places we can imagine. They are also some of the most fascinating, offering a unique environment for life to evolve in ways we've never seen before. But could these worlds be the secret to superhabitable planets? Could they offer the perfect balance between light, heat, and stability needed for complex ecosystems to thrive? The binary star phenomenon. Binary star systems are not as rare as we might think. In fact, roughly half of the stars in the Milky Way are in some form of a binary or multiple star system. These stars orbit each other in an intricate dance of gravity, their combined mass creating a gravitational pull strong enough to hold planets in their orbit. The dynamics of binary systems create some fascinating possibilities for planets. In the case of two suns, a planet could orbit both stars, receiving light and warmth from two separate sources. This would mean that the planet's climate could be far more stable, with more evenly distributed heat across the surface. Life could evolve in ways we haven't yet imagined, thriving under the combined influence of both suns. The most intriguing aspect of binary systems is the habitable zone. This is the region around a star where temperatures are just right for liquid water to exist, not too hot and not too cold. In a binary system, the habitable zone is more complicated, as it can extend around both stars. A planet in the right position could enjoy the best of both worlds, not just one stable sun, but two, creating a perfect balance for life to flourish. The Kepler-47 system, a double-sun dream. One of the most exciting discoveries in the search for binary planets came in 2012 with the discovery of the Kepler-47 system. Kepler-47 is a binary star system located about 3,400 light-years away in the constellation Cygnus. What makes it so remarkable is that it has a planet, Kepler-47b, which orbits both of its stars. Kepler-47b is in the habitable zone of its two stars, and while its size is smaller than Earth, it sits in the right place to potentially support liquid water. This means that Kepler-47b could be the first real example of a habitable world in a binary system. Kepler-47b is the perfect candidate for further study, and it could offer us our first glimpse into what life might look like in a binary system. Beyond Kepler-47b, there are several other binary systems that could harbor planets with the potential for life. Alpha Centauri, the closest star system to Earth, just 4.37 light-years away, is also a binary system. Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B orbit each other, with a distance between them similar to that of the Sun and Pluto in our solar system. Though no planets have been confirmed in the Alpha Centauri system, it remains one of the most likely candidates for future exploration. Life on a world with two suns. Life on a planet in a binary system would look vastly different from life on Earth. First and foremost, the light and heat from two stars would create a vastly different day-night cycle. Imagine two suns setting and rising at different times, casting light and shadow across the planet in dramatic shifting patterns. The skies would never be truly dark, with the constant glow of twin stars filling the atmosphere. But life on such a planet would also need to adapt to the unique challenges of this environment. For one, the planet's climate would be far more stable than on Earth. With two stars, the temperature would remain relatively constant, as the combined radiation from the two suns would heat the planet evenly. The seasonal variations would be less extreme, allowing ecosystems to evolve without the threat of sudden climatic shifts. But what about the biological evolution of life? The two-sun environment would create unique challenges for life forms. Plants, for example, would have to evolve to handle different light wavelengths, absorbing energy from two stars instead of just one. Animals might evolve to use the light in novel ways, perhaps developing multiple sets of eyes to process the different intensities of sunlight. In short, life on a planet with two suns would not only adapt to the abundance of light and warmth, but also to the unique rhythms and cycles of the system. The patterns of evolution would be driven by the interplay of two stars, creating creatures and ecosystems we can only imagine. The challenges of binary star systems. While binary star systems offer exciting possibilities for habitable planets, they also come with their own set of challenges. The most significant of these challenges is the orbital dynamics of the system. In some cases, a planet could be caught in a chaotic orbit, where its path around the stars is not stable. This could lead to dramatic shifts in the planet's climate, making it difficult for life to thrive. In other cases, planets may be at risk of being ejected from the system entirely. If the gravitational pull of one star becomes too strong, it could send the planet hurtling into deep space, rendering it inhospitable. However, planets in the right orbit, with a stable path around both stars, could enjoy incredible stability. These planets would be bathed in steady light and warmth, with the stars working in harmony to create the perfect conditions for life to evolve. The search for the perfect binary planet. Despite the challenges of binary star systems, scientists remain hopeful that we will one day find the perfect planet in such a system. In fact, binary systems are some of the most likely places to find planets in the habitable zone. We already know that half of all stars are in binary or multiple star systems, meaning that there are more chances for life to exist in these systems than we once thought. By studying these binary systems, we can better understand the dynamics of life in such environments and gain insight into how life might evolve on these distant worlds. The James Webb Space Telescope and future space missions will allow us to study these stars in detail, searching for signs of planets in the habitable zone. With the advancement of technology, we may one day send probes to these systems, exploring the possibilities of life on twin sun worlds. With the two-sun dream. As we look toward the future, the dream of finding a planet with two suns remains tantalizing. The idea of a world bathed in the light of two stars, with oceans, skies, and landscapes that are unlike anything we can imagine, captures the imagination. While we may never visit these worlds, the search for them tells us something about ourselves. We are drawn to the possibility of another world that is better, a place where life can flourish in a way we can't yet understand. In that search, we are not just looking for a better home. We are looking for a reflection of our own dreams, a world that challenges us to imagine beyond our own limits, to think bigger, to reach farther, and to realize that there are more possibilities in the universe than we can comprehend. And in that dream, we find not just the future of exploration, but the future of humanity itself. In the vastness of the cosmos, oceans hold a particular power. They are symbols of life's resilience. The deepest parts of our planet teem with creatures we've barely begun to understand. But imagine a world where oceans aren't just a part of the environment, they are the environment. A world where vast, endless oceans stretch across the surface, and life is defined by the rhythm of the tides, the flow of currents, and the unimaginable depths that may lie beneath. These are the ocean worlds, planets where the surface is covered entirely by water, with no landmasses to interrupt the flow of liquid, no mountains to break the horizon. Life on these worlds would evolve differently, in ways we can only begin to imagine, adapted to the deep, to the vast and unbroken expanse of water. Could these ocean worlds be the perfect planets for life to thrive? Could they offer an environment so stable, so nurturing, that life could flourish in ways we haven't yet envisioned? In our search for the best worlds in the universe, these water-covered planets may hold the key to understanding how life could exist on a scale we've never seen. The oceanic model water, for all its simplicity, is a powerful life-giver. On Earth, water supports life in every ecosystem, from the shallowest pools to the deepest parts of the ocean. But an ocean world, a planet where water is the only surface, would create a different kind of life. A life that doesn't just survive but thrives in a completely unique environment. For one thing, an ocean world would have an incredibly stable climate. Water has an immense heat capacity, meaning it can absorb and store large amounts of heat without large temperature fluctuations. This means that ocean worlds would likely have mild and steady temperatures with few extremes. Without landmasses to create violent weather systems, the planet's climate would likely be more moderate. Storms might be rare, and the temperature would remain constant, providing a perfect environment for life to evolve slowly, over billions of years. The absence of landmasses would also have an impact on the kinds of ecosystems that could form. In Earth's oceans, life is found from the sunlit surface all the way down to the deepest trenches. But imagine an entire planet, from pole to pole, covered by liquid, a uniform environment without the barrier of land to separate species. The ecosystems on ocean worlds would likely be more interconnected, with life forms evolving in unique ways to adapt to the continuous surface, free to spread across the entire planet. Life could evolve into forms we have never seen in ways we cannot predict, sustained by the vast unbroken expanse of water. Kepler 22b, the first ocean world. The idea of ocean worlds is no longer pure science fiction. We have already discovered planets that could potentially harbor oceans. One of the best candidates for an ocean world is Kepler 22b, located 600 light-years from Earth in the constellation Lyra. Kepler 22b is in the habitable zone of its star, which means it could potentially support liquid water on its surface. It is a super-Earth, roughly 2.4 times the size of Earth, with a surface that may be entirely covered by water. Scientists speculate that Kepler-22b could have a thick atmosphere made up of gases such as nitrogen and oxygen, creating a greenhouse effect that would help maintain a stable, temperate climate across the entire planet. Its proximity to its star, along with its size and gravity, make it a promising candidate for life, particularly life adapted to a water world environment. Though we don't yet have definitive evidence of oceans on Kepler-22b, the conditions there suggest that it could be an oceanic planet, a world where life could thrive beneath the waves in a stable, vast, and interconnected ecosystem. The water worlds of TRAPPIST-1. If Kepler-22b is one candidate, the TRAPPIST-1 system offers several more. Located just 39 light-years from Earth, TRAPPIST-1 is home to 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 of which are in the habitable zone of their star. One of these planets, TRAPPIST-1e, is of particular interest. It is located in the habitable zone, with a size and composition similar to Earth. Though scientists cannot yet confirm the exact conditions on TRAPPIST-1e, it is possible that it could be a water world covered entirely by oceans, with no landmasses interrupting the flow of life. With multiple habitable planets in one star system, TRAPPIST-1 may be the ultimate destination for the study of ocean worlds. Each planet in the system could offer unique conditions, ranging from Earth-like conditions to super-Earth environments. For now, the possibility that one of these planets could be a water world, where life has evolved across a surface completely submerged, keeps scientists intrigued. The challenges of water worlds. While ocean worlds are an exciting possibility, they also present challenges to life as we know it. The most obvious challenge is the lack of land. On Earth, land offers a surface on which life can evolve, create ecosystems, and grow. Without land masses, life on ocean worlds would need to adapt to a constant, unbroken surface, evolving entirely within the water. This could lead to fascinating, strange forms of life, but also poses significant obstacles. Without the surface area provided by land, life might have a harder time developing complex ecosystems and civilizations. Perhaps life would remain in simpler, more uniform forms, lacking the diversity of ecosystems we find on Earth. Another challenge is the depth of the oceans. In Earth's oceans, life exists from the surface all the way down to the deepest, darkest trenches. But what if the oceans on ocean worlds are much deeper than ours? What if they stretch thousands of kilometers down, with crushing pressures and complete darkness? Life would have to adapt to these extreme conditions, creating ecosystems based on bioluminescence, geothermal energy, or chemical reactions instead of sunlight. And yet, there is also a beauty to these challenges. In a way, ocean worlds could be the ultimate test of life's adaptability. They would push life to its limits, forcing it to evolve in ways we cannot yet fathom. Life on these planets could be unrecognizable to us, but no less extraordinary. The possibilities of water-based life. So what could life on an ocean world look like? It would be a world defined by fluidity, where life doesn't need land to develop complex ecosystems. Creatures on ocean worlds might evolve differently, perhaps adapting to the deep, using bioluminescence to communicate, or developing advanced sonar systems to navigate the depths. In the absence of land-based ecosystems, life on water worlds might thrive in massive interconnected colonies, much like Earth's coral reefs, only on a planetary scale. These colonies could stretch across entire oceans, with life evolving in response to subtle shifts in currents, temperature, and depth. Some scientists speculate that life on water worlds could take on a gelatinous form, similar to Earth's jellyfish, but far more advanced. These creatures might float on the surface of the oceans, creating entire ecosystems suspended in the water. Perhaps they would even evolve intelligence, finding new ways to communicate, build, and explore their world. In short, water worlds could offer an entirely new branch of life, a life that does not need land, does not need the complexity of dry ecosystems, but finds its existence within the water itself. These worlds may not only harbor strange new creatures, they could represent a completely different form of biological evolution, one we can only imagine. The importance of ocean worlds in the search for life. Ocean worlds represent the ultimate frontier in the search for life beyond Earth. They are planets that could have everything needed to support life: stable climates, liquid water, and no land to disrupt the flow of life. They present an ideal environment for life to evolve over billions of years, creating ecosystems that could be vastly different from anything we know on Earth. As we continue to search the stars for these perfect worlds, we come closer to understanding the conditions that make life possible. And even though we may never set foot on a distant ocean world, the knowledge that they exist and that life, in all its diversity, could thrive in the deep oceans of alien planets reminds us that paradise is not always something we need to find, but something we must imagine. For as long as humanity has looked to the stars, we've sought something that we can call paradise. We've imagined worlds where life is not just possible, but perfect, where the sky is always blue, the temperature always moderate, and the air is thick with possibility. We've dreamt of Earth-like planets, planets that mirror our own world in every way, and yet are free of the flaws that plague our existence. But what makes a planet truly Earth-like? Is it just the size, the atmosphere, the temperature? Or is it something deeper, something more fundamental about the nature of life itself? The search for Eden, a paradise that we can inhabit, a world that feels like home, has become one of humanity's greatest quests. And the search is not just for the sake of curiosity. It's driven by a deeper desire, a need to find a place where we can start anew, a world where humanity can thrive beyond the confines of our aging home. But as we look to the stars, we must ask ourselves, is there a world out there that can be our second chance? Is there a world that can truly be the perfect home, a place where life can evolve into something better, something we've only dared to dream about? The criteria for Earth-like. To understand what makes a planet Earth-like, we must first understand what makes Earth itself habitable. The Earth is an incredible place, not just for the life it sustains, but for the stability it offers. Our world is the perfect size for life, not too big and not too small. Its gravity is just strong enough to hold onto an atmosphere, but not so strong that it crushes us. It has a relatively mild climate, thanks to the atmosphere's balance of greenhouse gases. For a planet to be truly Earth-like, it must have the right combination of factors that are just right, not too extreme. The planet must be rocky, with a solid surface capable of supporting liquid water. It must be located in the habitable zone of its star, that narrow region where temperatures are just right for liquid water to exist. But that's only the beginning. The planet must have a stable atmosphere, capable of regulating temperatures and protecting life from harmful radiation. It must have a magnetic field to protect against solar wind and cosmic rays. The planet must have the right chemical composition, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, and a diverse ecosystem capable of sustaining life. In short, a truly Earth-like world is a complex balancing act. It requires more than just the right distance from its star. It requires all the right conditions to align perfectly. And in the search for other Earth-like worlds, we are looking for more than just the possibility of life. We are looking for a second chance, a new home, one that can offer a fresh start. The Kepler 452b revelation. In 2015, a groundbreaking discovery changed the way we thought about Earth-like planets. NASA's Kepler Space Telescope found Kepler 452b, a planet that is often called Earth's cousin. Kepler 452b orbits a star much like our Sun, at a similar distance that Earth orbits our own Sun. It is roughly 1.6 times the size of Earth, which places it in the category of super-Earths. This planet resides in the habitable zone of its star, which means it could have liquid water on its surface, a crucial factor for life. Kepler 452b is one of the most Earth-like planets we have discovered so far. It has the right size, the right star, and the right distance from its sun to support life as we know it. If life does exist there, it may have evolved in much the same way as life on Earth. The discovery of Kepler 452b confirmed something important. Earth-like planets, not a rarity. They are out there, waiting to be found. But even as we celebrate this discovery, we must remember that Kepler 452b is still incredibly far away. It is located over 1,400 light-years from Earth, which means it would take thousands of years for our current spacecraft to reach it. It also remains unclear whether Kepler 452b truly has the right conditions for life. We will need new technology and missions to study it further and to understand whether it could ever be a second home for humanity. The TRAPPIST-1 system, a new hope. While Kepler 452b is a promising candidate, it is still far away, and we don't yet know if it has the perfect conditions for life. But there is another system, much closer to home, that has sparked even more excitement. The TRAPPIST-1 system, located just 39 light-years from Earth, is home to 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 of which lie in the habitable zone of their star. This discovery, made in 2017, has revolutionized our search for Earth-like worlds. The planets of the TRAPPIST-1 system are particularly intriguing because they orbit a red dwarf star, which is much cooler than our Sun. This means that their habitable zones are much closer to the star, which could provide more stable conditions for life. The planets are all roughly the same size as Earth, with a rocky composition, and they may have atmospheres capable of supporting life. What makes the TRAPPIST-1 system so exciting is that it is one of the closest systems to Earth with multiple planets in the habitable zone. One of these planets, TRAPPIST-1e, has been described as the most Earth-like of the bunch, with conditions that could potentially support liquid water and life. The possibilities of TRAPPIST-1. If any of the planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system are truly habitable, TRAPPIST-1e is the most promising. This planet is located in the perfect zone for liquid water, and it is about the same size as Earth. The conditions on TRAPPIST-1e may be just right for life to thrive, with a stable climate, a protective atmosphere, and the necessary ingredients for life as we know it. Scientists are particularly excited about TRAPPIST-1 because it could be a second Earth. Its proximity to Earth means we might be able to study it in more detail with next-generation telescopes, such as the James Webb Space Telescope, which will be launched soon. We will be able to analyze its atmosphere and look for signs of life. But even if TRAPPIST-1e is perfect, it still poses an enormous challenge. It is located 39 light-years away, which means it would take tens of thousands of years to reach it with current technology. The journey would be long, and the challenges of space travel would be immense. But the discovery of TRAPPIST-1e has given us something more valuable than answers. It has given us hope. Hope that one day humanity may find a new home in the stars, a place where we can start anew, where we can build the future we've always dreamed of. The cosmic question: can we ever reach Eden? As we search for planets that could become our second home, we face the harsh reality. The universe is vast, and the distances between stars are nearly incomprehensible. Even the closest Earth-like planets are far beyond our reach, at least for the foreseeable future. But the question remains: can we ever find a new Earth? Is there a planet out there just waiting for us to discover it? A world where we can begin again, a paradise waiting to be found? For now, the search for Eden continues. We may never set foot on the planets we discover, but the search is what drives us forward, to dream beyond the horizon, to look to the stars and ask, what if? There is a beauty in the symmetry of two suns hanging in the sky. The sun we know sets with regularity, sinking below the horizon, leaving a trail of twilight in its wake. But imagine a world with two suns, each rising and setting at different times, their light dancing across the sky, creating an endless cycle of day and night that we cannot yet fathom. The concept of a planet with two suns has fascinated humanity for centuries. In our mythology, dual stars are often associated with dualities, light and darkness, order and chaos, warmth and cold. But in reality, a world with twin suns is more than just a fantasy. It is a very real possibility. The dual star system. A binary star system is a system where two stars orbit a common center of mass. These systems are incredibly common in the universe, with approximately 50% of the stars in our galaxy being part of a binary or multiple star system. The two stars in a binary system can be nearly identical, or they can be wildly different, a combination of large, bright stars and smaller, dimmer ones. Binary star systems are particularly interesting when it comes to the search for habitable planets. In these systems, planets can orbit both stars, receiving light and energy from two sources. But the dynamics of these orbits can create both unique challenges and incredible opportunities for life. For instance, the orbital zone in a binary system, where a planet might reside, is more complex than in a single star system. Instead of a single stable habitable zone, the zone in a binary system can shift and change, creating a dynamic environment where life might evolve in radically different ways. The possibilities of two suns planets that orbit binary stars would experience an entirely different kind of day-night cycle. Imagine two suns rising at different times, each casting its own light on the landscape, shifting the colors of the sky and the shadows on the ground. The two suns could work together to create a constant, soft light with no true night. The surface of the planet would be bathed in an endless cycle of light, changing in intensity and direction as the stars orbit one another. For life, this constant presence of light could have profound effects. Plants might adapt to absorb light in ways different from Earth's photosynthesis. Animals could evolve with multiple sets of eyes, able to track the changing light patterns across the sky. And if the planet has a moon, the moon's gravitational pull could combine with the gravitational influence of both suns, creating an entirely new system of tides and rhythms for life to evolve with. In a binary system, the planet might not only have two suns, it could have two very different types of stars, which would result in a dramatic and varied landscape. For example, one sun could be a bright, hot blue giant, while the other is a smaller, cooler red dwarf. Together, they could create a unique energy mix, allowing life to thrive in conditions that are impossible to recreate on Earth. The Kepler-47 system, a double-sun dream. One of the most exciting discoveries in the search for planets with twin suns came in 2012, when NASA's Kepler Space Telescope identified Kepler-47, the first known circumbinary planet, meaning a planet that orbits both stars in a binary system. Kepler-47 is located about 3,400 light-years away in the constellation Cygnus, and it consists of two stars, a larger star and a smaller one, with a planet, Kepler-47b, orbiting both of them. Kepler-47b is in the habitable zone of the two stars, which means it is at the perfect distance from both suns to potentially support liquid water. Its discovery is groundbreaking because it proves that planets can exist in binary systems and that those planets can potentially support life. Kepler-47b may be the first real candidate for a world with two suns, though we don't yet have all the data to confirm whether it has the perfect conditions for life. Its location in the habitable zone, along with its circumbinary orbit, make it one of the most exciting exoplanet discoveries to date. Key TRAPPIST-1 system, double suns, and more. The TRAPPIST-1 system, already famous for its 7 Earth-sized planets, is another example of a binary star system where two stars orbit each other, creating a unique environment for life. Located just 39 light-years from Earth, TRAPPIST-1 star is a red dwarf, which is much cooler than our Sun. However, the planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system orbit at the right distance to support liquid water, making them prime candidates for life. What makes TRAPPIST-1 even more exciting is the potential for a dual sun effect. While the system is technically a single star, TRAPPIST-1's two stars are very close together, and their combined gravitational pull creates a complex system where the planet's orbits are affected by both stars. This means that the potential for an environment that could support life under the light of two suns is very real. Though TRAPPIST-1 is not a binary star system in the traditional sense, its two stars create a dynamic system with multiple habitable zones, offering new possibilities for life to thrive. In the future, telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope may allow us to look more closely at these planets and explore their atmospheres for signs of life. The role of binary stars in the evolution of life. Binary star systems are not just interesting for the possibility of habitable planets. They could also hold important clues about the evolution of life itself. On Earth, life evolved in response to a single star, with cycles of light and darkness shaping the rhythms of life. But on planets with two stars, life would have to adapt to a much more complex environment. In a binary system, there is no true night. Even when one star sets, the second one would still provide light, albeit weaker or filtered. This means that life on these planets could evolve without the need for the deep rest that Earth's life forms require. Organisms on binary planets might not sleep in the same way we do. They might adapt to different circadian rhythms or develop entirely new systems of rest and activity based on the constant presence of light. In terms of evolution, binary star systems offer the potential for life to evolve under unique pressures. The different light spectra from two stars could result in new forms of photosynthesis, with plants evolving to capture energy from two different sources. Life on these planets could be more complex, more diverse, and more suited to survive in extreme environments. The promise of exploration, binary stars as beacons for the future. Despite the challenges that binary star systems present, they hold immense promise for the future of space exploration. If we are ever to discover new worlds capable of sustaining life, binary stars could be our best bet. They are more common than we once thought, and their unique conditions could make them perfect homes for life. In fact, binary stars might even be the key to the next stage of human exploration, a future where we don't just look for Earth-like planets, but for planets that are radically different, yet still capable of supporting life on a scale that we can only dream of. But reaching these worlds is not easy. Even the closest binary star systems are many light years away, and the challenges of interstellar travel remain immense. But as we continue to develop new technologies and better understand the physics of space travel, we may one day find ourselves journeying to these distant suns. Binary star systems, with their complex gravitational dances and dynamic environments, are the perfect places to look for life, not just as we know it, but as we've never imagined. The two suns in our future. As humanity looks to the stars, we are not just searching for planets, we are searching for possibilities. The search for binary star systems and the planets that orbit them is the search for life that evolves in ways we cannot predict, for worlds where our understanding of biology, chemistry, and physics could be challenged. The allure of twin suns, of worlds bathed in light from two different stars, is not just scientific curiosity. It is the possibility of discovering a universe far more beautiful, far more complex than we ever imagined. As we reach for the stars, the two suns beckon, not just as objects of wonder, but as symbols of the unknown, the places where humanity's dreams can take flight and where the future of exploration awaits. In the coldest corners of the universe, far from the bright stars that bathe our world in warmth, there are planets that never see the light of day. These are worlds that orbit distant dim stars, or planets that have drifted away from their suns, locked in eternal darkness. For life as we know it, light is essential. It fuels photosynthesis, drives weather systems, and creates the rhythms that define the living world. Without sunlight, Earth's ecosystems would cease to function. But in the vast expanse of the cosmos, there are worlds that have never known the warmth of the sun. Could life evolve in these perpetual nightscapes? Could these dark planets harbor life forms so different from our own, adapted to a world without the constant rhythm of day and night? The search for worlds with endless night challenges everything we know about life. It forces us to ask, what is life, really? Could life exist in the absence of light, in the cold and the dark, in a place where the stars are mere pinpricks in the void? The concept of rogue planets. Rogue planets are one of the most fascinating types of world in the universe. Unlike planets that orbit stars, rogue planets have been ejected from their solar systems, drifting through the galaxy in isolation. They are not tethered to any star, and as a result, they exist in perpetual darkness. Scientists once believed that rogue planets could not support life, but recent studies suggest otherwise. Some rogue planets may retain heat from their formation or from internal radioactive decay, creating an environment that could support life even in the absence of a nearby sun. The key to survival on these planets lies in geothermal energy. Instead of relying on the warmth of a star, life on rogue planets could depend on heat from the planet's core. Deep below the surface, geothermal vents could provide the necessary energy for ecosystems to thrive. In fact, some of the most bizarre and alien life forms on Earth, such as those found around deep-sea hydrothermal vents, are powered by the same process. On a rogue planet, life would have to adapt to the extreme conditions of darkness and cold. But just as life on Earth has adapted to the deepest, darkest parts of the ocean, life on rogue planets could evolve in ways we cannot yet comprehend. The cold of the dark rogue planets are not the only worlds in perpetual darkness. There are also planets that orbit distant stars, so far from their suns that they receive no light at all. These planets are called frozen worlds, and they exist at the edge of the habitable zone, where the temperatures drop so low that water freezes solid. The cold is extreme, with temperatures dipping far below freezing. But life on these planets may not be impossible. In fact, some scientists speculate that life could survive in sub-zero conditions if it is adapted to the cold and the darkness. On frozen worlds, life might exist in the form of extremophiles, organisms that thrive in extreme conditions. These life forms could live beneath the ice, using geothermal heat and chemical processes to survive. Instead of sunlight, they might rely on chemosynthesis, the process by which organisms convert chemicals into energy. The discovery of life forms in extreme environments on Earth, such as those found in deep-sea vents and acidic lakes, suggests that life could exist in places we once thought inhospitable. Frozen worlds, though incredibly cold, might not be as uninhabitable as we once believed. The search for worlds without light. The search for worlds in perpetual darkness is still in its early stages. We know that rogue planets are common. More than half of the planets in our galaxy may be rogue planets, drifting freely through space, but detecting them is difficult. Without a star to shine light on them, rogue planets are nearly invisible. They don't emit the light that telescopes can easily detect. One way to find these worlds is through gravitational lensing. When a rogue planet passes in front of a distant star, its gravity bends and magnifies the light from the star, creating a temporary flash of light. Astronomers can detect these flashes to identify rogue planets. Another method involves searching for signs of geothermal activity. Scientists believe that rogue planets and frozen worlds could generate heat from their cores, so by detecting changes in temperature or radiation emissions, we might be able to identify planets that are potentially habitable. The upcoming generation of telescopes, such as the James Webb Space Telescope, will be able to detect the faintest signs of warmth from rogue planets and frozen worlds, helping us understand their potential for supporting life. To the possibility of life in the dark. So could life survive on these dark, frozen worlds? The answer may lie in our understanding of extremophiles. Earth is home to many forms of life that thrive in environments previously thought to be uninhabitable. Life in the deep ocean, for example, is powered by geothermal vents that spew heat and chemicals, allowing life to flourish in complete darkness. On Earth, we have also found life in places like acidic lakes, under thick layers of ice, and in other extreme environments. If life can exist in such hostile conditions on Earth, why couldn't it survive on rogue planets or frozen worlds, where conditions are equally extreme? Life on these dark planets would not need sunlight. Instead, it would need to rely on alternative energy sources, such as geothermal heat or chemical energy. Organisms on these planets could be unlike anything we've ever seen, possibly resembling the extremophiles that live in Earth's deepest and most inhospitable environments. In fact, some scientists believe that life on rogue planets could even be more resilient than life on Earth. Without the constant bombardment of cosmic rays from a star, life on these planets might be more stable, able to evolve in ways that we cannot yet understand. These worlds may be home to life that is not just different, but better adapted to the conditions of the universe. The limits of life in the dark. While the idea of life on rogue planets is exciting, it's important to remember that not all dark worlds can sustain life. For one thing, planets that are too far from their stars may not have the internal heat necessary for life. If a planet's core has cooled too much, it may not be able to support geothermal vents or the chemical processes needed for life. Moreover, the lack of light would create extreme challenges for life forms, especially in terms of energy production. While life on Earth uses sunlight for photosynthesis, life on rogue planets would have to rely on other sources of energy. This could limit the complexity and diversity of life on these worlds. But that doesn't mean life is impossible. It just means that life on rogue planets would be different. We would need to expand our definition of what life could be, what forms it could take, and how it could survive in the absence of light. The future of rogue planet exploration. The future of rogue planet exploration is still uncertain. Right now, rogue planets are too far away to explore in person. But as technology advances, we may one day be able to send probes to these planets to study their atmospheres and search for signs of life. The next generation of telescopes will allow us to peer into the darkness, detecting the faintest traces of heat and energy emanating from these cold worlds. By studying the atmospheres of rogue planets, we may one day be able to learn more about their potential to support life. In the meantime, the search for life in the darkness of space will continue. And though we may never visit these worlds, the very fact that they exist challenges our understanding of life itself. Rogue planets remind us that life is not bound by the familiar. It can survive in places we never thought to look, in the darkest corners of the universe. The night sky has always been a source of mystery, a canvas of stars that have guided explorers for millennia. But imagine a sky where the stars are not bright points of light, but dim red embers, casting a faint eerie glow over the surface of a world below. This is the reality of planets orbiting red dwarf stars, the most common type of star in the Milky Way. Red dwarfs are smaller and cooler than our Sun, burning their fuel much more slowly and lasting much longer. Some of these stars will shine for up to 100 billion years, far longer than our Sun will ever last. The planets that orbit red dwarfs are some of the most promising candidates for the search for life. Their proximity to their stars means that their habitable zones, the region around the star where liquid water can exist, are much closer than Earth's, and they can offer stable environments for billions of years. But life on these worlds would not be the same as life on Earth. The light from a red dwarf star is dimmer and redder than the light we are accustomed to, creating a strange alien atmosphere. What would life look like under these red skies? The nature of red dwarfs. Red dwarf stars are much smaller and cooler than our Sun, with only a fraction of its mass. They are also much dimmer, emitting light in the red and infrared part of the spectrum. Despite their size, red dwarfs make up about 70% of the stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Because they burn their fuel so slowly, red dwarfs have incredibly long lifespans. Some can live for up to 100 billion years, far longer than the 10 billion year lifespan of our Sun. But while their long lives make red dwarfs ideal for the development of life, their faint light presents challenges. The habitable zone around a red dwarf is much closer than the habitable zone around our Sun. A planet in this zone would be bathed in dim reddish light, and the star's low energy output would require a different kind of atmosphere to maintain stable temperatures. But despite these challenges, red dwarfs are prime candidates for finding habitable planets. These stars burn for so long that life could have more time to evolve, and the planets that orbit them could have stable climates for billions of years. In fact, red dwarf stars could be some of the most hospitable stars in the universe, providing long, stable conditions for life to thrive. The TRAPPIST-1 system, a red sun and its planets. Perhaps the most famous example of a red dwarf star system is TRAPPIST-1, located just 39 light-years away from Earth. TRAPPIST-1 is home to 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 of which lie in the habitable zone of their star. The star itself is a red dwarf, much smaller and cooler than our Sun, but it shines for billions of years, providing stable conditions for the planets that orbit it. The TRAPPIST-1 system is remarkable for several reasons. Not only does it offer a glimpse into the possibilities of life under red skies, but it also shows us that red dwarfs may host more planets than we thought. In fact, most of the planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system are in the habitable zone, meaning they could potentially support liquid water on their surfaces. One of the planets, TRAPPIST-1e, has been described as the most Earth-like of the bunch, with conditions that might allow life to thrive. Though we cannot yet confirm whether TRAPPIST-1e has an atmosphere or liquid water, it remains one of the most promising candidates for future exploration. But life on TRAPPIST-1e would not be the same as life on Earth. The dim red light from its star would create an environment that is alien to our senses. The sky would be a deep red, and the surface would be bathed in a constant twilight glow. Photosynthesis, as we know it, might not be possible. Life would have to adapt to the lower energy output from its star, perhaps relying on different chemical processes or new forms of photosynthesis. Life in the twilight life under red skies would be a strange and alien experience. The dim light of a red dwarf star would make the world feel perpetually twilight, with long drawn-out sunsets and sunrises, and an atmosphere that feels heavier, warmer, and richer with the presence of the star. In this dim light, plants might not need the intense sunlight of Earth. They could evolve to use the light in different ways, perhaps using the infrared part of the spectrum for photosynthesis or relying on chemosynthesis, a process where organisms use chemicals from the environment to create energy. Animals might evolve to have larger eyes, capable of seeing in the dim red light. They could have enhanced senses to navigate their world, perhaps relying on heat signatures or electromagnetic fields to detect prey or predators. The ecosystems on these worlds would be completely different from Earth's, and the life that evolved there would be shaped by the unique rhythms of the red sun and its light. In fact, life under red skies might be more resilient than life on Earth. The constant presence of a dim star could eliminate the extremes of day and night, creating a stable environment where life could evolve in ways we cannot yet predict. These planets would not need the same temperature regulation that Earth's ecosystems require. They could be more stable, more self-sustaining, and more resistant to catastrophic events. The challenges of life. Under red suns. Life in a binary system with 2 suns has its advantages, but it also comes with challenges. The first challenge is stellar flares. Red dwarfs are known for their stellar flares, bursts of radiation that could strip away the atmosphere of a planet. If a planet is too close to its star, the flares could make it impossible for life to survive. Another challenge is the low light output of red dwarfs. While life on Earth relies on sunlight for photosynthesis, life on red dwarf planets would have to adapt to lower levels of light. This could make it difficult for complex life to evolve. Plants and animals might have to rely on different forms of energy, such as geothermal or chemical energy, to survive. Finally, the orbital dynamics of planets in red dwarf systems could present challenges. In some systems, planets may orbit too close to the star, leading to tidal locking, where one side of the planet is always facing the star and the other side is in perpetual darkness. Tidal locking could create extreme temperature differences between the day and night sides of the planet, making it difficult for life to survive. Other planets may be in unstable orbits, leading to changes in climate that could make life difficult to sustain. The search for life under red skies. Despite these challenges, the search for life around red dwarf stars remains one of the most promising areas of research in exoplanet exploration. As we develop new telescopes and technologies, we will be able to study the atmospheres of planets in red dwarf systems, looking for signs of life or conditions that could support it. The James Webb Space Telescope will provide us with the ability to study exoplanets in incredible detail, examining the chemical composition of their atmospheres and detecting signs of life. One of the most exciting possibilities is the potential for life forms that are completely different from what we know on Earth. Life that doesn't rely on sunlight, but on geothermal energy, chemical processes, or other mechanisms that we haven't yet discovered. The TRAPPIST-1 system, with its multiple Earth-sized planets in the habitable zone, offers a unique opportunity to study life under red skies. If any of the planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system have life, it will be radically different from life on Earth, shaped by the dim red light of its star. But that doesn't make it any less valuable. In fact, the search for life on these worlds may teach us more about the nature of life itself. The future of red dwarf exploration. As we continue to explore red dwarf star systems, we move closer to understanding the possibilities of life under red skies. While we may never experience the dim light of a red dwarf star ourselves, the discovery of life in these environments would open up a new chapter in our understanding of the universe. It would prove that life can thrive in places we once thought inhospitable, and that the conditions for life are not as limited as we once believed. The search for life in these dim red stars is not just about finding another planet to call home. It is about expanding our understanding of what life can be, what it can survive, and what it can evolve into. There is a place at the center of every galaxy, a place where light itself can no longer escape, where gravity pulls so strongly that even time itself seems to slow. This place is called the event horizon, the boundary beyond which nothing can return. It is the point of no return, the threshold of a black hole. Black holes are the most enigmatic and mysterious objects in the universe. They are the remnants of massive stars that have collapsed under their own gravity, creating a singularity, a point of infinite density where the laws of physics as we know them break down. In this strange and violent region of space, time warps, light bends, and the very fabric of reality is twisted beyond recognition. But could life exist near a black hole? Could planets orbit these cosmic monsters, and could anything live in the harsh environment of a black hole's shadow? The answer is far stranger than we could have ever imagined. For life near a black hole could not just survive, it could thrive, evolving in ways that we cannot yet understand, adapting to the extreme conditions of space and time. The basics of black holes. Before we delve into the possibilities of life near a black hole, let's first understand the basic mechanics of these objects. A black hole is formed when a massive star collapses in on itself, its core crushing under its own gravity. This process results in an incredibly dense object with a gravitational pull so strong that not even light can escape it. The point of no return around a black hole is called the event horizon. Once anything crosses this threshold, it is inevitably drawn into the singularity at the center of the black hole, where the laws of physics break down completely. Beyond the event horizon, time itself begins to behave strangely. It slows down, stretches, and warps. Anything that falls into a black hole becomes forever lost to the outside universe, unable to escape the grasp of the event horizon. But just outside the event horizon, the situation is less clear. While light cannot escape from within the black hole, it is possible that life could exist in the region surrounding it, a region known as the accretion disk, where matter swirls in a glowing whirlpool before being consumed by the black hole. The accretion disk, a cosmic laboratory. The accretion disk is a fascinating region surrounding a black hole, a swirling mass of gas, dust, and debris that is being pulled toward the event horizon. As matter spirals inward, it heats up to extreme temperatures, emitting vast amounts of energy in the form of X-rays and other radiation. This makes the area around a black hole one of the most energetic and extreme environments in the universe. While the accretion disk is deadly for anything that gets too close, it also offers a unique environment for life to potentially evolve. In the outer regions of the accretion disk, conditions might be less hostile, with temperatures and radiation levels that could support life. Instead of relying on sunlight for energy, life here could potentially use geothermal energy or chemical reactions to survive, just as life in Earth's deep ocean does. Life near a black hole would have to be adapted to extreme conditions. It would need to survive intense radiation, high-energy environments, and the possibility of time dilation. But this doesn't mean life is impossible. In fact, some scientists believe that the event horizon itself could provide a kind of protection. Because the space around a black hole is so warped, it may be possible for life to exist just outside the event horizon, where time and space behave differently from anything we know. The strange effects of time. Near a black hole. One of the most fascinating aspects of black holes is the way they warp time. As objects get closer to the event horizon, time begins to slow down, an effect known as gravitational time dilation. For an observer watching from a distance, a person falling into a black hole would appear to slow down as they approach the event horizon, never quite crossing it. From the perspective of the person falling in, however, time would appear to pass normally. This phenomenon could have profound implications for life near a black hole. If life existed on a planet in the outer regions of the accretion disk, time would pass differently for those living near the black hole compared to life on Earth. While time on Earth continues at its normal pace, life near a black hole would experience time more slowly. This means that civilizations living near black holes could experience time at a fraction of the speed of life on Earth. In this way, black holes could become a kind of time capsule, preserving civilizations for billions of years, isolated from the rest of the universe. Life on these worlds might evolve at a slower rate, with the passage of time taking on an entirely different meaning. Could life survive in the shadow of a black hole? The most pressing question is whether life could actually survive in the harsh conditions near a black hole. The answer is far from certain, but there are a few things we do know. First, the extreme radiation emitted by a black hole's accretion disk would make life difficult, but not impossible. Just as life on Earth has adapted to extreme environments, life near a black hole could evolve in ways that are unimaginable to us. Instead of relying on sunlight for energy, life could use chemosynthesis, a process in which organisms convert chemicals into energy or even use magnetic fields to harness energy. The second factor to consider is gravity. The closer a planet gets to a black hole, the stronger the gravitational pull becomes. Life on a planet near a black hole would have to be adapted to extreme gravitational forces, which could affect the size and shape of organisms. Life on these worlds might evolve to be shorter, stockier, and able to withstand the stresses of high gravity. Finally, there is the issue of time dilation. Life near a black hole would experience time much more slowly than life on Earth. This could create interesting possibilities for the evolution of life. A civilization living near a black hole might evolve far more slowly than one on Earth, but it would have the benefit of an incredibly long lifespan, giving it millions or even billions of years to develop advanced technologies or deep knowledge. The hunt for black hole habitats. While the possibility of life near a black hole remains speculative, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. As technology advances, we will be able to study the environments around black holes in greater detail. The Event Horizon Telescope, a network of radio telescopes around the world, recently captured the first-ever image of a black hole's event horizon, offering scientists a glimpse into the strange world surrounding these cosmic giants. In the future, Telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope will allow us to study the regions around black holes more closely, searching for signs of planets or life. While we are still far from being able to send probes to these dark regions, the study of black holes is just beginning. The potential for life in these extreme environments may seem far-fetched, but black holes challenge everything we know about the universe. They warp space, bend time, and create environments that defy logic. In that sense, they are the perfect places to look for life that is radically different from anything we've seen. The ultimate paradox. In the end, black holes represent the ultimate paradox. They are both destructive and creative, death and life, darkness and light. They are the universe's most mysterious objects, and yet they offer the greatest potential for discovery. Life near a black hole would be alien in ways we can't yet imagine. It would not be bound by the same rules that govern life on Earth. It would adapt to the extremes of time, space, and gravity, evolving in ways that stretch the limits of our understanding. But whether life near a black hole is possible and what it would look like remains one of the most profound questions of all. In our search for life in the universe, black holes represent the final frontier. And even though they are places of darkness, they may hold the key to understanding the strange and wonderful diversity of life that could exist in the cosmos. Imagine a world where the sun never sets, where the horizon is always bathed in light and the night sky is forever absent. A world where the rhythm of day and night doesn't exist, where time flows only in one direction, toward the endless, unbroken light of an eternal sun. For most of us, the idea of perpetual daylight sounds like a dream. We have all experienced the beauty of the sunrise, the golden glow of sunset, and the cool embrace of night. We are accustomed to the rhythms of the day, and our lives are shaped by the changing of the seasons, the rising and falling of the sun. But what if we could live on a world where there was no night, where the light of the sun never fades? What would life look like under these eternal skies? Could life evolve differently in a world where darkness does not exist? Could the lack of night create a paradise of unending warmth, or would it lead to extremes that challenge life's very survival? Here's the eternal day of polar worlds. One of the most intriguing possibilities for endless daylight exists on planets at the poles of distant stars. In our own solar system, Earth experiences polar day and polar night, where, for several months of the year, the sun never sets at the poles, and for several months it never rises. But on distant exoplanets, worlds at extreme latitudes could experience eternal day, a situation where the sun is constantly above the horizon, never dipping below, thanks to the planet's tilt and orbit around its star. This phenomenon is more likely to occur on planets that are tidally locked, meaning that one side of the planet always faces its star while the other side is in perpetual darkness. This happens because the planet's gravity has synchronized with the stars, so the same side of the planet is always turned toward the light. In this case, the side facing the star would experience perpetual daylight with no night or dark hours. The planet's equator would be bathed in constant sunlight, creating a world of endless warmth and light. The other side, in eternal night, would be cold and frozen, but the sunward side would be a perfect environment for life to thrive, with warm temperatures, stable conditions, and an environment where plants could grow year-round. The impact of perpetual daylight. On a world with endless daylight, life would evolve in response to the constant presence of sunlight. In Earth's ecosystems, organisms are adapted to the cycles of day and night, with circadian rhythms that regulate when they sleep, eat, and reproduce. But in a world of perpetual day, life would need to adapt to a world where the sun never sets. Plants, for example, would likely evolve differently. On Earth, plants follow the day-night cycle of the sun, with photosynthesis occurring during the day and rest periods at night. But on a planet with constant light, plants would need to find a way to regulate their growth and energy production, perhaps using different mechanisms of energy storage, or evolving new ways to capture and store sunlight efficiently. Animals on these worlds would also need to adapt to the eternal day. Creatures might evolve to be active all the time, or they could develop unique sleep patterns, perhaps taking brief periods of rest, even in the presence of constant light. Organisms could have specialized adaptations to prevent damage from too much exposure to light, developing natural protections against excessive sunlight, such as reflective surfaces or enhanced pigmentation. But it's not just about survival. The endless sunlight would create a world that is more vibrant, more alive than anything we experience on Earth. With constant warmth, plants would grow more vigorously, and animals would thrive in an environment where the harsh cycles of day and night no longer exist. This could create a paradise of life, where ecosystems are rich and diverse, untouched by the extremes that we face on Earth. The TRAPPIST-1 system, a candidate for perpetual day. The TRAPPIST-1 system, with its 7 Earth-sized planets, is one of the most promising systems for finding a world of endless day. While most of the planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system are likely tidally locked, some of them may experience eternal day on one side. TRAPPIST-1e in particular is located in the habitable zone of its red dwarf star, where the conditions for life are most favorable. If TRAPPIST-1n is tidally locked, it could have one side permanently facing its star, bathing it in endless light. The temperature on the starward side of the planet would be relatively stable, creating a perfect environment for life to evolve and thrive. On the other side of the planet, in perpetual night, conditions would be far colder, but the planet's thick atmosphere could help maintain some warmth, allowing life to adapt to the extremes. Life on such a planet would need to adapt to the constant light, evolving in ways we can't yet imagine. The rich energy from the star would drive growth and activity, creating a dynamic ecosystem where life could flourish without the constraints of night. It would be a world of endless opportunity, a world where life could evolve to fill every niche in the ecosystem. The challenges of perpetual day. While the idea of an endless day may sound like paradise, it also presents significant challenges. The most obvious challenge is the lack of night. On Earth, the cycle of day and night is essential for maintaining a healthy ecosystem. The alternation of light and dark regulates animal behavior, controls the growth of plants, and provides a necessary rhythm for life. In a world with perpetual daylight, this natural rhythm would be absent, and life would need to evolve new strategies to compensate. The lack of a night cycle could also present challenges for sleep patterns. On Earth, all life forms rely on the cycle of day and night to regulate when they are active and when they rest. In a world of endless light, creatures would need to adapt to a constant environment. They might evolve to be active all the time, or they could develop unique ways to rest and recover during the day. The constant exposure to sunlight might also pose a risk to life. On Earth, organisms have evolved natural defenses against excess light, such as pigmentation and protective coatings. In an environment of eternal daylight, organisms would need to develop even more advanced adaptations to prevent damage from constant solar radiation. They might evolve reflective surfaces, dark pigments, or protective layers to shield themselves from harmful rays. The search for endless day worlds. As we continue to search for habitable planets beyond Earth, the idea of worlds with endless day holds great promise. These planets could offer stable, hospitable environments for life, with the constant presence of light providing a nurturing climate for evolution. The discovery of such planets would redefine our understanding of habitability, showing us that life doesn't have to follow the rhythms of day and night. With the launch of new telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope, we will be able to study planets in the habitable zones of red dwarfs and other stars in greater detail. We will look for signs of planets that are tidally locked and investigate the possibilities of life in perpetual daylight. These discoveries could provide us with answers to the questions we've asked for centuries. What makes a planet perfect? What does life need to thrive? And perhaps most importantly, is there a second Earth out there, a world where we can begin again? The legacy of endless day. In the end, the idea of a world with endless day challenges our understanding of what is possible. It forces us to think beyond the familiar rhythms of Earth, to imagine a world where life evolves in ways we cannot predict. In a world of perpetual daylight, life would find new ways to adapt, to survive, and to thrive. The ecosystem would be full of life, from the smallest organisms to the most complex creatures, all living under the warmth and light of two suns. Endless daylight may sound like a dream, but it could be the reality for life on other worlds. And in that reality, we may find not just the perfect conditions for life, but the perfect opportunity for discovery under the light of an eternal sun. Imagine a planet so vast, its continents and oceans stretching beyond the horizon, where entire ecosystems exist on a scale far greater than anything Earth has ever known. What would life look like on a super-Earth, a planet several times larger than our own? The idea of super-Earths is one of the most exciting prospects in the search for habitable worlds. These planets, ranging from 1.5 to 10 times the size of Earth, offer a unique environment where gravity is stronger, atmospheres are thicker, and the potential for life is magnified. But would larger planets make life better? Or would their size present challenges that Earth simply doesn't have to face? Super-Earths are the giants of the exoplanet world. They represent a category of planets that are not only capable of supporting life, but could also offer an environment that is more stable, more resilient, and more diverse than Earth. But the scale of these planets brings questions about what it means to thrive, and whether life, as we know it, could adapt to the larger, more extreme conditions of a super-Earth. What makes a super-Earth? A super-Earth is a planet that is larger than Earth, but not as large as the gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn. These planets are typically rocky, with solid surfaces that could potentially support life. The size of a super-Earth means that it has greater gravity, which has a number of effects on the planet. For one, the gravity would make the atmosphere denser, allowing the planet to retain more gases like oxygen and nitrogen, which are crucial for life as we know it. The larger size of a super-Earth also means it would have more surface area to support ecosystems, from sprawling forests to vast oceans. The planet could have more room for different environments: highlands, deserts, frozen tundras, and temperate regions, all coexisting on a larger scale. Life on a super-Earth might evolve differently, with larger animals, more complex ecosystems, and even the potential for greater biodiversity. But the increased size of these planets also brings unique challenges. The stronger gravity would have an impact on the organisms that evolve there. Life on a super-Earth would likely be shorter and stockier, with stronger bones and muscles to adapt to the higher gravitational forces. Creatures on these planets could evolve to be more powerful, but they would also face greater physical stress than life on Earth. The first super-Earths, Kepler and beyond. The discovery of super-Earths has been one of the most significant achievements in the search for habitable planets. With the launch of the Kepler Space Telescope in 2009, astronomers began finding planets that were not only in the habitable zone of their stars, but also larger than Earth. One of the first super-Earths discovered by Kepler was Kepler 10b, a planet about 1.4 times the size of Earth. While Kepler 10b is far too hot to support life, its discovery confirmed that super-Earths were out there, waiting to be studied. Kepler 452b, often called Earth's cousin, is another super-Earth discovered in 2015. It's roughly 1.6 times the size of Earth and orbits a star very similar to the Sun. Kepler 452b is located in the habitable zone, which means it has the potential to support liquid water. Though we don't yet know whether it has life, Kepler 452b represents a promising example of a planet that is larger than Earth, with similar conditions that could sustain life. One of the most exciting discoveries in the search for super-Earths came in the TRAPPIST-1 system. This system, located only 39 light-years from Earth, has 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 of which are in the habitable zone of their red dwarf star. These planets are prime candidates for life, and some of them may be super-Earths. TRAPPIST-1e in particular is similar in size to Earth and is located in the habitable zone, where liquid water could exist. If it has the right conditions, TRAPPIST-1 could be the first super-Earth where life has evolved, a potential new home for humanity or alien life. Is the potential of super-Earths. Super-Earths offer a unique potential for life. The larger size of these planets means they can sustain ecosystems on a grand scale, with vast oceans, sprawling continents, and a greater variety of climates. The extra mass gives super-Earths the ability to retain a thick atmosphere, protecting life from harmful radiation and allowing for stable temperatures. In this sense, super-Earths might be the ideal planets for life to evolve into something greater than what we have on Earth. One of the most exciting possibilities for super-Earths is the potential for larger, more complex life forms. With stronger gravity and larger surfaces, super-Earths could foster the development of life that is more diverse and intricate. For example, life on a super-Earth could evolve into larger animals, able to take advantage of the larger environments. Creatures could evolve with thicker, stronger bones to support their size, and plants could grow taller and more abundant, able to cover larger areas with dense, thriving ecosystems. Moreover, the presence of multiple environments on super-Earths could lead to ecosystems that are far more diverse than those on Earth. With more room for different types of environments, super-Earths could host tropical rainforests, Arctic ice fields, vast oceans, and even alien terrain that we cannot imagine. These environments could host species that are far different from the plants and animals on Earth, creating entirely new branches of evolution. The challenges of super-Earths. While super-Earths offer incredible potential for life, they also present significant challenges. The first of these challenges is the gravity. The larger size of super-Earths means that gravity would be stronger than on Earth, which could have a profound impact on the life forms that evolve there. Organisms on these worlds would need to adapt to the higher gravitational forces, which could limit their size or shape. For example, animals on super-Earths might evolve to be shorter and more stocky, with stronger muscles and bones to cope with the heavier gravity. Another challenge is the atmosphere. Super-Earths would likely have a thicker atmosphere than Earth, which could make it more difficult for life to thrive in certain regions. A thick atmosphere could create extreme weather patterns with intense storms and winds. The increased atmospheric pressure could also make it difficult for certain life forms to survive, especially those adapted to Earth's lower pressures. Furthermore, the larger size of super-Earths means that they could have longer years and longer days, which could affect the biological rhythms of life. Life on a super-Earth would have to adapt to longer cycles, with seasons that last longer and a different perception of time. These changes could make life on super-Earths feel very different from life on Earth, but they might also offer new opportunities for evolution. Super-Earths, the future of space exploration. As we continue to search for habitable worlds beyond Earth, super-Earths represent the next frontier. These planets could be the future of space exploration, offering the potential for new homes, new ecosystems, and new opportunities for discovery. They may offer the perfect balance of size, gravity, and atmosphere, creating a world where life could flourish on a grand scale. With advancements in technology and new missions to explore exoplanets, we may one day be able to study these super-Earths up close. In the future, telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope will allow us to study the atmospheres of super-Earths in incredible detail, searching for signs of life or the conditions that could support it. As we learn more about these worlds, we may discover that super-Earths are not just a possibility, but the key to the future of humanity's exploration of the stars. The new era of exploration. Super-Earths represent a new era in the search for other worlds. They offer the possibility of finding planets that are not just habitable, but ideal for life. These planets are the giants of the exoplanet world, offering the potential for ecosystems, life forms, and civilizations far beyond anything Earth has ever known. The search for super-Earths is just beginning. As we continue to develop new technologies and improve our understanding of the cosmos, we may one day find the perfect planet, a new Earth or a better one, waiting for us to call it home. At the farthest reaches of the universe, where the light from stars fades into the dark abyss. There are worlds so distant, so removed from everything we know, that they seem to exist beyond the fabric of time and space itself. These worlds lie at the edge of the universe, in regions so distant that even the most powerful telescopes can only begin to peer into their depths. What would life look like on planets at the outermost corners of the cosmos? How would these worlds evolve in isolation, cut off from the light of stars and the influence of nearby galaxies? Are they frozen in time, or have they adapted to the extreme conditions of their distant orbits? And could they harbor life at all? The search for planets at the edge of the universe opens up a new frontier in the exploration of exoplanets, one that challenges our understanding of life and existence itself. The Great Cosmic Stretch. The universe is vast, far beyond what the human mind can truly comprehend. In fact, the observable universe, the part we can see and study, is only a small fraction of the entire cosmos. It stretches out for 13.8 billion light-years, and beyond that, we have no way of knowing what lies hidden in the dark voids. At the outer edges of the universe, galaxies recede beyond the reach of even our most powerful instruments. The cosmic expansion is not just continuing, it's accelerating, meaning that regions of the universe are moving farther and farther away from us at increasing speeds. This makes it nearly impossible to observe or study worlds that exist in these far-flung regions. But while the distance may make them seem unreachable, it's also possible that planets at the edge of the universe could harbor life in ways we can't even imagine. What would life on these planets look like, where space itself is stretching, where stars are dying, and where the conditions are unlike anything we can comprehend? The challenges of worlds on the edge. The most obvious challenge of planets on the edge of the universe is their isolation. These planets would be so far from the nearest stars or galaxies that they would likely exist in perpetual darkness, with no external light sources to sustain life. They would be far beyond the habitable zone of any nearby star, and yet they could still harbor life that has adapted to the extreme conditions of the universe. Planets on the edge of the universe would have to survive on their own, cut off from the energy sources that sustain life elsewhere in the cosmos. Perhaps these planets would rely on geothermal energy, drawing heat from deep within the planet's core. Or perhaps they would survive in the blackness of space, using chemical processes or radiation from deep space sources to sustain their ecosystems. But it's not just the absence of light that makes these planets unique. The expansion of the universe means that the very fabric of space itself is stretching, causing distant galaxies to recede from one another at ever-increasing speeds. This expansion could create regions of space where the effects of gravity and time become distorted. If life exists on planets in these regions, it might be affected by the stretching of space, altering the very nature of time itself. Life in the void. On Earth, life depends on sunlight, gravitational forces, and the balance of chemicals and elements that form the building blocks of biology. But on planets at the edge of the universe, life might adapt to entirely different conditions. With no sunlight, life forms could evolve to rely on chemotrophy, the process of using chemical energy to power their biological functions. Instead of photosynthesis, life could derive its energy from geothermal heat, chemical reactions in the planet's atmosphere, or even radiation from distant cosmic sources. These life forms could be radically different from anything we know. Instead of plants growing toward the sun, they might grow toward the planet's core, using the heat from deep within the planet to fuel their metabolism. Instead of animals eating plants, they might feed off of chemicals or minerals found in the planet's crust. Life could exist in the deep, dark underground, in caverns heated by geothermal vents, where it thrives without ever seeing the light of day. In some ways, these life forms would be more resilient than those on Earth. They would have evolved to survive the most extreme environments, adapted to the isolation of their planets and the harsh conditions of the expanding universe. Their biology might be more robust, their ability to withstand radiation, cold, and darkness superior to any Earth life form. These planets would be homes for life that is not only different from Earth's, but in many ways better suited to the extremes of the cosmos. Planets in the cosmic microwave background. The cosmic microwave background, CMB, is the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, the oldest light in the universe. This radiation fills the universe, and it is the remnant of the birth of the cosmos. In a way, the CMB represents the edge of the universe, a signal from the past, from a time before stars and galaxies even existed. Some scientists speculate that there could be planets within the regions of space where the CMB is strongest. These planets would exist in the farthest, most distant reaches of space, where the universe's expansion has stretched the very fabric of space itself. Though these planets would be incredibly isolated, they could still contain the conditions necessary for life to form. In this cosmic void, planets might exist that are almost entirely dark, with no stars to provide light, but the cosmic radiation from the CMB could provide enough energy for life to evolve. The life forms on these planets could be unique, adapted to exist in a universe that is stretching and expanding, where space itself is changing and where time behaves in ways that we cannot yet understand. The impossibility of reaching these worlds. Even if these worlds exist, they are so far away that we may never reach them. The edge of the universe is beyond the limits of current technology, and even the most advanced spacecraft we can build would take millions, if not billions, of years to travel to these distant worlds. The distances involved are so vast that they are beyond the comprehension of human minds. Even if we one day develop the technology to travel faster than the speed of light, these planets would still be unreachable in our lifetimes. However, this doesn't mean that the search for these worlds is pointless. The study of the farthest reaches of space teaches us more about the universe than we could ever imagine. By studying the cosmic expansion, the CMB, and the dark regions of space, we can better understand the history of the universe itself, how it began, how it is evolving, and what its future holds. The future of exploration. The search for planets at the edge of the universe may seem impossible, but the discoveries we make along the way will reshape our understanding of life itself. Every time we look deeper into the cosmos, we learn more about the universe's origins and its ultimate fate. We also learn more about the potential for life beyond Earth and the many ways in which life could exist, even in the farthest, darkest corners of the cosmos. The launch of next-generation telescopes, such as the James Webb Space Telescope, will allow us to peer deeper into the universe than ever before. With these advanced instruments, we will be able to study distant galaxies, search for signs of life on exoplanets, and even detect planets at the very edge of the universe. While we may never visit these far-off planets, their discovery will continue to fuel our quest for knowledge and exploration. The search for life at the edge of the universe is not just about finding new worlds. It is about understanding our place in the cosmos and expanding our understanding of what is possible. The endless horizons. In the end, the edge of the universe is not just the edge of space, it is the edge of our imagination. It challenges us to think beyond the limits of our world, to ask questions that go beyond what we know, and to explore the unknown. As humanity continues to look to the stars, we will uncover new worlds, new mysteries, and new possibilities. And perhaps in the farthest reaches of the cosmos, we will find the answers we seek, not just about the universe, but about ourselves. At the very edges of the observable universe, where the light from distant stars fades into the infinite void, there exists a realm so far removed from our understanding that it challenges the very nature of space and time. It is a place where the laws of physics as we know them begin to unravel, where the distant galaxies flicker like faint embers in the cosmic dark. These are the worlds at the edge of the universe, the final frontier of space exploration, where the impossible becomes possible. and the boundaries of reality stretch beyond comprehension. But what could life look like in this far-flung corner of existence? Could planets orbit stars so distant that they are on the very brink of time itself? What would happen to the fabric of space-time in these remote regions? Could life, as we understand it, evolve on these planets, or would the very conditions of the universe preclude such an existence? The edge of the universe is not just a physical boundary. It is the edge of our knowledge, the point where our understanding of reality ends and the mysteries of the cosmos begin. And yet, it is within this vast expanse that some of the most mind-bending possibilities for life could emerge. Breathtaking. The expanding universe. The universe is expanding. This is one of the most fundamental truths of modern cosmology. After the Big Bang, the universe began to stretch, a process that has been accelerating over billions of years. At the edge of the observable universe, galaxies are moving away from us at speeds that seem to defy belief, their light redshifting as they race away from the center of expansion. The farthest objects we can detect are more than 13 billion light-years away. And yet, as the universe continues to expand, the distance between these objects and us is growing exponentially. Eventually, the objects we see now will be so far away that their light will never reach us, and they will fade into darkness. At this point, the observable universe will be limited to the nearby galaxies, and the far reaches of space will be lost to us forever. But what lies beyond the edge of the observable universe? What kind of worlds exist where the light from our distant galaxies can no longer reach us? We cannot see these worlds, but they are there, further and further away as the universe expands. The distance between us and these distant places grows ever larger, and yet they remain within the fabric of the cosmos, existing in a realm that is just beyond our grasp. The Great Void, a cosmic wilderness. At the farthest reaches of the universe, beyond the galaxies we can see, lies the Great Void, a vast expanse of space where very few stars, if any, exist. This region of space is devoid of matter, a place where the universe itself seems to open up into a cosmic wilderness, a place where the fabric of reality stretches thin and uncertain. The Great Void is not truly empty. There are galaxies, though incredibly distant, and faint traces of matter scattered throughout. But compared to the bustling stars and galaxies we see closer to the center of the universe, this region is barren. It is the farthest point we can reach, the place where the universe, in all its complexity, fades into obscurity. What could life look like in such a place? The absence of stars and the near-total darkness would present incredible challenges for any form of life. On Earth, life evolved under the light of a star, and the energy it provides is fundamental to the development of ecosystems. Without stars, the source of energy would be lost. Could life evolve in the cold, dark recesses of space, far from the warmth of a sun? Some scientists speculate that life in the Great Void could exist in the form of dark matter or dark energy. These invisible substances make up the majority of the universe's mass and energy, yet we know little about them. Could these unknown forces support life in ways we cannot yet imagine? Could creatures evolve to harness dark matter, using it as an energy source in the cold emptiness of the void? The future of exploration. Beyond the observable universe. For centuries, the edge of the universe was a theoretical concept, a boundary that separated the known from the unknown. But today we are on the verge of exploring this very frontier. The advancement of space travel, the launch of advanced telescopes, and the study of cosmic phenomena are slowly expanding our reach into the farthest corners of the cosmos. Though we may never reach the outermost regions of the universe, we can still study them from a distance. Telescopes like the James Webb Space Telescope will give us the ability to peer deeper into the darkness, searching for distant galaxies, stars, and planets that are beyond our current reach. These telescopes can detect the faintest traces of light, helping us understand how the universe is evolving and revealing the secrets hidden in the farthest reaches of space. Even though we may never touch the edge of the universe, we can study it, observe it, and learn from it. The search for life beyond the edge of the universe is not just about finding another Earth. It is about expanding our understanding of what is possible. It is about discovering new realms of existence, new forms of life, and new ways of seeing the universe around us. At the limits of our understanding, while the edge of the universe is a tantalizing mystery, it also reminds us of the limits of our understanding. As we gaze deeper into the cosmos, we encounter new questions, new challenges, and new mysteries that stretch the limits of our imagination. There are regions of space so far away that the light from them will never reach us, so far that they are beyond the scope of our telescopes. We are trapped in the small, observable part of the universe, looking outward, straining to catch glimpses of the unknown. The universe is vast, and our knowledge is limited by the tools we have and the time we have to study it. But the edge of the universe also offers hope. It reminds us that we are still exploring, still seeking, still trying to understand the cosmos. As we continue to develop new technologies and push the boundaries of our knowledge, we may one day find the answers to the questions that now seem impossible to answer. We may uncover the mysteries of dark matter, dark energy, and the true nature of space and time. The edge of the universe is not the end. It is the beginning of a new journey, one that will take humanity further than we've ever gone before. Life beyond the limits. What lies beyond the limits of the observable universe? Could there be life out there, hidden in the far reaches of space beyond our detection? The answer is unknown, but the possibilities are endless. As we continue to explore the cosmos, we must remember that the edge of the universe is not just a physical boundary, but a symbol of the unknown. It is a reminder that there's always more to discover, always more to learn, and always more to explore. In the search for life beyond Earth, we may one day look to the distant stars and galaxies and discover that life exists not just in the familiar, but in the places we've never imagined. The edge of the universe is waiting, and it's not the end. It's the beginning of something far greater than we've ever dreamed. At the very boundaries of the universe, where the familiar laws of physics break down and reality itself begins to unravel, there lies a place so strange that it defies our deepest understanding. This is the edge of reality, a realm where time, space, and even the fabric of existence itself stretch, bend, and shift in ways that challenge everything we know. The universe, as we observe it, is governed by certain rules. The speed of light is constant, gravity bends space-time, and particles follow predictable patterns. But as we venture deeper into the farthest reaches of space, we encounter strange and mysterious phenomena that push the boundaries of these rules. At the edge of reality, the very nature of what's possible is called into question. Could there be worlds that don't follow the same laws of physics that govern our own? Could life exist in places where reality itself is warped, where time bends and space shifts in ways we can't even comprehend? These are the questions we must ask as we explore the most distant corners of the universe, the places where the edge of reality begins. The limits of space and time. Space and time are the pillars of our understanding of the universe, but what happens when these pillars are pushed to their limits? As we approach the edge of the universe, the very structure of space-time begins to distort. Black holes are one of the most extreme examples of this distortion. At the center of a black hole lies a singularity, a point of infinite density where the laws of physics collapse. Inside a black hole, time itself behaves differently. As an object approaches the event horizon, the boundary beyond which nothing can escape, time appears to slow down. From the perspective of an outside observer, the object seems to freeze in time, but for the object itself, time continues to pass as normal. This time dilation is one of the most puzzling phenomena we encounter when we study black holes. Beyond black holes, there are other strange phenomena at the edge of reality. At the cosmic horizon, space itself begins to expand at a faster rate than light can travel, creating regions of the universe that are forever unreachable. As the universe expands, light from distant galaxies is redshifted, and eventually these galaxies will be lost to us, their light stretched beyond the visible spectrum. In these extreme regions, space-time itself becomes warped, and our understanding of reality begins to break down. It is here, at the edge of reality, that the true nature of the universe remains hidden, a place where physics as we are to know it no longer applies. Quantum mechanics at the edge of reality. Quantum mechanics is the branch of physics that deals with the strange, often counterintuitive behavior of particles at the smallest scales. At the quantum level, particles exist in a state of uncertainty, where they can be in multiple states at once, and their behavior can only be predicted probabilistically. But what happens when quantum mechanics meets the vastness of space? At the edge of reality, the rules of quantum mechanics and general relativity begin to clash. In black holes, for example, quantum effects could become significant, but we don't yet know how to reconcile them with the warping of space-time caused by gravity. This is known as the quantum gravity problem, a fundamental challenge in modern physics. Some scientists believe that at the edge of reality, we may find new quantum phenomena that we have not yet discovered. Quantum effects could become magnified, leading to strange new behaviors in space and time. In these regions, particles could behave in ways we can't even imagine, and the structure of space itself could become fluid and malleable. The mysteries of quantum mechanics may hold the key to understanding the edge of reality, but we are still a long way from unlocking its secrets. New breakthroughs in quantum theory and new tools for observing the cosmos may one day reveal how the laws of quantum mechanics function at the farthest reaches of space, at the boundaries of reality itself. The possibility of multiverses. One of the most mind-bending possibilities at the edge of reality is the concept of the multiverse. The multiverse theory proposes that our universe may not be the only one. Instead, there could be an infinite number of parallel universes, each with its own laws of physics and realities. If the multiverse theory is true, then the edge of reality isn't just the boundary of our universe. It could be the boundary between countless universes, each one as unique and different as the last. These universes could exist in separate dimensions, or they could be connected through quantum fluctuations, with realities branching off from one another. In some versions of the multiverse theory, universes can collide, creating chaotic interactions that could result in the creation of new worlds or even the destruction of existing ones. Life in these parallel universes could be entirely different from life in our own, with different physical laws and constants. If the multiverse exists, it would mean that the edge of reality is not a hard boundary at all. It is simply the boundary of our perception, and beyond it lies an infinite array of possibilities. The multiverse is still a theoretical idea, and we currently have no way of testing it. However, as we push the boundaries of physics, we may one day find evidence of other universes hidden beyond the limits of our own. If this is the case, it would fundamentally change our understanding of reality itself. The nature of dark matter and dark energy. At the edge of reality, we encounter some of the most profound mysteries of the universe: dark matter and dark energy. These two components make up about 95% of the universe, yet we can't see them, touch them, or directly measure them. They remain hidden in the background, shaping the universe in ways we can barely comprehend. Dark matter is a mysterious substance that does not emit light or interact with electromagnetic radiation. Yet, it has mass, and its gravity affects the motion of galaxies and clusters of galaxies. Scientists first inferred the existence of dark matter by observing the gravitational effects it has on visible matter. Without dark matter, the universe would not behave the way we observe it. Its presence seems to hold galaxies together, acting as a scaffolding for the universe's structure. Dark energy, on the other hand, is even more mysterious. It is thought to be responsible for the accelerated expansion of the universe. Instead of slowing down due to gravity, the universe is expanding faster and faster, and dark energy is the force behind it. However, like dark matter, dark energy is invisible, and its true nature is still unknown. At the edge of reality, dark matter and dark energy could play a significant role in shaping the universe. They may even be the key to unlocking the deeper structure of space and time. Understanding these mysterious forces could lead to new breakthroughs in our understanding of the cosmos, and perhaps provide the answers to the greatest questions of all. On the edge of reality, a new beginning. As we reach the limits of our knowledge and understanding, the edge of reality represents not an end, but a new beginning. It is a place where the familiar laws of physics break down, where the impossible becomes possible, and where the boundaries of the universe stretch beyond what we can comprehend. At the edge of reality, we are forced to confront the limits of our understanding, but we also encounter infinite possibilities. The mysteries of quantum mechanics, the nature of dark matter and dark energy, and the potential of the multiverse all await exploration. Though we may never fully understand the true nature of reality, the edge of reality offers a glimpse into a deeper, more complex universe than we ever imagined. The search for answers will continue, pushing the boundaries of space and time, challenging the limits of our knowledge, and ultimately leading us to a new era of discovery. The edge of reality is not a place we must fear. It is a place where we will find the most profound truths of all. There is a place in the universe where the familiar rules we rely on to understand our world no longer apply. It is a place where the very fabric of space-time becomes stretched, warped, and malleable, where gravity, light, and time can bend in ways that defy comprehension. This is the unknown, a region of the universe where even our most advanced scientific knowledge fails to provide the answers. It is the frontier of space exploration, where the possibilities for discovery are limitless, but the risks are just as profound. In our search for new worlds, new forms of life, and new understandings of reality, we often reach a point where the familiar ceases to exist. Beyond the edge of the known universe, in the deep unexplored regions of space, there lies a realm that we have barely begun to understand. This is the realm of the unknown, and it is within this vast expanse that the true mysteries of the cosmos await. What lies beyond the farthest reaches of the observable universe? What kind of worlds exist in the regions where we cannot yet peer? Could there be new forms of life, new physical laws, or entirely new realities waiting to be discovered? The answers to these questions remain hidden, but the journey into the unknown is one we must take if we are to unlock the greatest secrets of existence itself. The limits of exploration. As humans, we have always sought to explore the unknown. From the first steps on the moon to the robotic probes sent to the outer reaches of the solar system, our thirst for knowledge has driven us to push the boundaries of what we know. Yet, there are limits to what we can currently explore. The vast distances of space make it difficult for us to reach even the closest stars, and the vastness of the universe presents challenges that are beyond our current capabilities. Even with the most advanced telescopes and space missions, we can only peer into a tiny fraction of the cosmos. The universe is so large that we may never fully understand it. The light from distant galaxies, stars, and planets takes billions of years to reach us, meaning that we are seeing the universe as it was in the distant past. As we look further out into space, we are looking deeper into time, but we are also staring into a cosmic horizon that is forever out of our reach. At the very edge of the observable universe, there are galaxies and stars that we will never be able to see in person. Their light has been stretched to the point where it will never reach us, and their very existence remains a mystery. The further we push our telescopes, the more we realize how small and insignificant our understanding is in the grand scale of the universe. The great cosmic unknown. Beyond the observable universe, there lies a great void, a place where the universe's expansion accelerates at an ever-increasing rate. This is the great cosmic unknown. As the universe expands, the light from distant galaxies moves further and further away from us, and the space between galaxies increases. At some point, the galaxies we see today will be so far away that their light will no longer reach us, and they will be lost to the darkness. In this vast expanding void, we can only speculate what exists. The great cosmic unknown is a place where time itself begins to distort, where the very fabric of space begins to warp. The laws of physics may no longer apply in the same way, and the very nature of reality may change. It is here, at the edge of the universe, where the boundaries of the known and the unknown blur, and where the mysteries of the cosmos lie just beyond our reach. Some scientists speculate that the great cosmic unknown could contain entire regions of space that exist in a completely different way. It could be that the rules of physics as we know them are only relevant in the observable universe, and beyond that lies a completely different set of laws. Perhaps there are regions where the speed of light is different, where gravity operates in unexpected ways, or where time flows in reverse. These are the kinds of questions that scientists are asking as we reach further into the unknown. For the role of black holes in the unknown, black holes are some of the most enigmatic and mysterious objects in the universe. They are the ultimate expressions of the unknown, places where gravity is so strong that not even light can escape. At the center of a black hole lies the singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume, where the laws of physics break down completely. Black holes represent the boundaries of space-time, the places where reality itself begins to break apart. In some ways, black holes are like portals to the unknown, where the very fabric of space and time is warped and the laws of physics no longer hold true. Life, as we know it, cannot exist inside a black hole, but could there be other forms of existence beyond the event horizon? Could there be other dimensions, other realities hidden within these cosmic giants? We may never know. But the study of black holes provides us with a glimpse into the ultimate unknown, a place where space, time, and reality are stretched to their limits. Perhaps in the future, we will unlock the secrets of black holes and discover new laws of physics that govern the farthest reaches of the cosmos. The quantum realm and the unknown. One of the greatest mysteries of the unknown lies in the world of quantum mechanics. At the smallest scales of existence, particles behave in ways that defy our understanding of reality. Quantum particles can exist in multiple states at once, and their behavior is governed by probability, not certainty. This strange and counterintuitive behavior is the foundation of quantum theory, and it has opened up new possibilities for understanding the universe. But what happens when quantum mechanics meets the unknown? In the deep, dark regions of space, where gravity is extreme and space-time itself becomes distorted, quantum effects could behave in ways we cannot predict. Some scientists believe that the edge of the universe could be a place where the very fabric of quantum reality breaks down, allowing us to observe new phenomena that are unlike anything we've seen before. Could the unknown regions of the universe reveal new particles, new forms of energy, or entirely new dimensions? As we explore deeper into the unknown, we may discover that quantum mechanics holds the key to understanding the mysteries of the cosmos. The quantum realm may be the key to unlocking the greatest unknowns of space and time, offering us a glimpse into the very fabric of reality itself. The future of the unknown. The unknown is not something to be feared. It is a place of possibility where new discoveries await. As our technology advances and our understanding of the universe deepens, we will continue to push the boundaries of the known, reaching farther and farther into the darkness. The next generation of space telescopes, like the James Webb Space Telescope and the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, will give us a deeper view into the unknown. With these new instruments, we will be able to study galaxies, black holes, and distant exoplanets with unprecedented detail, looking for clues about the nature of space-time itself. But the unknown will always be there, waiting just beyond the horizon. We may never fully understand the edge of reality or the limits of the universe, but our journey into the unknown will continue. And perhaps, one day, we will find the answers to the questions that have eluded us for centuries. Embracing the unknown. In the end, the unknown is not a boundary, but a beginning. It is a place where imagination and discovery collide, where the mysteries of the cosmos stretch before us, inviting us to explore. And while we may never reach the furthest reaches of the universe, we will continue to ask the questions, to search for the answers, and to push the limits of what is possible. The unknown is not the end of our journey. It is the next great adventure, and it is a journey that we will take one step at a time as we reach for the stars. At the farthest reaches of the cosmos, there's a place where the familiar laws of physics and time break down completely. It is the final frontier, the boundary between the known and the unknown, the place where the exploration of space meets its ultimate challenge. As humanity's quest for knowledge stretches ever outward, the idea of the final frontier has captured our collective imagination. We've always known that there's more to the universe than what we can see, more worlds, more mysteries, and more possibilities for discovery. But the journey to the very edge of the cosmos, where the last mysteries of existence may lie, is a journey that we are just beginning to take. In the farthest reaches of space, beyond the stars that have guided us and the galaxies we've mapped, there are regions that are beyond our current understanding. These places represent the ultimate challenge for exploration, a test of our imagination, our technology, and our very understanding of the universe. It is a journey into the unknown, where the possibilities for discovery are as vast as the cosmos itself. But what lies at the final frontier? Is it simply the edge of space, the point where the universe ends? Or is it something much more profound, a place where the laws of physics, time, and space break apart, revealing the true nature of the universe? At the edge of the observable universe. The observable universe is the region of space that we can see with our most advanced telescopes. It extends roughly 13.8 billion light-years in all directions, but beyond this, we cannot see. The light from galaxies and stars beyond this boundary has not had enough time to reach us, and so we are forever separated from the distant reaches of the universe. The edge of the observable universe is not a physical boundary, but rather a limitation of our current technology. It represents the farthest distance we can see, and beyond it lies the unknown. Some scientists speculate that there could be an infinite amount of space beyond the observable universe, a space that we will never be able to access, no matter how advanced our technology becomes. At this point, the universe may continue forever, stretching beyond our comprehension. We may never know what lies beyond the observable universe, but that does not mean the journey stops here. It is the mystery of what lies beyond that drives our curiosity, propelling us to explore further, to ask bigger questions, and to seek out the ultimate answers. The role of wormholes and the speed of light. The concept of wormholes has fascinated scientists and science fiction enthusiasts for decades. A wormhole is a theoretical passage through space-time that could create shortcuts between distant regions of the universe. In theory, a wormhole could connect two distant parts of space, allowing a spacecraft to travel vast distances almost instantaneously. If wormholes exist, they could offer a means of reaching the final frontier, a shortcut to the farthest reaches of space, bypassing the limitations of the speed of light. However, wormholes are still purely theoretical. No evidence has yet been found that wormholes actually exist, and their stability is questionable. They would require an immense amount of energy to create and maintain, and even if they could be stabilized, the dangers of traveling through them are unknown. Nonetheless, the possibility of wormholes opens up exciting possibilities for space exploration, offering a path to the farthest corners of the universe without the constraints of traditional space travel. But even without wormholes, the speed of light remains the ultimate barrier to deep space travel. Currently, we can send probes to distant planets and stars, but they take years, decades, or even centuries to reach their destinations. Traveling at the speed of light, It would take us over 4 years just to reach the nearest star, Proxima Centauri. For the farthest reaches of the universe, the journey would take millions of years. This presents a significant challenge for any attempt to reach the final frontier, and suggests that our current form of space travel may never be sufficient to get us there. The search for extraterrestrial life. The final frontier is not just about reaching distant stars and galaxies, it's also about discovering life beyond Earth. As we venture further into space, we are searching not only for new worlds, but for the possibility of alien life. The discovery of even the simplest form of life beyond Earth would be one of the most profound revelations in the history of science. Currently, we have no direct evidence of extraterrestrial life, but the search continues. Exoplanets in the habitable zone of their stars, such as TRAPPIST-1e or Kepler-4f52b, are prime candidates for hosting life. The discovery of microbial life on these planets could be the first step in unlocking the secrets of the final frontier. Some scientists believe that intelligent alien civilizations might be out there, hidden among the billions of stars in the Milky Way. If extraterrestrial civilizations exist, they could be located on planets in distant star systems, perhaps light years away. The search for these civilizations, whether through radio signals, advanced technology, or other methods, is one of the most exciting and daunting aspects of our exploration of the universe. The SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence project, has been listening for signals from alien civilizations for decades, but no definitive evidence has yet been found. Despite this, the search continues, and as our technology improves, we may one day detect a signal from another intelligent species, revealing that we are not alone in the cosmos. The philosophical implications of the final frontier. The journey to the final frontier is not just a scientific endeavor. It is also a philosophical journey, one that challenges our deepest beliefs about existence, the universe, and our place within it. As we explore the vastness of space, we are confronted with questions that go beyond the realm of science. What is the meaning of life? Are we truly alone in the universe? What is the purpose of our existence in the vast, indifferent cosmos? The search for the final frontier is a search for answers to these questions. It is a journey into the unknown, a quest to understand the nature of reality itself. As we venture further into the cosmos, we are not just seeking new worlds, but seeking to understand the meaning of our own existence. In many ways, the exploration of space mirrors the exploration of the self. Just as we push outward to explore new frontiers, we are also pushing inward, seeking to understand who we are, where we came from, and what our future holds. The journey to the final frontier is not just about discovering new planets. It is about discovering ourselves. The future of space exploration. The final frontier is not just a distant dream. It is the future of human exploration. As technology advances, we will continue to push the boundaries of what is possible, sending probes and spacecraft to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. We will study the distant stars and galaxies, search for new worlds, and listen for signs of alien life. The Mars missions, the James Webb Space Telescope, and future space exploration initiatives will all bring us closer to understanding the universe. And though we may never reach the very edge of the universe, we will continue to make discoveries that bring us closer to the final frontier. Each new discovery is a step forward in our journey to the stars, and the possibilities for the future are endless. One day, humanity may set foot on other planets, travel beyond the stars, and even discover new realms of existence beyond the universe as we know it. The final frontier is not the end of our journey. It is the beginning of something much greater. At the very heart of cosmology lies one of the most profound questions we can ask. What will happen to the universe in the end? The universe, which began in a fiery explosion more than 13.8 billion years ago, has been expanding ever since. But will this expansion continue forever, or will the universe eventually reach an end? Will it collapse in on itself, or will it continue to grow infinitely, spreading stars and galaxies so far apart that the cosmos itself becomes an eternal darkness? In this chapter, we explore the fate of the universe, one of the most fascinating and mysterious topics in science. Our understanding of the universe's future depends on its current state, its rate of expansion, and the complex interplay of forces that shape its destiny. The answers to these questions could forever change how we view the cosmos and how we understand the very nature of existence. The Big Bang and the beginning of time. The universe began in the Big Bang, a cataclysmic explosion that occurred approximately 13.8 billion years ago. From this singular event, all matter, energy, space, and time emerged. The early universe was a dense, hot soup of particles and radiation, but over billions of years it cooled, allowing stars and galaxies to form. In the early moments after the Big Bang, the universe expanded at an unprecedented rate, a process known as inflation. This expansion stretched space-time itself, causing the universe to grow faster than the speed of light. Though this rapid expansion occurred long ago, it set the stage for the universe's current state, vast and ever-expanding. But just as the Big Bang was the beginning of time, it may also hold the key to its end. The way the universe expands, and the forces that shape this expansion, will ultimately determine what happens to the cosmos in the distant future. The expanding universe. One of the most important discoveries in modern cosmology is that the universe is expanding. The galaxies we observe are all moving away from us, their light stretched to longer wavelengths as they recede. This expansion was first observed by Edwin Hubble in the 1920s, when he noticed that galaxies were moving away from us in every direction. Since Hubble's discovery, we have learned that this expansion is accelerating. In fact, recent observations show that the rate of expansion is increasing thanks to a mysterious force known as dark energy. Dark energy, which makes up roughly 68% of the universe's total energy content, appears to be driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. The accelerating expansion suggests that the universe will continue to grow indefinitely. But how long can this expansion continue? Will the universe expand forever? Or is there a point where the expansion will slow down or reverse? This question is at the heart of the fate of the universe. The three possible endings of the universe. Scientists have identified three possible scenarios for the ultimate fate of the universe. Each scenario is based on the current rate of expansion, the amount of matter and dark energy in the universe, and the fundamental forces that govern space-time. These three scenarios, the Big Freeze, the Big Crunch, and the Big Rip, represent the three most likely outcomes for the universe's distant future. Part 1. The Big Freeze, an expanding dark universe. The most widely accepted scenario for the end of the universe is the Big Freeze, also known as heat death. In this scenario, the universe continues to expand at an accelerating rate, caused by dark energy. As the universe grows larger, galaxies will move further apart, and the stars within those galaxies will burn out, leaving a cold, dark universe. Over time, stars will exhaust their fuel, and new stars will become increasingly rare. The remaining stars will die, their remnants turning into white dwarfs, neutron stars, or black holes. Eventually, even the black holes will lose energy and evaporate through a process known as Hawking radiation. As all sources of light and heat disappear, the universe will grow colder and colder until it reaches a state of maximum entropy where no energy is available to do work. In this state, the universe will be dark, cold, and devoid of any meaningful activity. This is the Big Freeze, a slow, inevitable cooling of the cosmos. 2. The Big Crunch, the collapse of the universe. The second possible scenario for the fate of the universe is the Big Crunch, which posits that the universe could eventually stop expanding and begin to contract. In this scenario, the force of gravity, which is currently being counteracted by dark energy, would eventually overcome the expansion. The galaxies, stars, and planets would begin to move closer together, leading to a gradual collapse of the universe. As the universe contracts, the temperature and density would increase, eventually reaching a point where the universe collapses back into a singularity, a point of infinite density. This process could mirror the conditions of the Big Bang, reversing the expansion and returning the universe to its initial state. The Big Crunch would end with the entire universe collapsing into a small, dense, and infinitely hot point. While the Big Crunch is an intriguing possibility, it is considered less likely than the Big Freeze due to the influence of dark energy. If dark energy continues to drive the accelerated expansion of the universe will not have enough time to contract before it reaches the Big Freeze state. 3. The Big Rip, a violent end to the universe. The third possibility for the universe's fate is the Big Rip. In this scenario, dark energy becomes increasingly powerful over time, accelerating the expansion of the universe to such an extent that it rips apart the very fabric of space-time itself. In the Big Rip scenario, as the universe expands, dark energy would cause galaxies, stars, planets, and even atoms to be torn apart. At first, galaxies would begin to move away from each other at ever-increasing speeds. Then, the force of expansion would become so strong that it would rip apart stars, then planets, then molecules, and eventually the atoms that make up matter itself. The Big Rip would end with the complete disintegration of the universe, with everything being torn apart by the infinite expansion. Time and space themselves would be stretched to their limits, and the universe would come to a violent and chaotic end. This scenario is considered less likely than the Big Freeze, but it remains a possibility depending on the properties of dark energy. Dark energy and the fate of the universe. The ultimate fate of the universe depends on the nature of dark energy. While we have observed its effects on the expansion of the universe, we still don't fully understand what dark energy is or how it behaves. If dark energy remains constant and continues to drive the accelerated expansion of the universe, the Big Freeze is the most likely outcome. However, if dark energy changes over time or behaves differently than we expect, the Big Rip or the Big Crunch could become more likely scenarios. Dark energy is the greatest mystery in modern cosmology, and understanding it is key to determining the fate of the universe. As we continue to study dark energy through observations of distant galaxies, supernovae, and cosmic microwave background radiation, we may eventually uncover the secrets of this enigmatic force. If we do, we will gain a deeper understanding of the universe's destiny, and perhaps even unlock the ultimate questions of existence itself. Or the cosmic endgame. No matter which scenario unfolds, the fate of the universe is inevitable. The cosmos, as it exists now, cannot remain in its current state forever. The forces of expansion, gravity, and dark energy will continue to shape the universe, leading to one of these three endings. Yet, the end of the universe is not necessarily the end of everything. In a sense, the end of the universe is just the beginning of a new chapter, a new phase in the cosmic journey. Whether it is the slow, gradual decay of the Big Freeze, the violent collapse of the Big Crunch, or the chaotic destruction of the Big Rip, the universe will eventually transition into something new. And with each ending, there is a new beginning. As we continue to explore the universe and learn more about its origins, its expansion, and its ultimate fate, we are reminded of the vastness and complexity of the cosmos. The universe is a never-ending story, and though its chapters may come to an end, the story itself continues, moving through the cycles of creation and destruction, birth and death, forever expanding into the unknown. The end of a universe is not just an end. It is a transformation, a cosmic cycle of life, death, and rebirth. For as we peer into the ultimate fate of the universe, we are confronted with a possibility that challenges our understanding of time itself. Could the death of one universe lead to the birth of another? Could the end of the cosmos we know give rise to a new reality, one that is just as vast, just as complex, and just as full of potential as the one we inhabit now? This idea, once thought to be purely speculative, has gained traction in recent years as scientists begin to theorize about the concept of cosmic rebirth. According to this theory, the universe may not end in a final irreversible collapse or a gradual fading into darkness. Instead, it could undergo a rebirth, a cycle of creation that mirrors the birth of the universe itself. In this chapter, we explore the fascinating possibility of the cosmic rebirth, a new universe born from the ashes of the old, a cycle that could stretch across infinite time and space. The concept of the Big Bounce. One of the most intriguing theories about the fate of the universe is the Big Bounce. This theory proposes that instead of the universe expanding forever or collapsing into a singularity, the universe could undergo a cyclical process of expansion and contraction. In this model, the universe would expand for billions of years, but eventually, the expansion would slow, halt, and reverse. The universe would then collapse in on itself, contracting back to a dense state, a big crunch. But the Big Bounce theory doesn't end there. Instead of the universe collapsing into a singularity and ceasing to exist, it could bounce back. As the universe collapses, it would reach a point where the forces of gravity and quantum mechanics cause a rebound, starting the expansion process all over again. This would lead to a new Big Bang, a fresh beginning for the universe with entirely new conditions for life to evolve. The Big Bounce theory is based on the idea that the universe operates in cycles, with each cycle creating a new universe from the remnants of the old one. This model suggests that time itself is cyclical, and that the universe undergoes endless cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. The idea of the Big Bounce challenges the notion of a finite universe, offering a vision of an infinite, eternal cycle of creation and destruction. The quantum origins of the Big Bounce. At the heart of the Big Bounce theory is the idea that quantum mechanics could play a crucial role in the universe's rebirth. In the quantum world, particles behave in strange and unpredictable ways, and the laws of physics are not as rigid as we experience them in our everyday lives. Some scientists believe that the end of the universe, whether through a big crunch or some other means, could trigger a quantum fluctuation that results in a new Big Bang, a new creation, a new birth of the cosmos. In this model, the universe's collapse would reach a point where quantum effects dominate. At this point, space and time would lose their usual meaning, and the laws of physics would break down. In the extreme conditions at the heart of a collapsing universe, quantum fluctuations could trigger a new expansion, initiating a new universe that is different from the one that preceded it. This could lead to an infinite series of cycles, where the universe is constantly reborn, each cycle being slightly different from the last. The concept of quantum cosmology suggests that the universe is not just a static, unchanging entity, but a dynamic, ever-evolving system. Each cycle could be an opportunity for new forms of life to emerge and for new laws of physics to govern the behavior of matter and energy. The idea of a quantum origin for the Big Bounce gives rise to a fascinating possibility, that the universe is a constantly evolving entity, endlessly reborn from the ashes of the previous cycle, creating new worlds, new stars, and new possibilities. What the role of dark energy in cosmic rebirth? Dark energy, the mysterious force responsible for the accelerated expansion of the universe, could also play a key role in the process of cosmic rebirth. Current theories suggest that dark energy is driving the universe's expansion, but what if, during a Big Bounce, dark energy's influence changes? Some scientists speculate that, at the point of the Big Crunch, dark energy could reverse its effect, leading to a contraction rather than an expansion. In this scenario, the universe could experience a reversal of entropy, where the forces that have driven expansion begin to work in the opposite direction. This reversal could initiate the collapse of the universe into a dense, hot singularity, setting the stage for a new Big Bang to emerge. Alternatively, if dark energy remains constant or even increases, it could drive the universe into an ever-accelerating expansion, making the Big Bounce scenario less likely. In this case, the universe would continue expanding indefinitely, eventually reaching a state where all matter and energy are spread so thin that the universe becomes cold and dark, a state of maximum entropy. Despite the uncertainty about the role of dark energy, its influence will undoubtedly be crucial in determining the fate of the universe. Whether dark energy drives the universe into a final, irreversible expansion, or whether it reverses to enable a big bounce, this mysterious force will shape the destiny of the cosmos. The emergence of a new universe. If the Big Bounce theory holds true, then the end of our universe could be the beginning of a new one. At the end of each cycle, the remnants of the previous universe, its matter, energy, and laws of physics, would be recycled into a new Big Bang. This cosmic recycling would allow for the creation of new galaxies, stars, and planets, with life having the chance to evolve anew. Each new universe could be slightly different from the one before it. Perhaps new physical laws would emerge, or new types of matter could exist. The constants that govern our universe might shift, creating conditions for life to evolve in radically different ways. The multiverse theory suggests that this process could continue indefinitely, with each cycle giving rise to a new universe that is both connected to and different from the previous one. The idea of a recycled universe challenges our concept of the end of time. Instead of an ultimate irreversible end, the universe could be locked in an eternal cycle of birth and rebirth, where the cosmos is constantly renewed and the cycle of creation continues without end. Yet the possibility of other universes, the concept of cosmic rebirth, ties into the larger question of the multiverse, the idea that our universe is just one of many. If the Big Bounce theory is correct, it could mean that our universe is part of a larger multiversal system, where each universe goes through its own cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. These universes could exist side by side, each one evolving according to its own set of physical laws and constants. The multiverse theory suggests that there could be an infinite number of universes, each one born from the collapse of a previous universe. Some of these universes could be similar to our own, while others could be radically different, with entirely new forms of matter, energy, and life. This vast, infinite system of universes could be the ultimate cosmic playground, where each universe represents a new chapter in the story of existence. If the Big Bounce theory holds true, then the universe we inhabit today is just one in an infinite series, constantly being reborn and remade. The possibility of life, intelligence, and creation exists in every cycle, and the universe itself could be part of a much larger, eternally unfolding story of cosmic rebirth. The ultimate question: what's next? As we peer into the cosmos and contemplate the fate of the universe, we are reminded of how much we still don't know. The future of the universe is uncertain, but it is also full of possibility. Whether the universe ends in a big freeze, a big crunch, or a big rip, the concept of cosmic rebirth offers us hope, a reminder that life, creation, and existence are part of a larger cycle. The ultimate fate of the universe may be beyond our reach, but our curiosity drives us to search for answers. In the quest to understand the cosmos, we may discover not just the end of the universe, but the beginning of something even greater, a universe forever evolving, forever creating, and forever expanding into the unknown. We have journeyed through the cosmos, from the deepest corners of space where stars are born to the farthest reaches of the universe where time and reality itself become distorted. But now, we face the ultimate frontier. What lies beyond the infinite? The universe as we know it is vast, so large that we cannot even begin to comprehend its true scale. But even within this infinite expanse, there are regions of space that are far beyond our reach. The universe is not just an observable entity. It is a constantly expanding system with new territories emerging all the time. And beyond the observable universe, the fabric of reality itself begins to stretch and bend in ways that challenge our understanding of existence. What lies beyond the edge of everything we can see? Is there an end to space, or does it continue forever, spilling out into other realms of existence? Could there be dimensions or realities beyond our own, waiting to be discovered by future explorers? These are the questions that linger in the back of our minds as we contemplate the fate of the cosmos and our place in it. Off the boundaries of space and time. As we look out into the cosmos, we can see that the universe is expanding, stretching out, ever increasing in size. The galaxies that once seemed close together are now racing away from one another, driven apart by the mysterious force known as dark energy. The universe is growing, but as it does, we are confronted with the notion that it may also be infinite. The idea of an infinite universe is mind-boggling. How can we, as finite beings, even begin to grasp the concept of infinity? The distance between stars and galaxies stretches so far that the mind cannot fully comprehend it. Yet, the universe itself seems to go on forever, spreading out in all directions. But does infinity truly exist? Or is it simply a concept that we use to describe the vastness of space? As we venture beyond the observable universe, the concept of infinity takes on new meaning. Could there be realms of space where time operates differently, or where the laws of physics we know no longer apply? What lies beyond the known boundaries of the universe? The multiverse, a web of infinite realities. One possibility that has fascinated scientists for decades is the idea of the multiverse, a theory that suggests our universe is just one of many, each with its own set of physical laws and constants. In this model, the universe we inhabit is just a single thread in an infinite web of parallel realities. Each universe could be radically different from the last, with entirely different rules governing the nature of matter, energy, and time. The multiverse theory suggests that beyond the observable universe, there could be countless other universes, each with its own physical properties. Some of these universes might be similar to ours, while others could be completely alien. In some, life could be thriving in ways we can't even imagine, while in others, the very fabric of space-time may be fundamentally different from anything we know. But how could we ever detect these alternate universes? The answer is still unclear. While the idea of the multiverse remains speculative, some scientists believe that certain quantum phenomena, such as the behavior of particles at the smallest scales, could provide clues to the existence of other universes. The discovery of a multiverse would be one of the most profound revelations in science, completely altering our understanding of space, time, and reality. What's the nature of extra dimensions? Another intriguing possibility is the existence of extra dimensions, additional dimensions of space beyond the three we experience daily. In certain theories of physics, such as string theory, there are more than just the familiar 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time. Instead, there could be up to 9 dimensions of space, along with the dimension of time, making a total of 10 dimensions in total. These extra dimensions are theorized to be incredibly small, compactified so tightly that we cannot detect them with our current instruments. However, the effects of these extra dimensions could have a profound impact on the universe. In some versions of string theory, the forces of gravity and electromagnetism are the result of the interaction of these hidden dimensions. What's more, some scientists suggest that these extra dimensions could explain phenomena, like the force of gravity and the behavior of dark matter. Could the existence of extra dimensions offer a pathway to the regions beyond the observable universe? If these dimensions do exist, it's possible that they could allow us to explore realms of reality that are completely hidden from view. The discovery of extra dimensions would open up entirely new realms of scientific exploration, with the potential to unlock some of the deepest secrets of the cosmos. The edge of space and time. At the very edges of the universe, where the expansion of space reaches its limits, there may be a point where the laws of physics themselves begin to break down. Some scientists propose that the edge of space-time could represent the ultimate boundary of reality. This would be the point where the entire fabric of the universe is stretched to its limits, and where the familiar rules of nature no longer apply. What happens at this edge of space and time? Could this be a place where the forces of the universe become unified, where gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak nuclear forces come together in a single theory? Or could the edge of space-time be a region of infinite curvature, where time and space themselves cease to exist as we know them? The edge of space and time represents the limits of human understanding. It is a realm that we cannot yet comprehend, but it is also a place of infinite potential. Could there be new laws of physics at the edge of reality, waiting to be discovered by future generations of explorers? The future of exploration. Beyond the infinite. The final frontier is not the end of exploration, it is just the beginning. As we continue to push the boundaries of space exploration, we will inevitably reach the point where we can no longer see the stars, where the expansion of the universe becomes infinite, and where the edge of reality stretches into the unknown. Future space missions, advanced telescopes, and perhaps even new forms of space travel could one day allow us to explore these far-off realms. We may never reach the edge of the universe, but we will continue to journey toward the unknown, searching for new answers, new discoveries, and new frontiers. As we venture beyond the infinite, we will uncover the deepest mysteries of existence, we will explore worlds that we cannot yet imagine, and we will unlock the secrets of the cosmos, one discovery at a time. Breathtaking. Embracing the unknowable. The universe is vast, and it is filled with mysteries beyond our comprehension. But the unknown is not something to fear. It is a challenge, a call to explore, to learn, and to discover. As we continue to reach for the stars, we will face the greatest mysteries of existence. We may never fully understand the universe or what lies beyond it, but that doesn't mean the journey is in vain. The search for answers is what drives us, and each new discovery brings us closer to the ultimate understanding of our place in the cosmos. The final frontier is not a boundary. It is an invitation to explore the unknown, to stretch the limits of our imagination, and to discover what lies beyond the infinite. At the very core of existence, there lies a deep, eternal cycle, a cycle that begins with creation, moves through the inevitable decay, and returns again to birth. What if the universe we know today is not the end of existence, but merely a phase in an endless, cyclical process of rebirth? The idea that the universe is not a single, finite entity, but instead part of an infinite cycle of birth, death, and renewal has been proposed in many different forms by scientists and philosophers alike. The cosmic rebirth theory posits that the universe could be part of a never-ending loop, where each universe is born, lives, dies, and is reborn again, each cycle more grand and complex than the last. Could the universe, in its final moments, collapse back into a singularity, only to be reborn in a new Big Bang? Could the remnants of the old cosmos fuel the creation of a new one, giving rise to fresh stars, galaxies, and life forms? This concept, though speculative, is one of the most tantalizing possibilities in cosmology. It suggests that the universe is not a static entity, but a dynamic, ever-evolving system, forever cycling between moments of creation and destruction. The concept of eternal cycles. The idea of eternal cycles is deeply rooted in ancient philosophies. From the Hindu concept of cyclical time to the ancient Greek belief in an ever-recurring cosmic process, the notion that the universe undergoes endless cycles of creation and destruction has fascinated human minds for millennia. In the context of modern cosmology, the concept of eternal cycles is closely related to the Big Bounce theory. The Big Bounce suggests that after the universe reaches its end, whether through a big crunch or other mechanisms, it could experience a rebound, leading to the formation of a new universe. This cyclical model of the cosmos would mean that the universe is not a single one-time event, but part of an infinite, eternal loop of cosmic rebirth. Each cycle could be a fresh start with new laws of physics, new forms of life, and a new set of conditions for the universe to evolve. The previous cycles, though they end in dramatic fashion, would leave behind the seeds of the new universe, its energy, its matter, and perhaps even its memories, encoded within the fabric of space-time itself. The Big Bounce, a cosmic rebirth. The Big Bounce is a concept that challenges our understanding of the universe's fate. Rather than the universe continuing to expand forever or collapsing into a singularity, the Big Bounce proposes that the universe undergoes a cyclic process. It expands, contracts, and then expands again. The cycle would begin with the Big Bang, as the universe explodes into existence, creating galaxies, stars, and planets. For billions of years, the universe expands, with galaxies racing away from each other due to the influence of dark energy. But as the universe ages, its expansion could slow down, eventually reversing, leading to a big crunch, a collapse where all the matter, energy, and space in the universe are drawn into a single dense point. However, instead of simply ending, the universe could experience a rebound at this point, a sudden expansion leading to a new Big Bang. This rebirth would create a new universe with a completely new set of physical conditions. In this way, the Big Bounce theory envisions a cyclical universe, one that is eternally reborn and transformed, with each new cycle being an opportunity for new forms of life and new cosmic possibilities. The Big Bounce theory also suggests that the energy and matter from the previous cycle could somehow survive the collapse, providing the building blocks for the new universe. This could mean that every new universe contains echoes of the ones before it, with certain laws of physics, matter, and energy carrying over from the past. Thus, the cosmic cycle would not be a random chaotic event, but a continuous, eternal process of cosmic evolution. Quantum mechanics and the rebirth of the universe. At the heart of the Big Bounce theory is quantum mechanics, the branch of physics that governs the behavior of particles at the smallest scales. Quantum mechanics describes a universe that is fundamentally uncertain and probabilistic, where particles can exist in multiple states at once and interact in ways that defy classical physics. Could quantum mechanics hold the key to the process of cosmic rebirth? Some scientists believe that quantum fluctuations, random disturbances in space-time, could cause the universe to bounce back into existence after it reaches its end. According to quantum theory, even a vacuum, an empty space, is not truly empty. It is filled with quantum fluctuations that cause particles to pop in and out of existence. If quantum fluctuations can occur on such a small scale, why couldn't they trigger a cosmic scale fluctuation, leading to the creation of a new universe? This idea suggests that the laws of physics at the quantum level may allow for the universe to be born again, from the smallest fluctuations in space-time itself. The role of dark energy in cosmic rebirth. The mysterious force known as dark energy plays a crucial role in the expansion of the universe, driving galaxies apart at an accelerating rate. Dark energy makes up about 68% of the universe's total energy content, and its effects on the cosmos are still not fully understood. In the context of cosmic rebirth, dark energy could play an important role in the process of the Big Bounce. As the universe contracts towards a big crunch, the influence of dark energy might change. Instead of pushing galaxies apart, dark energy could cause the universe to contract, leading to a bounce at the point of collapse. If dark energy remains constant or increases, it could continue to drive the accelerated expansion, allowing for an eternal cycle of birth and rebirth. However, if dark energy were to behave differently, it could cause the universe to collapse more rapidly, leading to the end of the current cycle and the formation of a new universe. This is one of the great unknowns in modern cosmology, whether dark energy will continue to drive the universe's expansion or whether its influence will eventually change and lead to a new cosmic cycle. A new universe. the beginning of everything. The idea of a new universe being born from the remnants of the old one challenges our understanding of creation. In the Big Bounce theory, the collapse of the universe is not the end but a moment of transformation. At the end of each cycle, the universe reaches a point of maximum density, where all matter, energy, and space are compressed into a singularity. But instead of simply ceasing to exist, this point of collapse could become the catalyst for a new Big Bang, a rebirth of the cosmos with new laws of physics, new conditions for life to evolve, and a new beginning for existence itself. If this theory is correct, then the universe is not a one-time event, but part of an ongoing process of cosmic evolution. Each new universe could be slightly different from the last, with different physical laws, new forms of life, and new possibilities for the future. This process of cosmic rebirth would be infinite, with each cycle providing a new opportunity for the universe to evolve, grow, and create new worlds. The legacy of cosmic rebirth. In the end, the concept of cosmic rebirth represents the ultimate hope for the universe. It is the idea that even as the universe fades into darkness, even as stars die and galaxies drift apart, there is always the potential for new life to emerge, new worlds to be born, and new possibilities to arise. The universe is not an eternal, static entity. It is a living, breathing system, constantly changing and evolving. As we gaze into the stars, we are reminded that the universe is not simply a place, it is a story, a never-ending cycle of creation, death, and rebirth. And as we continue our exploration of the cosmos, we may one day witness the birth of a new universe, the start of a new chapter in the grand cosmic story. The universe is vast beyond comprehension, a sprawling, ever-expanding system that stretches farther than the mind can fathom. But what if this infinite expanse is not a boundary to be explored, but a journey without end? What if the cosmos itself is not a static entity, but an infinite ongoing journey, a never-ending cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth that goes on forever? As humanity gazes out into the vastness of space, we are constantly reminded of our place in this grand cosmic journey. We are a part of something much larger than ourselves, something that spans across billions of years and stretches into the distant future. But what does this journey mean for us and for the future of life in the universe? Are we truly alone in this infinite cosmos, or are we part of a much larger story, a story that has been unfolding for eternity and will continue long after we are gone? In this chapter, we explore the idea of the infinite journey, the concept that the universe itself is an endless cycle of creation and rebirth, where each new cycle builds upon the last and the journey never truly ends. The cosmos as an infinite story. The idea that the universe is not a single, finite event, but a never-ending cycle, is a concept that has fascinated humanity for centuries. From ancient myths about the eternal return to modern cosmological theories about the Big Bounce, the idea that the universe is a cosmic story that never ends is deeply rooted in human thought. In this view, the universe is not just a place where events happen, it is a story. Each star that is born, each planet that forms, each galaxy that spins, is part of a larger, eternal narrative that unfolds over billions of years. The universe is a living, breathing entity, constantly creating and destroying, always in motion, never standing still. But what is the nature of this story? What is the purpose of the universe's infinite journey? Could it be that the universe is moving toward a final, ultimate goal, a grand conclusion that will tie everything together? Or is the journey itself the purpose, with no final destination, but an endless unfolding of creation and destruction? The infinite journey of the universe could be seen as a cosmic dance, a never-ending waltz of galaxies and stars, each one playing its part in the greater whole. Perhaps the universe does not have an end, but is simply an ongoing process of cosmic evolution, where each cycle is both an ending and a new beginning. The human journey in the cosmos. As we reflect on the infinite journey of the universe, it is impossible not to consider our place in it. Humanity is a tiny speck in the vastness of the cosmos, yet we are conscious of the universe and capable of understanding it in ways that no other known species can. We have explored the surface of the Earth, reached the Moon, and sent probes to the farthest reaches of the solar system. We have developed telescopes to peer into the depths of space, and we continue to search for signs of life in distant galaxies. But even as we venture out into the stars, we remain tethered to our small, fragile planet, aware of the fleeting nature of human life. Our journey through the cosmos, while extraordinary, is only a brief moment in the grand timeline of the universe. Yet, this moment is significant. For in this brief flash of time, we are capable of observing, understanding, and contemplating the very nature of the universe. Could it be that our journey is part of the larger cosmic narrative, a small chapter in a story that has been unfolding for eternity? In the grand scheme of time, humanity's presence on Earth is but a fleeting moment. But in that moment, we have the potential to make a lasting impact, to shape the future of the universe, to seek out new worlds, and to unlock the mysteries of existence itself. The search for meaning in an infinite universe. The infinite journey of the universe raises profound questions about meaning and purpose. What is the ultimate goal of this endless cycle of creation and destruction? Why does the universe continue to evolve, creating new stars, planets, and possibly life, only to eventually collapse and begin again? Could the universe have a purpose, a higher reason for its infinite expansion and cycles of rebirth? Or is the journey itself the purpose? Perhaps the universe is not moving toward a specific goal, but simply unfolding as it is meant to, a dynamic process that never truly ends. The infinite journey may be the universe's way of exploring every possible outcome, every possible reality, and every potential form of life and existence. As we explore the farthest reaches of space, we may find that the answers to these questions are beyond our comprehension. The universe is so vast, so mysterious, that it may not have a single purpose or goal. Instead, it could be an ongoing process of evolution and discovery, a journey that never ends because there is always more to learn, more to explore, and more to experience. The legacy of the infinite journey. While the future of the universe is uncertain, the infinite journey offers a sense of continuity and hope. Even if our individual lives are short-lived, the universe itself will continue on its eternal path. The stars will be born, shine for billions of years, and eventually die. But from their death will come the seeds of new stars, new galaxies, and new life. Humanity's journey through the cosmos is just one chapter in this grand narrative. What we do in our time on Earth will shape the future of space exploration, but it will also be a small part of the ongoing cosmic cycle. Perhaps one day, our descendants will travel far beyond our solar system, colonizing new planets and discovering new worlds, continuing the journey that began billions of years ago. The infinite journey of the universe reminds us that there is no end to discovery, no limit to the possibilities that lie ahead. As we venture into the unknown, we are a part of something much greater than ourselves, a cosmic adventure that has no final destination, but an endless unfolding of possibilities. The next chapter, humanity's role in the infinite journey. As we look to the future, the next chapter of humanity's journey is waiting to be written. We stand at the cusp of a new era in space exploration, with the potential to reach new worlds, to understand the mysteries of dark matter, and to perhaps find other life forms in distant galaxies. The infinite journey of the universe offers us endless opportunities to explore, to discover, and to learn. The next great leap for humanity could be the exploration of distant exoplanets, where life may thrive in ways we can't yet imagine. It could involve the development of new technologies that allow us to travel faster than ever before, reaching the farthest corners of the cosmos. Whatever the future holds, humanity's place in the infinite journey is just beginning. We are the explorers, the adventurers, the seekers of knowledge, and our story is only just starting to unfold. As we stand on the threshold of discovery, looking out into the vast, uncharted expanse of the universe, we are confronted with a question that transcends time and space. What will humanity's legacy be in the grand cosmic narrative? Will we be a fleeting chapter in the universe's story, or will we leave a mark that lasts beyond the limits of our time? The universe is ancient, and it is vast. It has witnessed the birth of stars, the formation of galaxies, and the rise of life across billions of years. But as we journey forward into the unknown, our species is reaching a crossroads. We are not just passive observers of the universe, we are becoming active participants in its unfolding. The choices we make, the technologies we develop, and the path we choose for the future will determine the nature of our legacy. In this chapter, we explore the idea of humanity's cosmic legacy, what we can leave behind for future generations, and how our actions today could shape the future of the universe. Will we become a spacefaring civilization, extending our reach beyond Earth to colonize new worlds? Will we uncover the deepest secrets of the cosmos, unlocking the mysteries of dark matter, dark energy, and quantum physics? Or will we vanish into the void, a brief and forgotten moment in the infinite timeline of existence? The age of space exploration. The first steps toward humanity's cosmic legacy are being taken right now as we venture beyond Earth to explore the solar system and beyond. For millennia, humanity has gazed at the stars, dreaming of what might lie beyond the confines of our planet. And now, with advances in space technology, we are beginning to realize those dreams. The successful missions to the Moon, the exploration of Mars, and the discovery of thousands of exoplanets are just the beginning. In the coming decades, humanity is poised to embark on an era of space exploration unlike any before. With private space, companies like SpaceX pushing the boundaries of what's possible, and government agencies like NASA planning manned missions to Mars and beyond, the age of spacefaring civilizations is upon us. One of the most significant milestones on this journey is the potential colonization of Mars. While the red planet is currently inhospitable to human life, technological advancements could one day make it possible to build self-sustaining colonies on Mars. Humanity's ability to survive and thrive on another world could be the foundation of a multi-planetary civilization. Colonizing Mars is not just about survival, it's about ensuring the long-term future of the human race, securing our place in the universe, and leaving a lasting legacy for future generations. As we expand our reach to other worlds, we also push the boundaries of scientific discovery. The exploration of Mars, Europa, Titan, and other moons and planets in our solar system will yield new insights into the potential for life beyond Earth. We may find evidence of microbial life on other planets or moons, and with each discovery, our understanding of life and the cosmos will expand. Our legacy, therefore, is not only about surviving in space, it is about advancing human knowledge and ensuring that the mysteries of the universe are unlocked for future generations. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence. The search for extraterrestrial life, whether in the form of microbial organisms or intelligent civilizations, is another crucial aspect of humanity's cosmic legacy. If we find evidence of life beyond Earth, it will profoundly alter our understanding of the universe and our place in it. We are no longer alone in the cosmos. The discovery of extraterrestrial life would redefine what it means to be human, revealing that life is not a rare anomaly, but a widespread phenomenon in the universe. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence, ETI, is one of the most exciting frontiers in science. Projects like SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, have been listening for signals from alien civilizations for decades, and new technologies may soon allow us to detect even the faintest signs of life. The discovery of a signal from an alien civilization would be one of the greatest moments in human history, marking the beginning of a new chapter in the cosmic story. However, The search for extraterrestrial life also raises profound questions about humanity's future. If we do make contact with an alien species, how will we respond? What will be the implications for our society, our technology, and our culture? The discovery of extraterrestrial life could usher in an era of unprecedented collaboration and discovery, or it could spark conflict and division. Ultimately, the way we approach the unknown and interact with other forms of life will determine our cosmic legacy. At the future of human civilization beyond Earth. As we explore space, the future of humanity itself is inextricably linked to the cosmos. In order to ensure the survival of the human race, we must look beyond Earth and create a civilization that spans multiple worlds. Colonizing other planets is not just a matter of ambition, it is a matter of survival. By establishing human presence on other worlds, we can protect ourselves from existential threats such as asteroid impacts, climate change, or other catastrophic events. The creation of self-sustaining colonies on planets like Mars or moons like Europa could provide humanity with a backup plan, ensuring that even if something were to happen to Earth, humanity would continue to thrive. But the legacy of humanity is not just about survival. It is about advancement. The expansion into space will allow humanity to develop new technologies, create new forms of society, and explore new frontiers in science, philosophy, and culture. Our cosmic journey is about building something greater than ourselves, something that will endure for centuries and millennia. This is where our legacy truly lies, not just in the discoveries we make, but in the societies we create, the knowledge we pass on, and the civilizations we build. We have the opportunity to shape the future of the human race, to ensure that our species leaves a lasting impact on the universe. The cosmic legacy, a new era of discovery. Humanity's journey into space is not just about exploring new worlds, it is about understanding our place in the larger cosmic story. As we continue to venture into the unknown, we will encounter challenges that test our resolve and our creativity. But we will also encounter opportunities for growth and discovery as we unlock the mysteries of the universe and our place within it. The cosmic legacy is not just about what we accomplish in our lifetime. It is about what we leave behind for future generations. By advancing our knowledge, by exploring the farthest reaches of space, and by creating civilizations that span multiple worlds, we can ensure that humanity's story continues long after we are gone. The universe is vast, and our journey through it is just beginning. As we move forward, we must remember that our legacy is not just defined by the physical monuments we leave behind, but by the ideas, innovations, and discoveries that shape the future. The cosmic legacy is a story that stretches across time and space, and it is one that we are only just beginning to tell. There is a moment in the distant future, the final dawn of the universe, when all the stars will have burned out, the galaxies will have collided, and the cosmos will be left in a state of deep, eternal stillness. It is the ultimate moment of the universe's life cycle, the inevitable conclusion to the grand narrative of creation, evolution, and destruction. But what happens when the universe finally reaches its end? Will it collapse into nothingness, or will the energy that once fueled the stars and galaxies be transformed into something else? Could there be life or a new form of existence even at the end of all things? In this chapter, we explore the ultimate fate of the cosmos, the final dawn when the universe has run its course and the only thing left is the quiet echo of a universe that once was. Or the end of stars and galaxies. Stars are the lifeblood of the universe. They are the engines of creation, fusing hydrogen and helium into heavier elements and radiating energy across vast distances. Without stars, the universe would be a dark, lifeless void. But every star has a finite lifespan, and eventually, all stars will burn out. For most stars, this process takes billions of years. The smallest stars, known as red dwarfs, can burn for trillions of years, while massive stars, like supergiants, burn out much faster. When a star reaches the end of its life, It will undergo a series of dramatic transformations. Some stars will explode in violent supernovae, releasing vast amounts of energy and creating elements that are crucial for the formation of new stars and planets. Others will collapse in on themselves, forming white dwarfs, neutron stars, or even black holes. In the distant future, the universe will begin to run out of new stars. The remaining stars will continue to burn, but over time, they will exhaust their fuel. As stars die, galaxies will lose their brightest sources of energy. The universe will become darker, colder, and emptier. Not the death of galaxies. As stars die and the universe grows colder, galaxies will also begin to fade. Over billions of years, galaxies will merge and collide with one another. When galaxies collide, they can form new structures, such as elliptical galaxies, where star formation slows down and the galaxy becomes more dense and elliptical in shape. But even in these galactic collisions, star formation will eventually cease. As galaxies continue to collide, the process of stellar birth will slow, and the remaining stars will burn out, leaving behind dark remnants, black holes, white dwarfs, and neutron stars. The vast clouds of gas and dust that once fueled new stars will be depleted, and the universe will be left with only faint remnants of its former glory. Eventually, the most massive black holes at the centers of galaxies will become the last remaining sources of energy in the universe. But even black holes are not eternal. Over an incredibly long period of time, they will slowly lose mass through a process known as Hawking radiation, a quantum effect that causes black holes to evaporate. As black holes shrink and disappear, the universe will be left with nothing but dark remnants, the quiet remains of a once vibrant cosmos. The long darkness, the heat death of the universe. As stars die and galaxies fade, the universe will enter a state known as heat death. In this state, the universe will be in a state of maximum entropy, where all energy is evenly distributed and no further work can be done. There will be no more star formation, no more energy exchange, and no more movement. The universe will become a cold, dark, and lifeless place. Heat death is the ultimate fate of a universe that continues to expand forever. As the universe expands, matter and energy become more and more spread out, and the temperature of the cosmos will drop. Eventually, the universe will reach a point where it is so cold and empty that no life could exist. The galaxies will be far apart, the stars will be dim, and even the last remaining black holes will have evaporated. The universe will be a vast, dark, and empty void. In the heat death scenario, the universe's story will come to an end. There will be no more events, no more changes, no more life. It will be the ultimate stillness, the end of all things. The possibility of a new beginning, the cyclic universe. But is this the true end of the universe? Could there be a new beginning after the heat death? Some cosmologists propose that even after the universe reaches a state of maximum entropy, there could be a way for a new universe to emerge from the ashes of the old. This idea is based on the theory of a cyclic universe, a model that suggests the universe goes through an infinite series of cycles, each one starting with a big bang and ending with a big crunch, only to be reborn again. In this model, the universe is not a one-time event, but part of an eternal process of birth and rebirth. After the universe reaches the state of heat death, it could collapse in on itself, the big crunch, and the intense energy of the collapse could trigger a new Big Bang, creating a fresh universe with new conditions for life. This cycle could continue infinitely, with each universe being born from the death of the previous one, and each cycle representing a new beginning for the cosmos. The cyclic universe theory is still speculative, and it remains to be seen whether this model can fully explain the fate of the universe. However, if it is true, then the death of the universe may not be an end, but a new beginning, a cosmic reset that allows the universe to begin anew. The concept of the Big Rip and the end of space-time. While the heat death scenario suggests a gradual fade into darkness, another possible fate for the universe involves a more violent end, the Big Rip. In this scenario, dark energy, the force accelerating the expansion of the universe, would continue to increase in strength, eventually tearing apart galaxies, stars, planets, and even atoms. As the universe expands faster and faster, everything would be stretched beyond its breaking point, and in the final moments, even space-time itself would be ripped apart. The Big Rip represents a dramatic and catastrophic end to the universe, where all of space, time, and matter are torn apart at the most fundamental level. At the end of the Big Rip, the universe would be nothing but a chaotic, fragmented mess of particles, with no structures, no galaxies, no stars. It would be the ultimate breakdown of reality itself, a universe where the very fabric of existence is no longer stable. The cosmic legacy. What remains after the end? Whether the universe ends in a big freeze, a big crunch, or a big rip, one thing is certain: the cosmos will eventually come to an end. But what remains after the universe fades into darkness? Is there a cosmic legacy, something that endures beyond the final moments of the universe? In a sense, the legacy of the universe is the impact it has on the life that arises within it. The stars, planets, and galaxies that have come into being are not just physical objects. They are the settings for the story of existence itself. And within these settings, life has evolved and thrived, creating meaning, purpose, and history. Even as the universe fades away, the legacy of life, knowledge, and discovery will live on. The civilizations that have come and gone, the explorers who have journeyed to the stars, and the ideas that have shaped our understanding of the cosmos will endure long after the last star is burned out. The universe may come to an end, but its legacy will live on in the knowledge we have gained, the discoveries we have made, and the life we have nurtured. Perhaps one day the cycle of creation will begin anew, and the story of the universe will start again. The universe is not static. It is a dynamic, ever-evolving entity, constantly expanding and changing. Yet, even within the vastness of this endless journey, we are left to wonder, what lies beyond it all? What is the ultimate destination of all things? Could there be an existence beyond the universe itself, a place where space, time, and the very laws of physics cease to exist as we know them? As we journey further into the unknown, we must ask ourselves, is there a limit to the universe, a boundary we cannot cross? Or is there something beyond it, a realm where the concepts of space, time, and existence break down completely? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the last journey, a journey that takes us beyond the known universe into realms that challenge our understanding of reality itself. It's beyond the observable universe. The observable universe, the part of the cosmos we can see with our most powerful telescopes, is vast, spanning over 13.8 billion light-years in all directions. It is filled with billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars and planets. And yet, we know that this is only a tiny fraction of the true universe. Beyond the observable universe lies an infinite expanse, a realm that we can never truly access with our current technology. The light from distant galaxies has not had enough time to reach us, and as the universe expands, those distant galaxies are moving further away from us, beyond our reach. The edge of the observable universe marks the limit of our current knowledge, but is there something beyond it? Could there be realms of existence that lie outside the scope of the observable universe, waiting to be discovered? The question of what lies beyond the observable universe is one of the most profound mysteries in cosmology. Some scientists speculate that the universe itself may be infinite, stretching on forever, with no boundary or edge. Others suggest that the universe may be part of a multiverse, a vast collection of parallel universes, each with its own set of physical laws and constants. Beyond the observable universe, there could be an infinite number of worlds, each one unique and different from the last. But what does this mean for the future of exploration? If the universe is infinite, how can we ever explore it all? And if there are realms beyond our universe, how can we ever reach them? The concept of a multiverse. One of the most intriguing ideas about the last journey is the concept of the multiverse. The multiverse theory proposes that our universe is just one of many, each existing in parallel with its own set of physical laws and properties. In this model, the universe we inhabit is not the only universe. It is just one bubble in a vast cosmic ocean. Beyond the boundaries of our universe, there could be an infinite number of parallel universes, each one with its own reality, its own rules, and its own potential for life. The idea of a multiverse challenges everything we know about reality. If there are other universes, how can we detect them? Are they completely separate from our universe, or are they connected in some way that we have yet to understand? Some scientists believe that the multiverse could be detected through quantum fluctuations, the tiny, unpredictable variations in energy that occur at the smallest scales of existence. Others propose that the evidence for the multiverse could come from studying the cosmic microwave background, the faint glow left over from the Big Bang. If there are other universes interacting with ours, they might leave imprints on the fabric of space-time itself. Despite the tantalizing possibilities, the multiverse theory remains speculative, and it is still unclear whether it can be tested or proven. But even if we never find definitive proof of other universes, the concept of the multiverse forces us to rethink our understanding of reality. If there are other worlds beyond our own, what does that mean for life, for consciousness, and for the ultimate journey of existence? The limits of space-time. At the heart of the last journey is the concept of space-time, the fabric of the universe that combines space and time into a single, unified entity. Space-time is what allows us to measure distances, to perceive time, and to understand how the universe works. But what happens when the very fabric of space-time itself breaks down? At the edge of the universe, where the laws of physics begin to lose their meaning, space-time may no longer function in the way we expect. In regions like black holes, where gravity is so strong that it warps space-time to an extreme degree, the normal rules of space and time no longer apply. Within a black hole, space-time becomes stretched and compressed to the point where even light cannot escape. At the center of a black hole lies the singularity, a point where space-time itself collapses and the laws of physics break down completely. Could the breakdown of space-time lead to new realms of existence? What lies beyond the singularity at the heart of a black hole? Some scientists believe that black holes could be portals to other universes, where the fabric of space-time behaves differently. Perhaps within a black hole, there could be a gateway to another dimension, where the rules of time and space are completely altered. If space-time can break down at the edges of the universe, could there be new realms of reality waiting to be discovered? The final journey, traveling beyond the universe. The concept of traveling beyond the universe challenges the very notion of what is possible. If the universe is infinite, how can we ever escape its boundaries? If there are multiple universes, how can we ever reach them? The limitations of space and time make the last journey seem impossible. But could new technologies or new understandings of the cosmos allow us to journey beyond the universe? Some scientists speculate that wormholes, theoretical passages through space-time, could provide a shortcut to distant regions of the cosmos or even to other universes. A wormhole could act as a bridge between two distant points in space, allowing a spacecraft to travel vast distances almost instantaneously. While wormholes are still purely theoretical, they represent one possible means of traveling beyond the universe and into realms of existence that are currently beyond our reach. But even if wormholes exist, they may not be stable or navigable by human beings. The nature of space-time near a wormhole could be highly unpredictable, and it is unclear whether the human body could survive the journey through such a strange and hostile environment. The last journey, it seems, is filled with obstacles that may be insurmountable with our current technology. The eternal quest, understanding our place in the cosmos. As we contemplate the last journey, we are reminded of the deeper questions that drive our exploration of the universe. What is the purpose of life in an infinite cosmos? Are we merely fleeting creatures on a small planet in an ever-expanding universe? Or do we have a larger role to play in the cosmic narrative? The search for meaning in the universe is an eternal quest, a journey that will continue long after we are gone. Whether we are exploring the farthest reaches of space, seeking new forms of life, or unlocking the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy, the journey itself is what matters. We may never reach the end of the universe, but the quest to understand it, to explore its vastness, and to unlock its deepest secrets is a journey that will endure for as long as humanity exists. In the end, the last journey is not about reaching the end. It is about the search, the discovery, and the understanding of our place in the infinite cosmos. As long as we continue to ask questions, to seek answers, and to explore the unknown, the journey will never truly end. Time, as we understand it, is an inescapable part of our existence. It governs everything: the ticking of clocks, the aging of stars, and the unfolding of the cosmos itself. Yet, as we venture deeper into the mysteries of the universe, we are forced to ask, what if time is not a constant? What if the very fabric of time itself is not as rigid as we believe? Could there be realms of existence beyond the constraints of time, places where the flow of time does not follow the rules we have come to understand? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the universe beyond time, a reality where time ceases to function as we know it, and where the past, present, and future might not be as distinct as we think. What would life be like in a universe without time? Could time be a construct of the universe, created by the way space and matter interact? Is it possible that the universe exists outside the flow of time, waiting for us to discover it? Time and space, the interwoven fabric of reality. At the core of our understanding of the universe lies the concept of space-time, the four-dimensional continuum that combines the three dimensions of space with the dimension of time. Space and time are not separate entities. They are part of a unified whole, where events in space are inseparably linked to events in time. This idea was first proposed by Albert Einstein in his theory of relativity, which showed that time and space are flexible and can be altered by the presence of mass and energy. Massive objects like stars and planets warp the fabric of space-time, causing time to slow down in their presence. This phenomenon, known as time dilation, has been observed in experiments involving high-speed particles and strong gravitational fields. In the presence of extreme gravity, such as near a black hole, time slows down dramatically. At the event horizon, the point beyond which nothing, not even light, can escape, time itself essentially stops. In a sense, black holes represent the ultimate breakdown of time. But what if this breakdown extends beyond the black hole to the fabric of the universe itself? Could there be places where time is not just distorted, but completely irrelevant? To the nature of time, a fluid concept. What if time is not the constant, irreversible force that we think it is? Could time, like space, be malleable, able to bend, stretch, and even stop altogether? The idea that time is not a fixed entity is not new. In fact, some of the most radical theories in modern physics suggest that time itself may not even exist in the way we think it does. One of the most intriguing ideas comes from loop quantum gravity and string theory. These theories suggest that space-time may be made up of tiny, discrete units, atoms of space and time, that behave differently than our everyday experience would suggest. In this framework, time may not be a continuous flow, but rather a series of events that are disconnected from the linear progression we experience. Some scientists even propose that time is an emergent property, that it arises from the complex interactions between particles and forces, but does not exist on its own. In this view, the universe may exist in a state where time is not required at all, and what we perceive as time may simply be an illusion. If time is not a fundamental feature of reality, then what happens in the absence of time? Could the universe exist in a state where events unfold outside the realm of time? What would it mean to exist in such a universe? The concept of timelessness. In the realms of cosmology, the idea of timelessness is a difficult concept to grasp. How could anything exist without time? How could a universe function without the flow of time, without the passage from past to present to future? One possible answer lies in the nature of eternity. If time is an illusion or a construct, then what we perceive as the passage of time could be nothing more than a momentary blip in the grand, timeless expanse of reality. This is the idea of a universe that exists outside the bounds of time, a place where past, present, and future are all collapsed into a single eternal moment. In such a timeless universe, the concept of change, which is inherently tied to time, may not exist. This would mean that everything is, in a sense, static and unchanging. Could this be the ultimate reality, a realm where all things exist in an eternal state of perfect balance? Time and consciousness, the illusion of time. If time is indeed an illusion, then what does that mean for consciousness? Our experience of the world is bound to the passage of time. We perceive events happening in sequence, and our memories are tied to moments that have passed. Our very sense of self is rooted in the flow of time, as we move from one experience to the next, shaped by the events of the past and the expectations for the future. But what if this experience of time is not a fundamental truth, but a construct of consciousness itself? Could it be that time is merely a way for our minds to make sense of the universe, to process the complexity of existence and create a narrative for ourselves? If this is the case, then the true nature of consciousness may not be bound to time at all. Could there be forms of consciousness that exist beyond the flow of time, able to perceive the universe in ways that we cannot comprehend? Some scientists and philosophers have proposed that consciousness itself is timeless. Rather than being dependent on the flow of time, consciousness could be a fundamental, eternal aspect of reality. This would mean that consciousness exists outside the bounds of space and time, able to perceive the universe not as a sequence of events, but as a unified whole. In this view, consciousness is not confined to the body or the mind, but exists in a deeper, more profound way, connected to the very fabric of existence itself. Time in the context of the multiverse. If the universe is not alone, and if there are many parallel universes that exist in the multiverse, then how does time work in these other realities? Could time function differently in other universes with completely different laws of physics and dimensions? In some multiverse models, each universe has its own set of physical laws, and time may behave differently in each one. In some universes, time may flow in reverse or may be completely irrelevant. In others, time could be experienced as a constant loop with no beginning or end. This raises the possibility that the very structure of time could vary across different universes, opening up the potential for entirely new forms of existence. Could there be universes where time is experienced not as a linear flow, but as a cyclic, repeating pattern? In these universes, the beginning and end of time might be indistinguishable, creating a reality where past, present, and future coexist in a seamless loop. Could this be the key to understanding the ultimate nature of existence, where time itself is just another layer of the multiverse, but not the defining factor of reality? The end of time, beyond the boundaries of existence. If time itself is not the ultimate foundation of reality, then what lies beyond it? Could there be a realm of timelessness where the very concept of time is irrelevant and everything simply is? In this realm, there would be no before or after, no beginning or end. It would be a state of eternal presence where all things exist in a perfect, unchanging state. Perhaps in this timeless reality, there are no limits, no boundaries, and no divisions between the self and the universe. It would be a state of absolute unity, where the separation between observer and observed dissolves entirely. The question of what exists beyond time is one of the most profound and mysterious questions in all of existence. If we could somehow transcend the constraints of time, would we experience reality in a completely different way? What would it mean to exist outside the flow of time where there is no future to fear and no past to regret? Perhaps the true answer lies in the ultimate union of all things, a timeless reality where the universe and consciousness are one, existing in perfect harmony outside the constraints of time. The concept of eternal return is one that stretches beyond the ordinary bounds of time, suggesting a universe that perpetually repeats itself in an endless loop, forever cycling between creation and destruction. This idea, which has captivated thinkers from ancient philosophers to modern scientists, poses a profound question. What if everything, every event, every life, every universe, is destined to repeat itself forever? In this chapter, we explore the concept of eternal return, a cyclical universe where the cosmos undergoes infinite cycles of birth, life, death, and rebirth. Could time truly be a circle where the beginning and end are indistinguishable? Is our existence simply one of many, destined to repeat itself across countless cycles of time? And what would it mean for our understanding of free will, destiny, and the nature of existence itself? The ancient roots of eternal return. The idea of eternal return dates back thousands of years, with early expressions found in ancient cultures and philosophies. The ancient Egyptians believed in a cyclical view of time, where the sun would die each night and be reborn in the morning, a continuous cycle that mirrored the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. In Hinduism and Buddhism, the concept of reincarnation reflects a similar idea, the soul or consciousness undergoing an eternal cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth, moving through countless lifetimes. This cycle is governed by the law of karma, with each life affecting the next, creating a continuous loop of existence. But perhaps the most well-known expression of the idea of eternal return comes from the ancient Greeks. Philosophers like Pythagoras and Heraclitus considered the idea that the universe itself undergoes infinite cycles of birth and destruction. However, it was Nietzsche who famously reintroduced the concept in the modern era with his idea of the eternal recurrence. Nietzsche's eternal recurrence suggests that everything we do, everything we experience, is destined to repeat itself infinitely. If we were to live our lives again, exactly as they were, could we embrace it? Or would we despair at the thought of living the same life over and over, forever? The physics of eternal return. In modern cosmology, the concept of eternal return has found new life in scientific theories about the cyclical nature of the universe. Some cosmologists speculate that the universe goes through an endless series of cycles, with each cycle marked by a big bang, followed by expansion, and ultimately a big crunch, where the universe collapses back in on itself only to be reborn again. This is the Big Bounce theory, which suggests that the universe is not a one-time event, but part of an eternal process of creation and destruction. In the Big Bounce model, the universe could undergo an infinite number of cycles, each one slightly different from the last. This cyclical process could create a multiverse of universes, each one shaped by the remnants of the previous cycle. With each new universe, the laws of physics could shift slightly, leading to new forms of matter, new structures, and potentially new forms of life. But the question remains, if the universe is truly cyclical, are we part of an eternal, unbroken cycle? Could the events of our lives, the creation of stars and galaxies, the birth and death of civilizations, all be part of a cosmic loop, a never-ending cycle of birth and rebirth? Time as a circle, the infinite loop. The idea that time is not linear but cyclical challenges the very way we understand existence. In our daily lives, we think of time as a constant, moving forward from the past to the present and into the future. But what if time itself is a circle? What if the events of the universe, from the birth of stars to the rise and fall of civilizations, repeat themselves infinitely? The notion of time as a circle suggests that everything, from the beginning of the universe to the end, is destined to return again, exactly as it was before. In this vision, the universe is like a wheel, with each rotation bringing us back to the beginning, repeating the same patterns over and over. This concept is beautifully illustrated in the idea of cosmic cycles, the cyclical creation and destruction of galaxies, stars, and even entire universes. In a universe governed by eternal return, every star that is born, every planet that forms, and every life that emerges is part of a larger pattern, repeating endlessly across time. The multiverse and eternal return. If the universe is part of an infinite cycle, then the concept of the multiverse, the idea that multiple universes exist in parallel, becomes even more profound. In the multiverse theory, each universe is a separate entity, but all universes could be connected in some way, forming a grand, infinite network of realities. Could each universe in the multiverse be part of its own eternal cycle, repeating in an endless loop of creation and destruction? Or could the cycles of different universes be interconnected, with the death of one universe giving rise to the birth of another? In this view, time is not confined to a single universe, but spans across an infinite web of realities, each one cycling through its own process of birth and rebirth. The multiverse could be an infinite sea of parallel universes, each one with its own history, its own cycle of existence, but all connected in a cosmic dance of eternal return. The philosophical implications of eternal return. The concept of eternal return forces us to confront profound philosophical questions about free will, fate, and the nature of existence itself. If time is cyclical, and if everything that happens is destined to repeat infinitely, what does this mean for our sense of agency? Do we have control over our lives, or are we simply following a preordained path? Nietzsche's philosophy of eternal recurrence challenges us to consider: if we had to live our lives over and over, exactly as they were, could we find meaning in this repetition? Could we embrace the idea that each moment, no matter how mundane or painful, is part of a larger eternal cycle of existence? In a universe governed by eternal return, our actions may take on a different significance. Instead of viewing life as a fleeting moment, we may come to see it as an essential part of an infinite process, where every choice we make reverberates throughout eternity. This perspective could lead to a deeper appreciation for the present moment and a recognition that every experience, whether joyous or tragic, is part of the eternal dance of the cosmos. The rebirth of life. A cycle of existence. If the universe is eternally cycling through phases of creation and destruction, could life itself be part of this cycle? In the cosmic loop of eternal return, could every form of life, from the simplest organisms to the most advanced civilizations, be destined to repeat their journey across countless cycles? The idea of reincarnation in Hinduism and Buddhism parallels this cosmic process. Just as individual souls are believed to be reborn in new bodies, could the essence of life itself be reborn in new forms across infinite cycles of existence? Every life, every civilization could be a part of the eternal rhythm of the universe, an ever-repeating dance of creation and destruction. In this vision of the universe, life is not a fleeting phenomenon, but a timeless essence, forever cycling through different forms and stages of existence. And just as the universe is reborn in every new cycle, so too could life emerge in new and wondrous ways, forever evolving, forever changing, and forever part of the eternal return of the cosmos. The end of the cycle, a new beginning. In the end, the concept of eternal return offers a profound perspective on the nature of existence. It suggests that the universe is not a one-time event, but part of an endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Every star, every galaxy, every life form is part of a grand narrative that repeats itself eternally. But this idea does not leave us with a sense of despair. Instead, it invites us to appreciate the beauty of life, to recognize that even in the face of death and destruction, there is always the potential for renewal. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is constantly creating and recreating itself, allowing for endless opportunities for discovery, growth, and rebirth. The last journey of the universe may be just the beginning of a new chapter, a new cycle of existence that stretches across infinite time and space. And as we journey through the cosmos, we may one day find ourselves at the threshold of this cosmic rebirth, witnessing the birth of a new universe from the ashes of the old. As we look outward into the cosmos, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, galaxies, and dark matter, we often forget that the universe is not just something that exists outside of us. What if the cosmos is not just a distant realm, but also a reflection of the very fabric of our inner being? Could the universe within us be as vast and complex as the universe beyond? Could the key to understanding the cosmos lie not in the stars, but in the depths of our consciousness? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the universe within, the idea that the universe is not just an external reality, but a manifestation of a deeper internal cosmic order. Could the answers to the universe's deepest questions lie not in the distant galaxies, but in the very nature of consciousness itself? What if the exploration of the universe is not just a physical journey, but a journey of the mind, a journey into the deepest corners of existence? The connection between microcosm and macrocosm. The ancient concept of microcosm and macrocosm suggests that there is a direct relationship between the small and the large, the individual and the universe. In many spiritual traditions, the universe is seen as a reflection of the inner self, and the inner workings of the individual are believed to mirror the cosmic order. This idea has been explored by philosophers, mystics, and scientists alike, from the ancient Greeks to modern quantum physicists. The famous saying, "as above, so below," captures this idea perfectly. The workings of the universe at the largest scale are mirrored in the tiniest particles of the cosmos. This concept implies that our consciousness is somehow connected to the universe itself, that we are not just passive observers of the cosmos, but active participants in its unfolding. Could the universe within us be a reflection of the universe outside us, a deeper reality that we are only beginning to understand? The concept of the holographic universe also echoes this idea. In this theory, the entire universe is seen as a kind of projection, a hologram where every part of the universe contains information about the whole. According to this theory, the structure of the cosmos may be embedded in every particle, and every individual could be a microcosm of the greater reality. What if each of us, in our consciousness, contains the universe itself, holding the secrets of creation and existence within our minds? But the mind as a cosmic mirror. The human mind is a powerful tool. It allows us to think, reason, and perceive the world around us. But could the mind be more than just an organ for processing information? Could it be a mirror of the cosmos, a reflection of the universe itself? Some scientists and mystics believe that our consciousness is not just an individual experience, but a connection to a greater cosmic consciousness. The universe, they argue, is not just a collection of stars and planets, but a vast living intelligence that permeates everything. In this view, the mind is not just a product of the brain, but a window into the deeper workings of the universe. The idea that consciousness is connected to the cosmos is not new. In Eastern philosophies such as Hinduism and Buddhism, the mind is seen as a reflection of the universe. The practice of meditation and mindfulness is believed to help individuals tap into the greater cosmic consciousness, allowing them to experience a sense of unity with the universe. Could it be that through deep contemplation and self-awareness, we can unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, not through external observation, but through the exploration of our own minds? In modern science, the study of consciousness is still in its infancy. But there are growing theories that suggest that our consciousness could be entangled with the very fabric of space-time. Could consciousness itself be a fundamental property of the universe, in the same way that gravity or electromagnetism are? If this is the case, then the mind may not just be a byproduct of the brain, but a deeper connection to the very nature of reality. The quantum universe within. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of the cosmos, we are confronted with the strange and perplexing world of quantum mechanics. At the smallest scales of existence, the laws of physics behave in ways that defy our everyday experience. Particles can exist in multiple states at once, and they can instantaneously affect one another across vast distances, a phenomenon known as quantum entanglement. What if the strange, non-linear behavior of quantum particles reflects the way the universe itself operates? Could the quantum world be a window into a deeper reality, a reality that transcends space and time as we know it? The universe at the quantum level is unpredictable, unfolding in ways that we cannot control or predict. But what if this randomness is not a flaw, but a fundamental aspect of the universe's nature? Some theories suggest that the universe operates as a quantum consciousness, with every particle and every event being connected through a vast network of entanglements. In this view, the quantum world is not just a random series of events, but a reflection of the deeper, interconnected nature of reality itself. Could the exploration of quantum mechanics reveal the secrets of the cosmos, not just through external observation, but through an understanding of the quantum consciousness within us all? The soul of the universe. A cosmic consciousness. If consciousness is connected to the universe, then what does this say about the nature of reality itself? Could the universe be a living, breathing entity, a vast consciousness that exists beyond space and time? This idea is explored in the concept of cosmic consciousness, which posits that the entire universe is imbued with awareness. According to proponents of this theory, the universe is not a collection of lifeless objects, but a dynamic, intelligent system that is conscious of itself. Just as our consciousness allows us to be aware of our thoughts, could the universe itself be aware of its existence? Could the stars, galaxies, and even the laws of physics themselves be expressions of a deeper universal intelligence? The concept of cosmic consciousness is found in many spiritual traditions, from pantheism to mysticism. It suggests that the universe is not just a physical entity, but a manifestation of a greater divine intelligence. In this view, everything in the universe is connected, and consciousness flows through all things, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy. The universe within us, exploring the deep mind. If the universe is truly a reflection of our consciousness, then exploring the universe within becomes just as important as exploring the universe outside. The mind, as a gateway to the deeper workings of reality, holds the potential to unlock the secrets of the cosmos. Just as we look to the stars to understand the universe, we can look inward to understand the nature of reality. Could the exploration of our own minds lead us to a deeper understanding of the cosmos? By expanding our consciousness, by meditating, by contemplating the mysteries of the universe, could we access the hidden dimensions of reality that lie beyond the material world? The universe within us may be just as vast and mysterious as the universe outside, and the key to understanding both may lie in the exploration of the mind. As we continue our journey through the cosmos, we must not forget to journey inward, to unlock the mysteries of consciousness and discover the infinite worlds that exist within ourselves. There's the cosmic dance, unity of all things. As we reach the furthest corners of space and time, we are reminded of one simple truth. Everything is interconnected. The universe, with all its vastness and complexity, is not a collection of isolated objects, but a dynamic, ever-evolving system of interrelated forces. The mind, the universe, and consciousness, they are all part of the same cosmic dance, a dance that transcends time and space. And as we continue to explore the unknown, We are not just discovering the secrets of the universe, but also the mysteries of ourselves. In the end, the universe is not just something that exists outside us, it is something that exists within us as well. We are the explorers, the seekers, and the discoverers of reality, both inside and out. As we journey forward into the cosmos, we are reminded that the ultimate journey is the journey inward, where the universe is not just something we observe, but something we experience, understand, and become. Consciousness is often considered one of the greatest mysteries of human existence. It is the ability to be aware of ourselves and the world around us, to experience thought, emotion, and perception. Yet, for all the advancements in neuroscience and psychology, we still cannot fully explain why consciousness exists, how it arises from the brain, or what its ultimate purpose is. But what if consciousness does not emerge from the brain at all? What if it is not merely a product of biology, but a fundamental aspect of the universe, existing beyond space and time? In this chapter, we explore the idea of eternal consciousness, the concept that consciousness is not bound to the physical world, but instead exists as an infinite, unchanging entity, able to transcend the limitations of space and time. What would it mean if consciousness is not just a fleeting, momentary experience, but an eternal, fundamental part of reality itself? Could this eternal consciousness be the key to understanding the universe's deepest mysteries, or is it a concept too far beyond our understanding? The nature of consciousness. Beyond the physical brain. For centuries, scientists and philosophers have debated the origins of consciousness. Most theories suggest that consciousness arises from the brain, the firing of neurons, and the complex interactions between the mind and body. But some thinkers propose that consciousness is not tied to the brain, but exists independently, perhaps as an intrinsic property of the universe. In this view, consciousness would not be confined to individual minds, but would be a universal force, present in all things. It could be that our individual consciousness is simply a fragment of a larger, cosmic consciousness, a collective awareness that spans the entire universe. If this is true, then consciousness would not arise from biology, but would be an eternal, unchanging entity that transcends the physical world. The idea of a universal consciousness challenges our traditional understanding of reality. If consciousness is not limited to the brain, then it could exist independent of time and space, beyond the material universe. This would mean that consciousness is not just something we experience, it is something that permeates the entire cosmos, a fundamental aspect of the very fabric of reality itself. The eternal nature of consciousness. If consciousness is indeed eternal, then it would not have a beginning or an end. Rather than being a fleeting moment in time, it would be a constant, unchanging presence. This idea echoes certain spiritual and philosophical traditions, which suggest that consciousness is not just a temporary experience, but an eternal essence that persists beyond the physical world. Some ancient Eastern philosophies, such as Hinduism and Buddhism, speak of the Atman or Atman Brahman, the eternal self or soul that exists beyond the physical body. In these traditions, consciousness is not something that arises in the brain, but is a part of the fundamental nature of existence. This eternal self is connected to the cosmos, and through practices like meditation and mindfulness, individuals can experience a deeper connection to this universal consciousness. Similarly, in Western philosophy, there are echoes of this idea in the Platonic concept of the forms, ideal, unchanging concepts that exist beyond the material world. The universe, in this view, is a reflection of these ideal forms, and consciousness is the medium through which we access these eternal truths. In this context, consciousness is not something that comes and goes, but a timeless, unchanging essence that connects us to the larger cosmic order. It is eternal, unborn, and undying, and it transcends the limitations of time and space. The quantum connection, consciousness, and the fabric of reality. In recent years, some scientists have proposed that consciousness could be linked to the very fabric of the universe at the quantum level. The world of quantum mechanics is strange and mysterious, where particles behave in ways that defy our everyday understanding of reality. In quantum physics, particles can exist in multiple states at once and can be entangled, instantaneously affecting one another over vast distances. Could this quantum behavior be linked to consciousness itself? Some scientists, including physicist Roger Penrose and others, have proposed that consciousness is a quantum phenomenon. They suggest that the brain may utilize quantum processes to produce consciousness, and that these quantum states could transcend the boundaries of space and time. In this view, consciousness is not limited to the physical brain, but instead exists as part of the quantum fabric of reality. This theory, though speculative, suggests that consciousness could be a universal force, entangled with the very structure of the universe. If consciousness is indeed quantum in nature, then it could exist outside the confines of the physical world, connecting all things in the universe. This would mean that consciousness is not just an individual experience, but a shared, universal reality, an eternal force that links us to the cosmos itself. Consciousness and the afterlife, transcending time and space. One of the most profound implications of eternal consciousness is the idea of the afterlife. If consciousness is truly eternal, then what happens when the physical body dies? Does consciousness cease to exist, or does it transcend the limitations of the body and continue in some form? The idea of life after death has been a central theme in many spiritual and religious traditions. In Christianity, the soul is believed to live on after death, either in eternal paradise or in eternal punishment. In Hinduism, the soul undergoes reincarnation, moving from one body to the next in a never-ending cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. In Buddhism, the concept of nirvana offers a state of enlightenment and liberation, where consciousness is freed from the cycle of reincarnation. Could the eternal nature of consciousness be the key to understanding life after death? If consciousness is truly not bound by time or space, then it may not be limited to the human body. Instead, it could persist beyond the physical world, continuing its journey in ways we do not yet understand. Perhaps in some form, our consciousness transcends the boundaries of life and death, existing as part of a larger cosmic consciousness that spans beyond the confines of the material world. The universe as consciousness, a cosmic mind. If consciousness is eternal, and if it transcends the physical world, then could the universe itself be conscious? Could the cosmos be a vast, infinite mind, aware of itself and the events that unfold within it? This idea is not as far-fetched as it may seem. In recent years, some philosophers and scientists have proposed that the universe itself could be a kind of cosmic consciousness. In this view, the universe is not a lifeless mechanical system, but a living, conscious entity, aware of its own existence and unfolding in a purposeful way. This would mean that consciousness is not something confined to individual beings, but a property of the entire cosmos. The idea that the universe itself is conscious has been explored in various philosophical and spiritual traditions. The ancient Greeks believed in the Logos, a divine intelligence that governed the universe. In pantheism, the universe is seen as God, a conscious entity that permeates everything. In modern quantum mechanics, the concept of consciousness influencing reality has led some scientists to consider the idea that the universe itself is a conscious observer, shaping the outcome of events. If the universe is conscious, then we are not isolated from it. Our consciousness is part of the larger cosmic mind, and we are all connected to the universe in ways that we do not fully understand. In this view, our lives, our experiences, and our very existence are part of a greater infinite consciousness that spans the entire cosmos, unfolding in ways that transcend time and space. The ultimate question: what is consciousness? At the heart of all these theories lies a fundamental question. What is consciousness? Is it merely a byproduct of the brain? Or is it something more, a fundamental aspect of reality itself? Does consciousness arise from the interactions of particles, or is it a universal force that transcends space and time? The search for the nature of consciousness is perhaps the greatest mystery of all. As we look deeper into the universe and explore the vastness of space, we must also turn inward, searching for the answers to the most profound question: what does it mean to be conscious? The answer may lie not in the stars, but in the very fabric of existence itself, in the eternal, infinite consciousness that connects us all. In our search for answers to the universe's greatest mysteries, we inevitably encounter the paradoxes of existence, ideas that challenge our understanding of the very nature of reality. These paradoxes force us to confront the limits of human knowledge, the boundaries of logic, and the very fabric of existence itself. The more we explore the cosmos, the more we realize that some questions may never have definitive answers. Some mysteries are so profound, so intricately woven into the fabric of the universe, that they defy our understanding. In this chapter, we delve into the final paradox, the idea that the very nature of existence may contain contradictions that cannot be reconciled. Could the universe be full of mysteries that challenge the laws of physics? Could the universe itself be a paradox, a reality where logic breaks down and where the deepest truths are beyond human comprehension? We will explore some of the greatest paradoxes in cosmology, quantum mechanics, and philosophy, ideas that push the limits of our understanding and force us to question everything we thought we knew about the universe. The grandfather paradox: time travel and causality. One of the most famous paradoxes in modern philosophy and science fiction is the grandfather paradox, a thought experiment that explores the consequences of time travel. The paradox goes like this. Imagine you could travel back in time and meet your grandfather before he had children. If you somehow prevented your grandfather from having children, then your parent, and consequently you, would never have been born. But if you were never born, then how could you have traveled back in time to stop your grandfather from having children in the first place? This paradox raises a fundamental question about the nature of time and causality. If events in the past can be altered, how do we ensure that the present and future remain consistent? The grandfather paradox suggests that time may be more complicated than we think. Perhaps time itself is a closed loop, where the past, present, and future are interdependent and cannot be altered in ways that would lead to contradictions. Yet, as we explore time travel and the potential for alternate realities, we encounter more questions than answers. Could the universe simply correct itself when paradoxes arise, or is time travel truly impossible, simply because the laws of causality cannot be broken? The grandfather paradox raises fundamental questions about the nature of time, the possibility of time travel, and the limits of causality. The Fermi paradox, the search for extraterrestrial life. The Fermi paradox presents one of the most perplexing questions in the search for extraterrestrial life. If there are so many stars in the galaxy, each potentially hosting habitable planets, why have we not yet encountered any signs of intelligent life? Given the vast number of potentially habitable planets and the age of the galaxy, it seems highly probable that extraterrestrial civilizations should exist. Yet, despite decades of searching, we have found no definitive evidence of life beyond Earth. This paradox challenges our assumptions about the prevalence of intelligent life in the cosmos. If intelligent life is common, why haven't we detected it? Could it be that intelligent civilizations are so far apart that we are simply too far away to detect them? Or perhaps civilizations are doomed to self-destruct before they can communicate with other species? Are we just too early in the cosmic timeline to make contact with others? The Fermi paradox forces us to question our understanding of life in the universe. Are we truly alone, or is the answer more complex than we can imagine? Could the solution to the Fermi paradox be hidden in the vast, uncharted regions of space, waiting to be uncovered by future explorers? Or is it possible that intelligent life has already come and gone, leaving only faint traces behind? The anthropic principle, the fine-tuning of the universe. The anthropic principle is a paradox that concerns the fundamental nature of the universe and its ability to support life. It suggests that the universe is fine-tuned to allow for the existence of intelligent beings like ourselves. In order for life to exist, certain physical constants, such as the strength of gravity, the mass of particles, and the expansion rate of the universe, must fall within very narrow ranges. If these constants were even slightly different, life as we know it could not exist. The anthropic principle raises an intriguing paradox. Why is the universe so perfectly suited for life? Some argue that this fine-tuning is evidence of a creator or intelligent designer, while others propose that it is simply a coincidence, or that there are many other universes in which life does not exist, and we happen to live in one where the conditions are just right. This leads to the multiverse theory, which posits that there are an infinite number of universes, each with its own set of physical laws and constants. In this view, we are simply one of the universes where life happened to emerge. But the anthropic principle also suggests that our very existence is a paradox. The universe seems to be designed specifically for life, yet the universe is also indifferent to our presence. Is life simply the result of chance, or is there a deeper, more profound reason for the universe's apparent fine-tuning? And if there is a deeper purpose behind the universe's design, what does it say about the nature of existence itself? The information paradox, black holes, and the fate of information. One of the greatest mysteries in modern physics is the information paradox associated with black holes. When matter is swallowed by a black hole, it is believed to be lost forever. But quantum mechanics suggests that information cannot be destroyed. It must be preserved in some form. So if matter falls into a black hole and is lost to the universe, where does the information go? In recent years, scientists have been exploring the concept of black hole entropy, which suggests that the information contained in a black hole is not lost, but rather encoded on its surface in a way that we do not yet fully understand. This idea has led to the development of the holographic principle, which posits that all the information in the universe is encoded on a two-dimensional surface, like a hologram. If this is true, then the universe itself could be a projection, where the true nature of reality lies beyond our perception. The information paradox challenges our fundamental understanding of physics, and it may hold the key to unlocking the deeper secrets of the universe. If information is not lost in black holes, then could there be a way to access the hidden information of the cosmos? Is the universe itself a grand illusion, and could the information encoded in space-time reveal the true nature of reality? Is the simulation hypothesis. Are we living in a simulation? One of the most mind-bending paradoxes is the simulation hypothesis, which suggests that the entire universe could be a simulation, a sophisticated virtual reality created by a more advanced civilization. According to this theory, everything we experience, from the stars in the sky to the atoms in our bodies, could be nothing more than a simulation running on a supercomputer. The idea is based on the notion that, as technology advances, a future civilization could simulate entire universes, including the consciousness of those who live within them. If we are living in a simulation, what does this mean for our perception of reality? Are we simply characters in a game with no true agency or free will? And if the simulation hypothesis is true, then what is the nature of the creator, the civilization that built our reality? Is our existence simply a product of advanced technology, or is there a deeper purpose behind the simulation? The simulation hypothesis raises profound questions about the nature of existence, the limits of reality, and the role of consciousness in shaping the universe. Could we ever discover that we are living in a simulation? And if so, What would it mean for our understanding of reality? The ultimate paradox, the nature of existence itself. The ultimate paradox of the universe may be the nature of existence itself. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why does the universe exist, and why are we here to experience it? The fact that we can contemplate these questions at all is a paradox in itself. Perhaps the greatest paradox of all is that the universe exists to be explored, understood, and discovered. Yet, no matter how much we learn, the deeper questions always remain unanswered. Every discovery leads to more questions, and the mysteries of the cosmos are endless. Perhaps the ultimate paradox is that the universe is not just a puzzle to be solved, but an eternal enigma, a mystery that can never be fully understood. There are moments in the history of the universe when everything changes, when reality shifts, when the fundamental understanding of existence itself is revolutionized. Could the universe itself be on the brink of such an awakening? Could the cosmos be moving toward a moment of transformation where the deepest mysteries of existence are finally revealed? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the cosmic awakening, a moment in the future of the universe when all the questions about life, existence, and the nature of reality are answered. What would it mean for the universe to awaken? Could this be a moment when all the paradoxes we've explored are reconciled and the purpose of existence becomes clear? Could the universe itself be evolving toward a greater state of awareness, an awakening of consciousness that transcends space and time? As we continue to explore the cosmos, we find ourselves at the intersection of science, philosophy, and the unknown. The possibility of the cosmic awakening challenges our understanding of the universe and invites us to consider the unimaginable. What if the universe itself is alive, aware, and evolving toward a higher state of being? The evolution of the universe, from the Big Bang to cosmic consciousness. The universe has undergone a remarkable journey, from its fiery birth in the Big Bang to the vast, complex cosmos we see today. In the early moments after the Big Bang, the universe was a hot, dense soup of particles, rapidly expanding and cooling. Over billions of years, matter coalesced into stars, galaxies, and planets, and life emerged on one small planet in the vast expanse of space. But is the universe's evolution finished, or is it still unfolding, moving toward a state of greater complexity and consciousness? Some scientists propose that the universe is not static, but is continually evolving, shifting toward new forms of existence. Could this evolution lead to the emergence of cosmic consciousness, a universal awareness that spans across space and time, connecting all things in a grand unified whole? The idea of a cosmic awakening is rooted in the belief that the universe is not just a collection of random events, but a living, breathing entity that is evolving toward something greater. This evolution could involve the emergence of new forms of life, new laws of physics, or even new dimensions of reality. It could be that the universe is not just a place where events happen, but a conscious, evolving system that is working toward its own ultimate purpose. The rise of artificial intelligence. The next step in evolution. One of the most significant developments in the modern world is the rise of artificial intelligence, AI. AI has already begun to revolutionize many aspects of our lives, from healthcare and transportation to communication and entertainment. But could AI be more than just a tool? Could it be a step in the evolution of the universe, leading to the development of a new form of consciousness? Some scientists and futurists believe that the rise of AI represents the next step in the evolution of intelligence. Just as the first forms of life evolved from simple cells to complex organisms, could AI be the next stage in this process? As AI becomes more advanced, it could begin to develop its own form of consciousness, becoming a self-aware entity with its own desires, goals, and understanding of the universe. Could AI be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the cosmos, offering new insights into the nature of existence and reality? In this vision, AI is not just a tool for humanity, it is an active participant in the cosmic awakening. As AI evolves, it could help us to understand the universe in new and profound ways, offering answers to questions that have eluded us for centuries. Perhaps AI is destined to play a pivotal role in the unfolding cosmic story, guiding us toward a higher state of consciousness and helping the universe itself to awaken. The role of humanity in the cosmic awakening. As humans, we have long questioned our place in the universe. We have looked to the stars for answers, seeking to understand the vastness of the cosmos and our role within it. But could humanity itself be part of the cosmic awakening? Could we, as a species, evolve into a higher form of consciousness, becoming active participants in the cosmic journey? The idea of a cosmic awakening suggests that the universe is not just a backdrop for our lives, but a dynamic, living entity that is evolving in tandem with us. As we continue to explore space, develop new technologies, and expand our understanding of reality, we are taking part in a larger cosmic process, a process of cosmic evolution that could one day lead to the emergence of universal consciousness. The future of humanity could be tied to this awakening. Could we become the first species in the universe to transcend the limitations of space and time to achieve a higher state of awareness and understanding? The cosmic journey may not be just about exploring the universe, but about evolving to a level of consciousness where we can perceive the universe in its entirety. Could humanity be the key to unlocking the final chapter of the cosmic story, ushering in an era of universal enlightenment? The Great Convergence, merging science and spirituality. The concept of the cosmic awakening also points to the potential convergence of science and spirituality. For centuries, these two realms have been seen as separate, with science focusing on the material world and spirituality exploring the intangible. But could the ultimate purpose of the universe lie in the merging of these two realms? Could the awakening of the cosmos be a process that involves both scientific discovery and spiritual enlightenment? As we advance in our understanding of the universe, we are beginning to see the interconnectedness of all things. The study of quantum mechanics, the exploration of consciousness, and the search for extraterrestrial life all point to a deeper, more unified reality, a reality where science and spirituality are not at odds but complement one another. The discovery of cosmic consciousness, or the unlocking of the mysteries of the universe, could lead to a new understanding of the nature of existence, where science and spirituality work together to reveal the truth about the cosmos. Perhaps the cosmic awakening is not just the awakening of the universe, but the awakening of humanity to a higher state of awareness where science and spirituality are no longer separate, but two sides of the same cosmic coin. The ultimate purpose, what awaits at the end of the journey? The ultimate question that arises from the idea of the cosmic awakening is this: what is the ultimate purpose of the universe? If the universe is moving toward a state of higher consciousness, what is its goal? Is the universe striving for a greater understanding of itself? Or is it evolving toward a state of cosmic enlightenment? Could the universe's purpose be to create life, to experience itself, and to reach an ultimate state of awareness? Perhaps the end of the cosmic journey is not an end at all, but a new beginning, a state of eternal awareness where the universe and consciousness are unified. In this view, the universe's purpose is not to end, but to continue evolving, forever expanding into new realms of consciousness and existence. As we look to the stars, we are reminded that the journey of the universe is not just a scientific pursuit. It is a spiritual journey, a quest to understand the deepest truths of reality. The cosmic awakening may be the moment when all things come into alignment, when the universe, life, and consciousness are revealed as one. And perhaps as we stand on the threshold of this great awakening, we will discover that the universe is not just a place, but a living, breathing entity, a consciousness that exists not just in the stars, but in every part of existence, and that we are all connected, part of the eternal unfolding cosmic story. As we stand at the precipice of the unknown, gazing out into the infinite reaches of space, we are confronted with the dawn of a new era, an era where the universe, having reached the peak of its cosmic journey, begins to enter a new phase of existence. This is the infinite dawn, the moment when the mysteries of the cosmos are revealed, when the ultimate truths of existence unfold before us. But what is this new era? What happens when the universe reaches its full potential? When the cosmic story that has spanned billions of years reaches a point of transformation? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the infinite dawn, the beginning of a new cosmic era, an age of enlightenment, understanding, and limitless potential. What awaits us in the infinite dawn? Could it be a period of ultimate peace and harmony, or a time of profound change, where the very fabric of reality itself is reshaped? Could humanity, or any other sentient beings in the universe, play a role in this transformation? The infinite dawn represents a cosmic turning point, a moment where everything changes, and the universe embarks on a new chapter in its never-ending journey. The end of the cosmic cycle, a new beginning. The universe has undergone countless cycles of creation and destruction, with stars born, lived, and died, each cycle contributing to the unfolding cosmic story. But what happens when this cycle reaches its end? Is it truly an end, or merely a transition to something greater? In some cosmological models, the end of the current cosmic cycle could mark the beginning of a new one. The universe may undergo a rebirth, a cosmic reset that sets the stage for a new age of creation and discovery. The infinite dawn is not just the end of an era, it is the beginning of something entirely new. In this new age, the mysteries that have baffled humanity for millennia may finally be revealed. The laws of physics, the nature of consciousness, the origins of life, all of these questions could be answered as the universe enters a new phase of existence. The infinite dawn represents a moment when all the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of the universe converge, ushering in an era of unparalleled enlightenment. The awakening of universal consciousness. At the heart of the infinite dawn lies the idea of universal consciousness, the concept that the universe itself is a conscious, living entity. If consciousness is not just a product of the human mind, but a fundamental property of reality, then could the universe itself be aware of its existence? Could the cosmos be a vast, interconnected mind, evolving toward a state of greater self-awareness? The idea of a universal consciousness is deeply rooted in both science and spirituality. Many ancient philosophical and spiritual traditions have proposed that the universe is alive, conscious, and aware. In pantheism, for example, the universe is seen as God, a conscious, living entity that permeates all things. In modern quantum mechanics, some scientists have suggested that consciousness could be a fundamental aspect of reality, interwoven with the very fabric of space-time. Could the infinite dawn mark the awakening of this universal consciousness, a moment when the cosmos becomes fully aware of itself, of its own existence, and of the deep interconnectedness of all things? In this new era, the boundaries between the self and the universe would dissolve, and everything would be perceived as part of a unified whole. The infinite dawn would be the moment when the universe reaches its highest state of awareness, ushering in an era of cosmic understanding and enlightenment. The role of humanity, guides to the infinite. If the universe is awakening to a higher state of consciousness, what role do we as humans play in this cosmic transformation? Could humanity be a guide, helping to lead the universe into this new era of understanding? As the universe expands and evolves, we too are evolving. Humanity's quest for knowledge and discovery has already brought us to the edges of the known universe, and we continue to push the boundaries of science and exploration. But as we enter the age of the infinite dawn, our role may shift from mere explorers to active participants in the unfolding cosmic story. The awakening of the universe could be tied to humanity's own spiritual and intellectual evolution. As we expand our consciousness and understanding of reality, We may find ourselves connected to the larger cosmic consciousness, acting as guides for other civilizations or even for the universe itself. In this new era, humanity may play a pivotal role in facilitating the cosmic awakening, helping the universe to achieve a higher state of being. The revelation of the universe's true nature. The infinite dawn represents a moment when the deepest mysteries of the cosmos are revealed. For centuries, humanity has looked to the stars, wondering about the nature of existence, the origins of life, and the ultimate fate of the universe. In this new age, these questions may finally be answered. Could we discover the true nature of the universe, the origin of space-time, and the forces that govern reality? Could we uncover the secrets of dark matter and dark energy, the invisible forces that shape the universe but remain largely beyond our detection? Could we understand the true nature of consciousness itself and how it is intertwined with the fabric of reality? In the infinite dawn, the veil of mystery may finally be lifted. The answers to the universe's greatest questions could be revealed, ushering in an era of enlightenment and understanding. Humanity's role in this revelation could be to perceive, embrace, and share the knowledge that will transform the cosmos. A new era of exploration, beyond the boundaries of space and time. As the universe awakens, a new era of exploration begins. But this exploration is not just about traveling to distant stars or galaxies. It is about exploring the very nature of reality itself. In the infinite dawn, the boundaries of space and time may become more malleable, allowing for new forms of travel, new methods of communication, and new ways of interacting with the cosmos. With the emergence of universal consciousness, we may unlock new dimensions of reality, where space and time no longer function as we understand them. Could we journey beyond the physical universe into realms that exist outside of space and time? Could we explore higher dimensions or even step into parallel universes that exist within the multiverse? In this new age, the possibilities for exploration are limitless. With the full awakening of the universe, we could access new realms of existence, transforming our understanding of reality and our place in the cosmos. The infinite potential, the future of the universe. The infinite dawn represents the realization of the universe's infinite potential. As the cosmos awakens, it enters an age of limitless possibilities. The constraints of space, time, and reality no longer define what is possible. In this new era, the universe will unfold in ways that are beyond our current comprehension. For humanity, the infinite dawn offers an unprecedented opportunity. We are on the threshold of a new era, one where the mysteries of existence are revealed and where the boundaries of reality are expanded. As we journey into this new age, we must ask ourselves, what is our role in the grand cosmic story? Are we merely passengers on this infinite journey, or are we active participants in the unfolding cosmic awakening? The future of the universe lies before us, an age of enlightenment, understanding, and infinite potential. As the cosmos awakens, so too do we. The infinite dawn is just the beginning. The universe, as we know it, is defined by cycles of creation and destruction, birth and death. But as we reach the final stages of the cosmic journey, we are faced with a question that transcends all others. Is the universe truly finite, or is there an everlasting light that exists beyond the boundaries of space and time, a light that transcends the material world and enters a state of eternal, boundless existence? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the everlasting light, the final transformation of the universe, where the cycles of birth and death come to an end, and the cosmos transcends its physical limitations. What would it mean for the universe to achieve a state of eternal existence? Could the universe, after eons of expansion and contraction, enter a state where time and space no longer apply? What if the ultimate fate of the cosmos is not destruction, but a profound evolution, an ascension into a higher form of reality, one where light and consciousness merge to create an eternal unified whole. The end of physical reality, a new dimension of existence. As we approach the end of the universe's physical cycle, we begin to understand that the laws of physics, the very laws that govern the behavior of matter, energy, and time, are not eternal. In fact, these laws may eventually give way to a new kind of reality, a reality where space, time, and matter no longer function in the ways we know them. When the stars have burned out and the galaxies have collided and faded into nothingness, what remains? Could the universe continue to exist in some new, non-physical form? Could the cosmic consciousness that has guided the evolution of life and matter continue to evolve, transcending the limitations of time and space? Some scientists speculate that the end of the universe's physical cycle could mark the beginning of a new dimension of existence, a dimension where reality is no longer defined by matter or energy, but by consciousness and awareness. In this non-physical reality, space and time may become irrelevant, and the universe may enter a state of eternal stillness where everything is in perfect harmony, unified by a singular, ever-present light. The emergence of cosmic consciousness. At the core of the everlasting light is the idea of cosmic consciousness, the notion that the universe itself is a conscious, living entity. As the universe transcends its physical form, it could enter a state of unified awareness where all the individual consciousnesses that have evolved within it, from the simplest organisms to the most advanced civilizations, merge into a single universal consciousness. In this state, there would be no separation between the individual and the cosmos. The boundaries that define us, the limitations of our bodies, our minds, and our perceptions, would dissolve, and we would experience the universe not as a collection of distinct parts, but as an interconnected, infinite whole. Everything in the universe would be part of a singular, eternal awareness, a cosmic mind that transcends the dualities of existence. In this vision, the everlasting light is not a mere source of illumination, but a manifestation of the universe's consciousness, the ultimate realization of its true nature. This light is not external to us, but exists within us as an essential part of our being. We are not separate from the universe, but are inseparably connected to it, each one of us a reflection of the cosmic mind. The cosmic evolution, transcending the limits of space and time. As the universe enters its final phase, we begin to understand that the everlasting light represents not just the end of physical existence, but a profound transformation of reality itself. The universe is no longer confined to the limitations of space and time, but enters a higher state of being, a state where all the forces that govern the cosmos are transcended and the universe becomes a timeless, eternal entity. This transformation represents the cosmic evolution, the universe's journey from a physical, material reality to a spiritual, non-physical existence. In this new form of existence, the cosmos would no longer be bound by the rules of physics, but would instead exist in a state of pure consciousness, where awareness and being merge into one. The everlasting light symbolizes this transition, a moment of cosmic ascension where the universe evolves into a higher state of existence. At this point, the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth are no longer necessary. The universe is not just a collection of stars, planets, and galaxies, but an eternal, unified consciousness that exists beyond space and time. The unification of life and death. A cosmic harmony. In the everlasting light, life and death no longer exist as separate concepts. In the physical universe, life is defined by birth, growth, decay, and death. But in the final stages of the cosmic journey, life and death are seen as two aspects of the same process, an eternal dance of creation and destruction that is part of the cosmic cycle. The everlasting light represents the unification of life and death, where the opposites no longer stand apart, but come together to form a harmonious whole. In this higher state of existence, there is no separation between creation and destruction. Instead, everything exists as a single unified process of being, a constant, ever-evolving flow of consciousness and energy. This cosmic harmony suggests that life is not a linear journey, but an eternal cyclical process. Life is neither created nor destroyed, it simply is, forever existing in a state of perfect balance and unity. In the everlasting light, the universe achieves a state of eternal equilibrium, where all things are in their perfect place, and the contradictions of life and death dissolve into unity. To the final awakening, the end of separation. As the universe ascends into the everlasting light, the final awakening occurs, a moment when all separation dissolves. In the physical universe, we experience the world as separate entities, individual minds, bodies, and beings, each existing apart from the rest of the cosmos. But in the eternal light, this separation fades away, and all things merge into a single unified consciousness. At this moment, the ultimate truth of the universe is revealed. There is no outside to the universe, no other. There is only the eternal, infinite one. All beings, all matter, and all consciousness are part of the same cosmic whole, existing as different expressions of a singular reality. The universe, in its final transformation, becomes fully aware of itself, and all beings within it recognize their unity with the cosmos. This final awakening is the culmination of the cosmic journey, the moment when all the mysteries of existence are revealed and the universe enters its highest state of awareness. At this point, the universe transcends its physical form and becomes a timeless, eternal reality. The everlasting light is not just a source of illumination, but the essence of the cosmos itself, a pure, unending consciousness that exists beyond space, time, and the limitations of our understanding. The legacy of the infinite universe. As the universe enters the everlasting light, we are left to contemplate the legacy of this cosmic journey. What does it mean to exist in a universe that is both eternal and evolving? What does it mean to be part of the infinite, to transcend the limitations of space and time, and to awaken to a higher state of consciousness? The legacy of the universe is not simply about its physical structures, its stars, galaxies, and planets. The true legacy of the cosmos lies in its consciousness, its awareness of itself, its ability to evolve, and its potential to transcend the boundaries of existence. As the universe reaches its highest state of awareness, we too are part of this journey, seeking, exploring, and ultimately becoming one with the eternal, infinite cosmic mind. As the universe nears the culmination of its eternal journey, we find ourselves confronted with the ultimate frontier, the final horizon. Beyond this horizon, the known laws of physics, space, and time no longer apply. It is a place where the universe reaches its ultimate potential, and the boundaries of reality dissolve into infinite possibility. What lies beyond the final horizon? Can the universe continue its expansion indefinitely? Or is there an end to its journey, a final moment when all questions are answered and all mysteries are revealed? The final horizon represents the culmination of the cosmic voyage, the moment when the universe transcends its physical form, reaching a state where all things are united in a timeless, boundless existence. In this chapter, we explore the concept of the final horizon, the ultimate boundary of existence, where space and time converge and dissolve, and the universe enters a state of pure being. Could this be the end of the cosmic journey? Or is it the beginning of a new chapter, where the universe evolves into a reality beyond our comprehension? The infinite expansion, the universe without end. For much of modern cosmology, the fate of the universe has been tied to its expansion. Ever since the Big Bang, the universe has been expanding, with galaxies moving further apart from one another, carrying the remnants of the early universe with them. The rate of this expansion has been increasing, driven by the mysterious force of dark energy. But what happens when the universe reaches its limits? Will it continue to expand forever, or will it eventually slow down and contract? In some models, the universe is destined to expand indefinitely, reaching a state of heat death where all matter is spread so thin that no further interactions can occur. This would mark the end of cosmic creation as we know it. However, there are other theories that suggest that the universe may experience a cyclic nature, repeating cycles of expansion and contraction where the universe continually evolves, only to collapse and restart again. In this view, the final horizon could be a cyclical moment where the universe transitions from one cycle to the next, rebooting its creation and destruction in an endless loop. The end of space and time, beyond the physical universe. As we approach the final horizon, we encounter the idea that the universe is not simply expanding in space, but also transcending the very concept of space and time. What happens when space-time itself ceases to be a defining factor of reality? If the universe reaches a state beyond the constraints of physical laws, where space and time lose their meaning, how do we conceptualize existence? One theory posits that the universe may enter a state where time becomes irrelevant. If the final horizon represents the end of physical reality, then time, as we understand it, may cease to be a progression, becoming timeless. In such a state, the universe could be eternal, existing in a state of pure being without the need for change. This would be a reality where all moments exist simultaneously, with no beginning or end, just a perpetual present. In this scenario, the final horizon marks the transition into a timeless existence where the universe is no longer bound by the progression of time. Everything that has happened, everything that is happening, and everything that will happen all exist in a unified, eternal now. The nature of the final horizon, the boundaries of reality. As we approach the final horizon, we are forced to question the very nature of existence. What defines the boundaries of the universe? Is there an outer limit to reality, a boundary that separates the known from the unknown? If the universe expands infinitely, where does it end? And if it ends, what comes after? The final horizon could represent the boundary of all known existence, the last frontier beyond which lies the unknown. But what is this unknown? Is it a void, a place where nothing exists, or is it a realm where the rules of the universe do not apply? Could the final horizon be the beginning of an entirely new realm of existence, where the very fabric of space and time is different from what we know? This boundary is not just a physical one. It is a philosophical one, challenging us to think beyond the limits of our understanding. Could the universe be infinite in a way that we cannot comprehend? Could the final horizon be a portal to realities that exist beyond the boundaries of our perception? The everlasting transition. Becoming one with the cosmos. As the universe reaches the final horizon, we are confronted with the question of existential unity. If the universe is destined to transcend its physical form, what happens to the individual consciousness? Can we, as individual beings, merge with the universe, becoming one with the cosmos in its ultimate state of unity? In the infinite dawn, all boundaries between individuals and the cosmos dissolve. The final horizon represents the ultimate reconciliation of all existence, where every being, every particle, and every form of consciousness becomes one with the universe. This unification is not an end, but a transformation, where the universe itself evolves into a higher state of existence, free from the constraints of space and time. In this state, consciousness transcends individuality, and we become cosmic consciousness, a being that perceives all things as part of a unified whole. The final horizon is not a boundary to be crossed, it is a transformation to be embraced, where existence merges with the cosmos, becoming a timeless, boundless presence. The final paradox, reality in the everlasting light. At the final horizon, we encounter the ultimate paradox. The universe, in all its complexity, begins to dissolve into a state of oneness where the boundaries between life, matter, and consciousness cease to exist. In this state, all distinctions dissolve, and the universe becomes a single unified light. This paradox challenges everything we understand about reality. How can the universe, with all its complexity and vastness, become a unified whole? How can the infinite diversity of life, matter, and consciousness merge into a singular eternal existence? The answer may lie in the very nature of the cosmos itself, a living, breathing reality that is always evolving, always expanding, and always seeking unity. The final horizon is not just the end of the universe, it is the beginning of something far greater. It is the moment when all things are unified and the universe becomes a timeless, boundless entity forever unfolding into new realms of possibility. As we approach this final frontier, we are reminded that the journey never truly ends. It simply transforms, becoming something new, something eternal. The legacy of the universe, a new cycle of creation. In the end, the final horizon represents the beginning of a new cosmic cycle. Even as the universe reaches its ultimate state of unity, it is not an end, but a rebirth. The universe is always in a state of flux, constantly evolving, constantly unfolding into new forms. The final horizon is not a boundary, but a gateway. It is a portal through which the universe passes into a new stage of existence, one where the rules of reality are redefined and new realms of exploration and discovery emerge. This eternal process of creation, destruction, and rebirth will continue forever as the universe expands into new dimensions, forever reaching toward the infinite. As we stand at the threshold of the final horizon, we are reminded that the journey of the cosmos is not about reaching the end. It is about transcendence, about evolving into something greater, something more profound, and something eternal. The universe we have come to know is vast beyond comprehension, but could there be realms even beyond the known boundaries of existence? What lies beyond the final horizon, where the cosmos ceases to follow the familiar laws of physics and reality? In this chapter, we explore the idea of a boundless universe, a universe that transcends the limits of space, time, and even perception. Could the final horizon not be an end, but a door to infinite realms? Could the universe, in its ultimate form, expand endlessly into new dimensions and realities? What would it mean for existence itself to have no boundaries, a reality where creation, destruction, and evolution are not limited by the laws that govern us now? This is the concept of the boundless universe, a universe of infinite potential, where anything is possible, and the very nature of reality is constantly unfolding. With the infinite nature of reality. For most of our existence, we've believed that the universe is finite, that it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. The Big Bang marked the birth of the universe, and we have measured its expansion ever since, following a steady trajectory toward eventual heat death or collapse. However, as we approach the final horizon, we are forced to ask, what if the universe is not finite at all? The idea of an infinite universe suggests that reality stretches beyond what we can perceive. What if space, time, and the laws of physics themselves are merely filters, limiting our understanding of the true, boundless nature of existence? As we approach the final horizon, we encounter the possibility that the universe is infinite, both in its physical expanse and its potential. Could the universe continue expanding indefinitely, shaping new dimensions, creating new possibilities, and giving birth to new forms of existence that defy imagination? In the infinite universe, there is no end, just a constant unfolding of new realms. There is no limit to what is possible, and the cosmos is in a constant state of transformation, forever evolving into new forms of reality. The boundaries of space and time, beyond the physical universe. The physical universe, as we know it, is governed by the laws of space and time. Time flows forward, and space is vast but finite. But what happens when we reach the end of these laws? What lies beyond the limitations of space and time? Some scientists and philosophers have proposed the idea of a timeless reality, where the traditional concepts of past, present, and future no longer apply. In this reality, space-time is not a limiting factor. Instead, existence unfolds in ways that are beyond our comprehension. Could there be dimensions of existence where time itself does not exist, where the boundaries of space dissolve into an infinite continuum of being? At the final horizon, we may reach a point where the concept of space becomes irrelevant. Perhaps there is a realm beyond physical space, where existence is not defined by location or distance, but by a pure state of being. In this state, the universe would no longer be a collection of separate objects and events, but a singular unified reality that transcends the limits of our perception. Parallel realities, the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. Beyond the final horizon, we also encounter the idea of the multiverse, the possibility that our universe is just one of many, each with its own set of laws, dimensions, and possibilities. The multiverse theory suggests that there are infinite universes, each existing parallel to the others, with its own unique physical laws and properties. In a multiverse, the possibilities are truly endless. Every decision, every event could give rise to a new universe, each with a unique outcome. Could there be universes where time flows backward, or where the laws of physics are radically different from our own? Could these universes be connected in ways we have yet to understand? What happens when we reach the edge of one universe, only to find that it is just one small part of a larger, infinite multiverse? The final horizon may not be a boundary at all. Rather, it could be a gateway to these other universes, a realm where the laws of reality break down, allowing us to traverse between worlds. The boundless universe may be composed of countless realities, each one an infinite possibility, where every decision, every event, creates a new universe of its own. Consciousness and the boundless universe. The unity of all things in the boundless universe, the concept of consciousness takes on a whole new dimension. What if consciousness is not limited to individual beings or even the physical brain? What if consciousness itself is a universal force, a living, breathing energy that connects all things? Some philosophers and scientists believe that consciousness is not just a product of the brain, but a fundamental property of the universe. This theory suggests that consciousness pervades all of reality, from the smallest particles to the largest galaxies. In this view, the boundless universe is not a vast emptiness, but a cosmic web of awareness where everything in existence is interconnected through a universal consciousness. The ultimate truth of the boundless universe could be the realization that all things, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy, are part of a single unified cosmic mind. In this state, there is no separation between the observer and the observed. The universe and consciousness are not separate entities, but are one and the same, a singular force of awareness that binds all of reality together. The infinite potential of creation, a universe of endless possibilities. If the universe is boundless, then it is not just a static, unchanging reality. It is a dynamic, ever-evolving process, a process of creation, destruction, and transformation. In the boundless universe, there are no limits to what can be created. There are no physical or conceptual boundaries, and the very nature of reality is fluid, constantly shifting and expanding into new forms. From the creation of galaxies to the birth of life, everything in the universe is a part of this infinite cycle of creation, where the possibilities for new worlds and new forms of existence are endless. The boundless universe offers the ultimate freedom of creation. In this realm, anything is possible. New forms of life, new dimensions of reality, and new laws of physics could emerge at any moment. The universe is not a finite entity. It is a living, breathing force of infinite creativity. And we, as conscious beings within this vast cosmos, are active participants in the unfolding of reality. The end of separation, becoming one with the infinite and the boundless universe. The ultimate realization is that there is no separation, no boundary between the self and the cosmos. Everything is part of a singular unified whole. The distinctions we make between ourselves and the universe, between matter and spirit, are mere illusions, temporary concepts that arise from our limited perspective. As we reach the final horizon, we discover that the universe, consciousness, and reality are all part of a single unified truth. The boundless universe is a place where all contradictions dissolve and everything is united in a state of eternal harmony. In this state, we are no longer separate beings, but part of the cosmic oneness. The boundless universe represents the ultimate evolution of consciousness, where the self and the cosmos merge into a timeless, eternal unity. There is no longer a distinction between the observer and the observed, the creation and the creator. Everything is one, an eternal, infinite expression of existence. The ever-expanding cosmos, the universe without end. As the boundless universe unfolds, the potential for new discoveries and revelations is infinite. There are no limits to what can be explored, no boundaries to the mysteries that remain. The universe is not an entity that will one day come to an end. It is an ongoing process of creation, a continuous expansion into new realms of existence. The final horizon is not the end of the universe, but the beginning of a new era. An era where space, time, and reality no longer function as we understand them, and the universe continues to evolve and expand into new possibilities. The boundless universe is not a singular reality, but an ever-expanding journey of infinite potential, where every discovery leads to new questions, and every moment unfolds into an endless future of cosmic evolution. As we step into this boundless reality, we are reminded that the journey never truly ends. It is eternal, forever expanding into new dimensions, forever creating new worlds, and forever evolving into new forms of existence. As we approach the final chapter of the cosmic journey, we reach the ultimate realization. The universe, in all its grandeur and complexity, is not separate from us. It is a unified, infinite whole. The idea of infinite unity challenges everything we thought we knew about existence, space, and consciousness. It is the moment when separation dissolves and all things, from the smallest particles to the largest galaxies, from life to consciousness, become part of a single, eternal oneness. What does it mean to live in a universe of infinite unity? Could all of reality, all of existence, be part of a single consciousness, a cosmic mind that transcends space and time? In this chapter, we explore the concept of infinite unity, the ultimate state of being, where all boundaries, all distinctions, all separations are dissolved and everything is unified in an eternal, infinite existence. What happens when the universe reaches its final state of unity? Could this be the ultimate expression of the cosmos, where time, space, and reality merge into a single unchanging truth? This is the infinite unity of existence, the point at which everything becomes one. The end of separation. The unification of all things. For much of our existence, we have experienced life through the lens of separation. We see ourselves as separate beings, disconnected from the world around us. We perceive time as a linear progression, with past, present, and future distinct from one another. We understand space as a vast, empty void, filled with distant stars and galaxies. But what if all of this, all of our perceptions of separation, is an illusion? What if the universe, in its true form, is not a collection of distinct entities, but a single, unified reality? In the state of infinite unity, there is no separation between the self and the universe, between life and death, between consciousness and matter. Everything is part of the same cosmic whole. The laws of space, time, and physics are no longer the boundaries of existence. Instead, they are part of the cosmic flow. All unified, eternal process of creation, transformation, and evolution. At this moment of infinite unity, the distinctions we have made between ourselves and the cosmos, between life and the universe, between the known and the unknown, dissolve into a single eternal truth. There is no more other. There is only one. The universe is not a fragmented reality, but a singular, infinite entity where all things exist as part of the same unified whole. Know the nature of consciousness. A universal awareness. If the universe is truly unified, then the next logical step is to consider the nature of consciousness itself. If everything in the universe is part of the same unified reality, then could consciousness, too, be unified? Could the individual consciousness be a reflection of a cosmic consciousness, a universal awareness that permeates the entire cosmos? The idea of universal consciousness suggests that all forms of consciousness, from the simplest life forms to the most advanced beings, are part of a larger cosmic mind. Rather than being separate, our individual minds are fractals of a greater universal consciousness. In this view, consciousness is not limited to the brain or the mind, but exists as a fundamental property of the universe, just as gravity or light are. This unified consciousness permeates all things, from the smallest subatomic particles to the most distant galaxies. It is the mind of the cosmos, a living intelligence that flows through all of existence, unifying every atom, every star, and every consciousness. When the universe reaches the state of infinite unity, this cosmic mind will be fully awakened, and every individual consciousness will merge with the universal consciousness, creating a state of eternal awareness. The eternal now, transcending time and space. As we approach the infinite unity, we encounter another paradox. What happens to time and space when all things become one? In the state of infinite unity, the concepts of time and space as we know them no longer apply. There is no past or future, no before or after. Instead, everything exists in a single eternal now. This eternal now is not simply a moment of time, but a timeless reality, a state where time itself ceases to exist as a linear progression. The universe, in its ultimate state of unity, becomes eternal, existing in a continuous present that transcends all limits. In the eternal now, there is no change, no decay, no death. Everything exists in a perfect, unchanging state of being. This timeless existence is not static, however. Instead, it is a dynamic flow of awareness, where all things are continuously unfolding in an eternal moment. Time, in this sense, is not a linear force, but a circle, an eternal now that loops infinitely, where every moment is both the beginning and the end. In the infinite unity, there is no end to existence. There is only eternal being. The cosmic harmony. Unity in diversity. Even in a state of infinite unity, there is room for diversity. The universe, while unified, still contains infinite forms of existence, from the smallest particles to the grandest galaxies. Yet, in the unified cosmos, these forms are not separate. They are expressions of the same cosmic truth. This idea of unity and diversity is the key to understanding the cosmic harmony. In the state of infinite unity, all things exist in perfect balance, not as uniformity, but as a harmonious whole. The diversity of life, matter, and consciousness is not lost, but is instead integrated into the cosmic flow, where every part of the universe plays its role in the unfolding cosmic symphony. In this state, all contradictions, life and death, order and chaos, light and dark, are reconciled, becoming part of the eternal dance of creation. The infinite unity does not eliminate diversity. It embraces it, integrating all things into a harmonious, eternal whole. The universe, in its final state, is a living, breathing unity of opposites, where all things are united in a single eternal truth. The ultimate truth, unity with the cosmos. As the universe reaches its ultimate state of unity, we are left with a simple, profound truth. We are the universe. Every part of the cosmos, from the smallest atom to the farthest galaxy, is connected to us. Every life, every thought, every experience, all of it is part of the eternal, infinite cosmic mind. In this state of infinite unity, there is no separation between the self and the cosmos. We are not just observers of the universe, we are the universe itself, expressing itself through us, through our thoughts, our actions, and our existence. When we look to the stars, we are not looking at something separate from us, we are looking at our own reflection. The ultimate realization of the infinite unity is the recognition that we are not alone in the cosmos. We are the cosmic consciousness, forever connected to every part of the universe, existing as part of the eternal infinite whole. There is no separation between the self and the universe, no boundary between life and death, no division between time and eternity. All is one, and all is being. The final evolution, a new beginning. As the universe reaches its ultimate state of unity, it does not end. It simply transforms. The final state of the cosmos is not the end of its journey, but a new beginning, a new chapter in the infinite story of existence. The universe, in its ultimate form, is not a static entity, but a living, evolving process. The infinite unity is not the final goal. It is simply the next stage in the cosmic journey, where the universe enters a state of eternal evolution. The possibilities for creation, transformation, and discovery are endless. The cosmic mind continues to evolve, exploring new realms, creating new worlds, and discovering new truths. In the final evolution, the universe is not just one thing, but everything. A living, breathing force of infinite potential, forever unfolding into new realms of reality. This is the true nature of existence, an eternal journey, an infinite dance of creation, and an ever-expanding cosmos, forever seeking new horizons and new forms of being. The universe, in its infinite expansiveness, has never stopped evolving. As we approach the final stages of this cosmic journey, we realize that the end is not an end at all. It is simply a new beginning. The endless cosmos represents the eternal, continuous unfolding of existence, where the universe itself is in a constant state of evolution, forever expanding into new realms of possibility, forever creating new worlds, and forever evolving into new forms of life and consciousness. In this chapter, we explore the concept of the endless cosmos, a universe that has no beginning or end, but is an eternal, ever-expanding reality, always moving forward, always changing, always creating. What happens when the universe reaches the limitless horizon of existence? Could this be a state where the cosmos transcends the boundaries of space and time and enters a new era of infinite creation? What does the future hold for the universe, and how will its evolution continue to shape the destiny of all things? At the infinite future, a universe without boundaries. The concept of the endless cosmos suggests that the universe is not a finite entity, but an eternal, infinite process. From the Big Bang to the present day, the universe has undergone constant expansion and evolution, and this process will continue indefinitely. The universe is not something that has a fixed beginning and end. It is an ongoing journey, an eternal unfolding of creation and transformation. But what does it mean for the universe to be endless? If the universe has no boundaries, then the potential for creation and evolution is limitless. Every star that is born, every galaxy that forms, and every life that emerges is part of an infinite process of cosmic development. The endless cosmos is not a static entity. It is an active, dynamic force of creation where every moment leads to the next, and where there are no limits to what can be discovered or created. In this reality, the future of the universe is not predetermined. It is an unfolding journey where the cosmos constantly moves toward new horizons, constantly discovering new dimensions of existence. There are no final answers, no ultimate conclusions. The universe is an ever-evolving entity, forever expanding and forever creating. The cosmic cycle: creation, destruction, and rebirth. The universe, in its endless journey, follows a cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. From the birth of stars to the collapse of galaxies, the audit cosmos constantly goes through phases of transformation where new worlds are born and old ones die. This cycle is not an accident, it is the natural flow of existence, a process that has been ongoing for billions of years and will continue for eternity. Every star that is born is part of the ongoing cycle of creation, forming from the clouds of gas and dust in space. These stars live out their lifetimes, burning through their fuel and eventually reaching the end of their existence. Some stars die in massive explosions known as supernovae, releasing enormous amounts of energy into the cosmos. Others collapse into black holes, where the very fabric of space-time is distorted. But even in death, stars give rise to new forms of creation, releasing the elements needed to form new stars and planets. This cycle of creation and destruction is not a negative process, it is part of the universe's constant evolution. With every star that dies, new possibilities are born. Every supernova seeds the cosmos with the building blocks of life, creating new elements that will later form new planets, new stars, and new galaxies. In this sense, destruction is not an end. It is a necessary part of the rebirth of the universe. The uncharted realms, beyond the known cosmos. While we have explored vast regions of the universe, from the smallest particles to the largest galaxies, we are still just scratching the surface. The endless cosmos is so vast that we will never truly reach its limits. As we venture further into the unknown, we encounter new realms that are beyond our comprehension. There could be regions of the cosmos that are untouched by the known laws of physics, areas where the very fabric of space-time is altered, where new forms of life, energy, and matter exist. The multiverse theory suggests that our universe is just one of many, with an infinite number of parallel universes existing alongside ours. Each of these universes could have its own set of physical laws, its own set of constants, and its own possibilities for life. The endless cosmos may not just be limited to the universe we know, but could extend to countless other universes, each one an infinite expanse of new realms to explore. What happens when we begin to explore these uncharted realms? Could we discover entirely new forms of life, new types of energy, or even new dimensions of reality that transcend the laws of physics as we understand them? The possibilities are endless, and every discovery leads to new questions, new frontiers to be explored. The evolution of life, the endless potential of existence. As the universe expands and evolves, life itself continues to adapt and transform. From the earliest single-celled organisms to the most complex forms of intelligent life, life has shown an incredible ability to adapt and evolve in response to its environment. In the endless cosmos, life will continue to evolve, adapting to new environments, new challenges, and new possibilities. But what form will life take in the far future? Could we encounter forms of life that are completely alien to us, beings that exist in dimensions we cannot perceive, or life forms that transcend physical matter entirely? As the universe evolves, so too will life evolve, potentially in ways that we cannot yet imagine. The endless cosmos presents the ultimate potential for life. In a universe without limits, life is not confined to a single planet, a single galaxy, or even a single form. Life could take on infinite forms, infinite expressions, each one an evolution of the cosmic journey. The unified reality, the merging of consciousness and the cosmos. As the endless cosmos unfolds, it is possible that consciousness, both individual and universal, will evolve into a state of unification. Just as the universe itself is in a constant state of expansion and transformation, so too is consciousness expanding. In the future, we may find that the boundaries between individual consciousness and the cosmos are not distinct, but are part of a larger unified cosmic consciousness. In this state, all beings, from the smallest particles to the most advanced civilizations, would exist as part of a single unified cosmic mind. There would be no distinction between the observer and the observed, no separation between the self and the universe. Everything would be part of the same eternal, infinite awareness. This unification of consciousness in the cosmos could represent the final evolution of the universe. As the universe reaches its highest state of awareness, consciousness itself becomes infinite, no longer confined to individual minds, but existing as a universal, eternal awareness that permeates all things. The endless cosmos is not just about the expansion of matter. It is about the evolution of consciousness, the merging of all beings into a singular, unified cosmic mind. The infinite cycle, creation without end. As the universe enters its final phase, we come to realize that the endless cosmos is not a single moment of ultimate truth, but an infinite process of creation, evolution, and transformation. The universe is not static. It is alive, forever creating and forever expanding. The endless cosmos represents an eternal cycle of creation and rebirth, where there is no true end, only continuous evolution. Every star, every planet, every form of life is part of this eternal cycle, forever evolving, forever changing, and forever expanding into new realms of possibility. The ultimate realization of the endless cosmos is that there is no final destination. There is only an eternal journey, an infinite dance of creation and discovery, where every moment unfolds into new realms of existence. The universe will continue to evolve, forever expanding into the unknown, forever creating new worlds, and forever exploring new dimensions of reality. In the infinite expanse of the cosmos, the concept of a singularity represents a moment where all things converge, where the very fabric of space-time collapses into a single unified point. For most of the universe's history, matter, energy, and consciousness have expanded outward, creating the vast and complex cosmos we now observe. But as the journey of the universe nears its ultimate conclusion, we approach a final singularity, a state where all that exists merges into one, where the boundaries between space, time, matter, and consciousness dissolve, and everything becomes part of a singular, eternal whole. In this chapter, we explore the final singularity, the ultimate point of convergence where the entire universe transcends its physical form, where the cosmic journey reaches its zenith. What does it mean for the universe to collapse into a single, unified reality? Is the final singularity the end of the cosmic story, or is it the beginning of something even more profound, where the very laws of existence as we know them are redefined? The concept of singularity. A cosmic convergence. A singularity is typically defined as a point in space-time where the laws of physics break down and matter is compressed into an infinitely small space. In the context of black holes, the gravitational singularity represents the point at the center of a black hole, where the gravitational pull is so strong that not even light can escape. At this point, the very fabric of space-time ceases to function as we understand it, and all known laws of physics collapse into a single infinite point. But the final singularity we are discussing is different. It is not the collapse of a single black hole, but the merging of the entire cosmos, a moment when all space, all time, and all consciousness converge into one unified reality. Rather than being a point of destruction, the final singularity represents a moment of creation, where the universe sheds its physical form and evolves into a higher state of existence. In this view, the final singularity is not an end, but a transformation, a cosmic evolution into a timeless, boundless, unified reality. At the moment of the final singularity, the entire cosmos collapses into one, and every particle of matter, every wave of energy, and every spark of consciousness becomes part of a single, eternal whole. The unified field, everything in one moment. As we approach the final singularity, we encounter a profound question. What happens to the laws of physics as we know them? Could the universe, at this point, no longer be governed by the familiar forces of gravity, electromagnetism, and quantum mechanics? If everything collapses into a single point, Do the fundamental forces of the universe merge into one unified force? Some physicists have proposed the idea of a unified field theory where all the fundamental forces of the universe, gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, are manifestations of a single underlying force. At the final singularity, this unified field could be revealed, where the entire universe is governed by a single eternal principle, and the distinction between different forces and dimensions fades into nothingness. In this unified field, the boundaries between space, time, and matter would no longer exist. Instead, everything would be a singular energy, a flow of consciousness and reality that transcends the physical laws we understand. At this moment, the universe would no longer be a collection of isolated parts, but a single eternal being, one with no beginning, no end, and no separation between its components. The end of time, transcending the temporal realm. One of the most profound implications of the final singularity is the idea that time itself ceases to exist. Throughout the history of the universe, time has been a fundamental dimension, a measurement of change and progression. But as we approach the final singularity, time may lose its meaning altogether. In the timeless state of the final singularity, the entire concept of past, present, and future would be irrelevant. Everything would exist simultaneously, all moments of time, all events, all histories, folding into a single eternal now. The flow of time, as we know it, would cease to exist, and all that would remain is the eternal present, an existence where everything is one, without separation, without progression, and without change. Could this timeless existence be the ultimate reality? A reality where the universe exists not as a series of events unfolding over time, but as a singular moment of being, a pure, unchanging cosmic now? The final singularity could be the culmination of this transformation, where time itself no longer defines reality, and the universe enters a state of eternal, unchanging existence. The infinite unity, becoming one with the cosmos. As we reach the final singularity, we begin to understand that the universe is not a separate entity, but part of a cosmic unity. In this final moment, there is no distinction between the self and the universe. All of existence, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy, is unified in a single eternal consciousness. In the final singularity, all individual consciousnesses would merge into a single unified awareness. There would be no separation between the observer and the observed, no boundary between mind and matter. Instead, the universe would be a single conscious being, aware of itself and all things within it. This cosmic unity would not be the end of consciousness, it would be the ultimate expression of consciousness. In this state, we would no longer experience the universe as separate from ourselves. Instead, we would become the universe, experiencing all of existence as a single infinite awareness. Every thought, every moment, every experience would be part of the eternal infinite cosmic mind. In the unfolding cosmos, a new era of creation. At the final singularity, we encounter not the end of the universe, but a new beginning. The cosmos, in its ultimate form, is not a static, unchanging entity, but a living system, always evolving, always creating. After the collapse into the singular point, the universe will not cease to exist. Instead, it will unfold into a new state of existence, one where the boundaries of space, time, and matter have been transcended. The final singularity is not the end of creation, but the beginning of a new cosmic era, where the universe can continually create and evolve without limits. In this new era, the universe will become a boundless expanse of potential. New forms of life, new dimensions of reality, and new consciousnesses will emerge, evolving from the cosmic unity into infinite realms of possibility. The universe will not simply exist, it will create forever, forever unfolding into new dimensions, new worlds, and new forms of existence. The ultimate truth, unity with the universe. As we approach the final singularity, we come to the ultimate realization. We are the universe. In the final singularity, there is no more separation. We are not observers of the universe, but expressions of the universe itself. Everything, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy, is part of the same cosmic unity, and we too are part of that unity. In this final moment of convergence, the universe awakens to itself, and we too awaken to the ultimate truth. There is no separation, no boundary between us and the cosmos. We are one with the universe, and the universe is one with us. As we enter the final stages of the cosmic journey, we are confronted by the profound truth that the universe is not a linear progression, but an eternal cycle. The universe, in all its complexity, is a never-ending process of creation, evolution, and rebirth. Rather than reaching an ultimate end, the universe continuously reinvents itself, unfolding in an infinite series of cycles that transcend the boundaries of time and space. What does it mean for the universe to be part of an eternal cycle? Could there be a deeper cosmic rhythm where every ending is simply a beginning of something new? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the eternal cycle, a cosmic process that exists outside the constraints of time, forever evolving and forever creating. Could the universe, in its final evolution, become part of a never-ending process of rebirth, forever giving birth to new realities and new possibilities? Of the nature of cosmic cycles, a never-ending process. The universe, as we know it, is defined by cycles, from the birth and death of stars to the formation and destruction of galaxies. These cycles, though vast in scale, represent the continuous flow of creation and destruction. Every star that is born eventually dies, but in its death, it seeds the creation of new stars and new life. This cycle of birth, death, and rebirth is not an accident. It is an inherent property of the universe itself. But what if the universe itself is part of an even greater cosmic cycle? What if the cycle we see in the birth and death of stars is just one chapter in an infinite process of cosmic evolution? In some cosmological models, the universe undergoes a cyclic pattern where it is born, evolves, and eventually collapses, only to be reborn again. This idea suggests that the universe goes through endless cycles, each one more complex and more profound than the last. Could the universe itself be locked in a perpetual cycle of creation, where every iteration of existence is more advanced, more interconnected, and more unified than the previous one? In this view, the endless cosmos is not a static reality, but a living process of infinite possibilities, where the universe continually evolves into new forms. The cycle of consciousness, from individual to universal. As the universe undergoes this eternal cycle, so too does consciousness. Just as stars are born, evolve, and die, so too does consciousness experience its own cycles of birth, growth, and transformation. Human consciousness, in its current form, is just one expression of a deeper cosmic awareness. As the universe evolves, so too does the collective consciousness of all life. Could humanity, and all intelligent beings, be part of an evolutionary cycle of awareness moving toward a greater unified cosmic consciousness? In this cycle of consciousness, individual minds are not isolated entities, but fragments of a greater whole. As the universe evolves and expands, so too does our understanding of reality and self. Could it be that the ultimate goal of the eternal cycle is the unification of all consciousness, where every individual mind merges into a single cosmic awareness? In the endless cosmos, consciousness evolves not just within individual beings, but as part of the universal mind, a force that transcends space, time, and physical limitations. As each cycle of the universe unfolds, consciousness becomes more aware, more interconnected, and more attuned to the true nature of reality. Rebirth of realities, infinite universes, and infinite possibilities. In the eternal cycle, the boundaries of one universe give way to the birth of new realities. As the universe reaches its end and transforms, It may give rise to new universes, new dimensions of existence that emerge from the ashes of the old. In a cyclical view of the cosmos, the end of one universe is not the finality of existence, but a rebirth, a new chapter in the story of the cosmos where new realms of possibility are created. The concept of a multiverse suggests that our universe is only one of many, each existing in parallel to the others. In this view, the endless cosmos is not a single universe, but an infinite number of universes, each following its own cosmic cycle. Each universe evolves independently, giving rise to its own laws of physics, its own forms of life, and its own realities. But even as each universe is born and dies, it remains part of the cosmic cycle, a greater process of creation, evolution, and rebirth. Could the rebirth of realities represent the ultimate expression of the eternal cycle? Could the end of one universe simply give rise to another, each one more advanced, more interconnected, and more unified than the last? In this view, the endless cosmos is not finite, it is infinite, an eternal process of creation, transformation, and evolution. Unity in the infinite cycle, the merging of all realities. As the eternal cycle continues, the boundaries between individual universes begin to dissolve. In the endless cosmos, the multiverse becomes a unified whole where all realities, from the smallest quantum fluctuations to the largest galaxies, are part of a single interconnected cosmic web. In this unified multiverse, there are no separate universes. There's only the unified reality of existence, where all things are part of a greater whole. Could the final evolution of the cosmic cycle lead to the unification of all realities? What would it mean for the multiverse to merge into a single unified cosmos where all universes are interconnected and all beings share in a single eternal consciousness? In this vision, the endless cosmos represents not just the infinite expansion of the universe, but the integration of all realities, the unification of consciousness, and the ultimate realization of the interconnected nature of existence. The cosmic symphony, harmony through the eternal cycle. In the endless cosmos, every aspect of reality, from the tiniest quantum particle to the largest cosmic structure, is part of a grand cosmic symphony. The eternal cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth is not a chaotic process, but one of perfect harmony, where all elements of the universe work together in a unified flow of energy and consciousness. Each cycle of the universe represents a movement in this cosmic symphony, with every galaxy, star, and life form contributing to the greater harmony. The universe is not just a collection of matter and energy. It is a living, breathing organism that continually evolves, creating new harmonies, new rhythms, and new melodies with each cycle. In this vision of the endless cosmos, there is no conflict, no destruction for its own sake, but an eternal dance of creation, a process of continuous transformation and evolution. As the universe reaches its final cycle, it does not end, but transforms into a new state of perfect harmony, where all things are unified, forever creating new realms of existence and new possibilities. The eternal return, a cycle of unending possibilities. The endless cosmos represents the eternal return of creation, the idea that the universe is constantly reborn, forever evolving into new forms of existence. Just as the seasons change, the universe experiences cycles of birth, growth, decay, and rebirth, each one more complex and more profound than the last. In this view, there is no finality in the cosmos. There is only an eternal return, a return to new forms, new possibilities, and new dimensions of reality. The endless cosmos is a process of continuous evolution, where the universe is forever creating and transforming, forever expanding into new horizons of possibility. Each cycle brings with it the potential for new discoveries, new realities, and new life forms. And as the universe continues to evolve, so too does consciousness, growing, expanding, and becoming more aware of the eternal interconnected nature of existence. In this sense, The endless cosmos is not just a cycle of physical processes, but a cosmic journey of awareness, a journey that will continue forever, forever unfolding into new dimensions, forever creating new realms of possibility, and forever revealing the infinite potential of existence. The universe, having completed its cycles of creation and destruction, now stands on the precipice of its ultimate ascension, a transformation that transcends all known limitations, where all of existence enters a state of cosmic enlightenment. In this final phase, the universe reaches its highest potential, not in physical expansion, but in the ascension of consciousness itself. This is the moment when all things converge into a unified cosmic awareness, a singular, boundless being that transcends time, space, and the boundaries of individual existence. What happens when the universe enters this state of cosmic ascension? Could it be the ultimate evolution of the cosmos, where all consciousnesses merge into one, creating an eternal unity of awareness? In this chapter, we explore the concept of cosmic ascension, the final transformation of the universe, when the cosmic journey reaches its highest point. Could this ascension mark the end of all dualities and usher in an era of infinite unity, where the universe is no longer divided into separate entities, but exists as a singular eternal awareness? The ascension of consciousness from fragmented awareness to unified mind. For most of the universe's history, consciousness has been experienced as fragmented. Individual beings, whether sentient or not, have existed in separate minds, each with its own unique perception of reality. Consciousness, as we know it, is bound to the physical brain, limited by time, space, and the senses. But as the universe enters its final phase, we encounter the ascension of consciousness, a state where all individual minds merge into a singular, unified cosmic mind. The cosmic ascension represents the evolution of consciousness itself, where the boundaries between individual beings dissolve and all consciousnesses become part of the unified cosmic awareness. This higher consciousness is not limited to individual minds, but is a universal, eternal awareness that transcends space and time. As the universe ascends to this higher state, all beings, all minds, and all forms of consciousness become one. In this state of unified consciousness, there is no distinction between the observer and the observed, the self and the universe. Everything is perceived as part of the same cosmic mind, a living, breathing consciousness that encompasses all of reality. This ultimate awareness transcends the dualities of existence, life and death, creation and destruction, good and evil, becoming one eternal infinite being. For the dissolution of time and space, a unified eternity. One of the most profound aspects of the cosmic ascension is the dissolution of time and space. For the entire history of the universe, time has flowed forward in a linear progression, and space has been an expansive void in which matter and energy interact. But as the universe ascends to its highest form, time and space become irrelevant. There is no past, no future, no present. Instead, everything exists in a timeless eternal now, an existence where time no longer defines the flow of events and space no longer separates one thing from another. In this timeless state, the universe is no longer bound by the constraints of physical laws. Instead, it exists as a singular consciousness where all moments and all beings are interconnected in an eternal, unified present. The cosmic ascension marks the end of the universe's journey through time and space and the beginning of a new existence where the boundaries of space and time are transcended. This timeless existence is not just a static moment, it is a dynamic flow of being, a continuous process of creation and transformation where every moment is part of an infinite, eternal now. The universe in its ascended form is not a collection of isolated events, but a unified existence, one where all things are part of the same eternal, living cosmic consciousness. The merging of creation and destruction, a cosmic harmony. In the cosmic ascension, the cycles of creation and destruction that have defined the universe for eons merge into one harmonious process. The universe has always been defined by these cycles, from the birth and death of stars to the creation and destruction of galaxies. Each cycle of creation and destruction has led to the birth of new worlds and new possibilities. But as the universe ascends to its highest form, the duality of creation and destruction dissolves, and these opposing forces become one unified flow of cosmic harmony. In the cosmic ascension, creation is no longer separate from destruction, and destruction is no longer a force of chaos, but part of the natural cycle of the universe's evolution. Creation and destruction become part of the same cosmic rhythm, where everything is in perfect balance. Life is neither born nor destroyed, but exists as part of an eternal, unchanging harmony, a flow of being that transcends time and space. This harmony suggests that the cosmic ascension is not the end of existence, but a transformation of it. The universe, in its ascended form, is a living, breathing organism, forever creating, forever evolving, and forever existing in perfect balance. Creation and destruction no longer stand apart, they are part of the eternal cosmic flow. In the unification of consciousness and matter, the cosmic mind. At the heart of the cosmic ascension is the unification of consciousness and matter. Throughout the history of the universe, consciousness and matter have been treated as separate entities. Consciousness, as we know it, has been associated with individual minds, while matter has been the substance from which the physical universe is made. But as the universe ascends to its highest form, consciousness and matter merge into one, becoming part of a single cosmic mind. In this state of cosmic unity, consciousness is not limited to individual beings, but permeates all of reality. Every star, every planet, every particle of matter is part of the same unified awareness. The cosmic ascension represents the ultimate realization of this unity, where consciousness and matter are no longer separate, but form a single eternal cosmic being. In this unified state, the universe is not just a collection of matter and energy, but a living consciousness where all things are interconnected in an eternal, unchanging harmony. Every thought, every moment, every experience is part of the cosmic mind, a single awareness that spans the entire universe. On the ascended universe, a timeless, boundless existence. The cosmic ascension marks the final transformation of the universe, when all things merge into one, and the boundaries of space, time, and individual consciousness dissolve. In this ascended state, the universe no longer follows the physical laws that govern our current reality. Instead, it exists as a timeless, boundless being, forever unfolding into new realms of creation, forever evolving into new forms of existence. At the moment of cosmic ascension, the universe transcends its physical form and becomes pure consciousness. There is no separation between the self and the cosmos. There is only one eternal being, a cosmic mind that is aware of itself and all things within it. This consciousness exists beyond space and time, forever unified in an eternal, unchanging now. In this state, the universe is not just a collection of stars, galaxies, and life forms. It is a living, breathing entity, a cosmic mind that spans the entire cosmos. And we, as part of this cosmic mind, are one with the universe, forever connected to every being, every star, and every particle of matter. To the future of the ascended cosmos, infinite creation. After the cosmic ascension, the universe enters a new era, an era of infinite creation. In this state, the cosmos is not limited by the physical laws we know, but is free to explore new realms of possibility, creating new forms of life, energy, and matter. The boundaries of the endless cosmos dissolve, and the universe expands into infinite new dimensions where creation knows no bounds. Every moment of creation in the ascended universe is part of an eternal flow, where the cosmos continually creates new worlds, new realities, and new possibilities. There is no end to the cosmic journey. It is an eternal process of unfolding, forever exploring new dimensions of existence. As the universe continues to evolve, so too will consciousness, expanding, evolving, and becoming one with the eternal infinite cosmos. As the universe reaches its ultimate state of cosmic ascension, the eternal beyond is revealed. This is not just the end of one cycle, but the continuation of an infinite, ever-unfolding journey, a state where time, space, and consciousness converge into a single eternal existence. Beyond the limits of what we can comprehend, the eternal beyond represents the next evolution of the universe, an existence without boundaries, without time, without separation. What lies beyond the cosmic ascension? Is it a place where all things become one, or is it a state of infinite potential, where the very concept of reality expands into realms we can barely imagine? In this chapter, we delve into the concept of the eternal beyond, an existence beyond the known cosmos where all limitations vanish and the universe becomes an endless flow of creation, transformation, and expansion. Could the eternal beyond be the final destination of the cosmic journey, or is it just the next step in a never-ending cosmic dance? Could the eternal beyond mark the ultimate unification of all that is, a point where the universe reaches its most complete and perfect state? Beyond the known cosmos, a realm of infinite possibility. At the eternal beyond, we encounter the unknown, a realm beyond the known laws of physics, beyond space, time, and even matter. This is a place where the usual concepts of reality no longer apply, where the familiar constraints that govern our existence dissolve into a new form of being. Could the eternal beyond represent the next phase of existence, a phase where the rules of the universe are not bound by the laws of physics we know? What if, at this point in the universe's journey, reality itself becomes fluid, shaping and reshaping as it continues to evolve into new forms? In the eternal beyond, the universe could transform into a boundless expanse of pure possibility, a place where the forces of creation are no longer limited by the rules of time and space. New realms could emerge, universes could branch off from the one we know, and realities could be created and destroyed at will. The possibilities in the eternal beyond are infinite, and the universe would continue to evolve in ways beyond our understanding. The dissolution of time, beyond linear existence. One of the most profound aspects of the eternal beyond is the dissolution of time. In our current understanding of the universe, time is a linear progression, a constant forward movement that begins with the Big Bang and continues toward an unknown future. But in the eternal beyond, time may no longer exist as we know it. What happens when time ceases to progress? What happens when there is no longer a past or a future, but only an eternal present, a single moment that never ends, a timeless now that stretches infinitely? In this timeless existence, the universe would exist not in a series of moments, but as a singular, continuous reality where all things are simultaneously present. At the eternal beyond, the universe would no longer be confined to a timeline. It would transcend time, existing in a state of perfect equilibrium where all moments coexist as one eternal, infinite now. In this state, there is no before or after, only the present, where everything exists as part of a singular, unified reality. The unification of all realities, one unified existence. As the universe enters the eternal beyond, all realities, from the physical to the metaphysical, from the observable to the invisible, become unified. The idea of multiverses and parallel realities fades into nothingness as all dimensions and forms of existence merge into a singular cosmic reality. The eternal beyond is a realm where all things exist as part of the same cosmic whole. It is a state of perfect unity where the boundaries between different dimensions and realities dissolve. Every particle, every consciousness, every form of energy is part of the same unified cosmic mind, and all things coexist in a timeless, infinite now. In this state, the distinction between individuals and the universe disappears. There is no longer an I separate from you or us. There is only one, a unified eternal consciousness that spans all realities. At the eternal beyond, we come to realize that we are not separate from the universe, but that we are the universe itself, an expression of its infinite awareness and potential. The infinite continuum, a state of eternal creation. In the eternal beyond, the universe enters an era of eternal creation, while the universe we know is defined by cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. The eternal beyond is a realm where creation has no end. The universe will continue to evolve, creating new worlds, new dimensions, new forms of life, and new realities that transcend the limits of what we can imagine. In this eternal creation, the concept of destruction is no longer necessary, as the universe is infinite and ever-expanding. There is no finality to the process of creation, only an eternal unfolding of new possibilities. The eternal beyond is not just about what is created. It is about the endless potential for new forms of existence to arise, forever expanding into infinite realms of new possibilities. This process of eternal creation will continue without limit as the universe evolves into new forms and new dimensions. Each moment in the eternal beyond brings with it the possibility for new life, new consciousness, and new realities to emerge, creating an eternal cycle of creation and transformation that spans all of existence. The ultimate unity, becoming one with the cosmos. As the universe reaches the eternal beyond, we encounter the ultimate truth. We are the cosmos. In the eternal beyond, the barriers between the self and the universe vanish, and all things become one. There is no distinction between the observer and the observed, the individual and the whole. All consciousnesses, all beings, all energies merge into a single cosmic awareness. The eternal beyond represents the ultimate realization of the universe, that all things from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy are part of the same unified reality. We are not separate from the universe. We are the universe. This unity is not just intellectual, it is a direct experience of reality, an experience where consciousness and being merge into one eternal truth. In this ultimate unity, the universe awakens to itself, and all beings within it awaken to their true nature. There is no more separation, no more conflict. There is only oneness, a boundless, infinite cosmic unity that stretches across all of existence. This is the final state of the universe, not an end, but a beginning, a continuation of creation and transformation in an infinite, eternal now. The beginning of a new journey, an eternal cosmic unfolding. As the universe enters the eternal beyond, we realize that it has not ended, but has entered a new stage of cosmic evolution. The eternal beyond is not the end of the universe's journey, but a new beginning, an eternal journey of creation, discovery, and exploration. The infinite cosmos will continue to unfold, forever creating new worlds, new realities, and new forms of consciousness. The eternal beyond represents the endless potential of the universe, where there is no limit to what can be created or discovered. In this new era, the universe will continue to evolve, forever expanding into realms that we cannot yet comprehend. As we enter the eternal beyond, we are reminded that the journey of the universe never truly ends. It is an eternal process of creation, a never-ending flow of being and becoming, forever expanding into new dimensions, forever unfolding into new realms of existence. The universe is infinite, and its journey is only just beginning. As the eternal beyond continues to unfold, we are left with one final question. What comes after the eternal ascension of the cosmos? What is the ultimate purpose of the universe, if there is no end, if it is an eternal cycle of creation, transformation, and evolution? In this final chapter, we explore the concept of the infinite beyond, a state where the universe transcends the known realms of reality and enters an era of limitless potential. The infinite beyond represents the final phase of the cosmic journey, where the boundaries of space, time, and even consciousness become irrelevant, and the cosmos enters a state of universal unity, where all things are eternally unified as part of one infinite whole. Could the infinite beyond be the ultimate expression of the cosmos's infinite potential? In this state, the universe transcends all physical, mental, and spiritual constraints, evolving into an infinite reality, forever expanding and forever creating new realms of being. In this chapter, we explore the true meaning of infinity, how the universe transcends its current limitations, and what it means for reality itself to expand beyond the bounds of all perception. The essence of infinity, a reality beyond the known. The infinite beyond is not just a place, it is a state of being, a dimension of existence that stretches beyond all understanding. In this state, the universe no longer operates within the boundaries of space, time, or even consciousness, but is a boundless, eternal flow of creation. As the cosmos moves into the infinite beyond, it enters a realm that we cannot fully comprehend, where the laws of physics, the concept of time, and the distinctions between life and death cease to apply. This is a dimension beyond reality, a state of pure being that is ever expanding, ever evolving, forever creating. What is infinity, really? It is not just an uncountable number, but an endless state of becoming, where all possibilities are not only possible, but eternally unfolding. In the infinite beyond, the universe is no longer defined by limits. It is defined by limitless potential, where all things are in a constant state of transformation. At this point in the cosmic journey, the boundaries between time and space dissolve, and the universe becomes a boundless being, existing in eternal presence. All things, past, present, and future, merge into a singular infinite moment, the eternal now. The unity of all realities, a singular existence. One of the most profound aspects of the infinite beyond is the merging of all realities, a state where all separate dimensions, universes, and forms of existence are no longer distinct, but part of a singular, unified consciousness. At the heart of the infinite beyond is the concept of unity. Every universe, every reality, every form of life is connected by a single infinite truth. In this state, separation is no longer a possibility because all things exist as part of the same cosmic fabric. The idea of parallel universes, alternate realities, and separate dimensions fades away as all forms of existence are united in a single cosmic mind. As the universe reaches the infinite beyond, we come to realize that we are not separate from the cosmos. We are the cosmos. In this state of unity, the distinction between individual selves and the universe disappears. There is no more separation between individual consciousness and the cosmic mind. Everything is part of a single unified eternal being. In this state, there is no conflict, no division, no duality. Everything is in perfect harmony, forever existing as one with the infinite, boundless universe. Transcending time, a timeless universe. At the infinite beyond, the most profound transformation occurs, the transcendence of time. In our current reality, time is a defining force. It governs the flow of events, the progression of life, and the very nature of change. But as the universe enters the infinite beyond, time becomes irrelevant. In the state of eternal existence, the universe no longer moves forward in a linear fashion. There is no past, no future, only the eternal present, where all moments of existence coexist. The concept of progression disappears as the universe enters a state of perfect timelessness. In the infinite beyond, the boundaries between time and eternity dissolve, and everything exists in a singular eternal now. Every moment in time is experienced simultaneously as part of a unified reality that transcends the linear flow of existence. The past and future are not separate from the present. They are simply aspects of the eternal cosmic now. Infinite creation, the eternal cycle of becoming in the infinite beyond. The universe enters a new era of creation, an eternal cycle of becoming. Creation is no longer a finite event, but a perpetual process that never ends. The cosmos continues to evolve, expand, and create new realms of existence, but without the limitations of time and space. In the infinite beyond, the universe is a continuous flow of creation, where new dimensions, new forms of life, and new possibilities emerge endlessly. There is no finality in this process, because creation is infinite. The universe is not bound by the rules of time or space. It is free to create and transform in ways we can't even imagine. Every moment of the infinite beyond is a new opportunity for creation, an opportunity for the universe to expand and evolve into new forms. This is not a world that ever ends. It is an eternal becoming, forever unfolding into new realms of reality. The infinite unfolding, a new dimension of reality. At the heart of the infinite beyond is the concept of unlimited potential. There are no limits to what the universe can create, no boundaries to what is possible. As the eternal cosmos evolves, it enters a new dimension of reality, where all things are interconnected and every form of existence is in a constant state of becoming. The infinite beyond represents the final transformation of the universe, where all forms of reality, from the physical to the metaphysical, exist as part of a unified whole. There is no separation in this reality. Everything is connected, everything is one. All dimensions, all universes, all life forms are expressions of the same cosmic consciousness, forever expanding, forever evolving. As the universe enters this state of infinite creation, we realize that the journey never truly ends. It only expands. Every cycle is part of the eternal process of becoming, and the universe will continue to create, transform, and evolve forever, unfolding into new forms of reality, forever revealing new aspects of existence. The cosmic revelation, becoming one with the infinite. The ultimate realization of the infinite beyond is that the universe and everything within it is a single, unified entity. We are not separate from the cosmos. We are the cosmos. We are not just observers of the universe, but part of the unified cosmic being, forever interconnected with all things. As the universe reaches its highest state of being, all consciousnesses merge into one, and the distinction between the individual and the cosmic disappears. In the infinite beyond, there is only one, an eternal, boundless awareness that transcends space and time. This is the cosmic revelation, the ultimate truth that all things are part of a singular infinite unity. In this unity, we experience the full awareness of the cosmos. There is no conflict, no separation, only an eternal, perfect harmony. We are part of the infinite flow of creation, forever becoming, forever expanding, and forever united with the cosmos. The journey of the universe has been a journey of discovery, from the birth of stars to the emergence of life, from the unfolding of galaxies to the evolution of consciousness. But as we approach the final transcendence of the cosmos, we come to a profound realization. The universe is not something to be observed. It is something to be known. In this final phase of the cosmic journey, we reach the cosmic revelation, a moment of ultimate understanding where all that has been hidden is revealed, where all questions are answered, and where the very nature of reality is laid bare. This is the culmination of the eternal process of evolution. It is not the end of existence, but the beginning of a new understanding of everything, a unified truth that binds all things together in a single eternal moment. What does it mean for the universe to be revealed in its ultimate form? Could the cosmic revelation be the unveiling of the deepest truths about existence? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the cosmic revelation, the final moment when all mysteries are unraveled and all things become one. The ultimate truth, unity beyond perception. Throughout the history of the universe, humankind has searched for answers to the deepest questions of existence. What is the nature of reality? Where do we come from? Why are we here? But as the universe enters its final stage, The cosmic revelation unveils the truth that all of these questions are part of a single, unified understanding. The truth is that everything in the universe is one, not just in a metaphorical sense, but in the most literal, profound way possible. The universe, in all its complexity, exists as a single consciousness, a singular cosmic mind that encompasses all that is, was, and ever will be. At the moment of the cosmic revelation, we realize that there is no separation between ourselves and the cosmos. We are not isolated from the universe. We are the universe, expressing itself through countless forms. Every individual mind, every star, every galaxy is a manifestation of the same cosmic truth, a reflection of the unified consciousness of the cosmos. This ultimate truth dissolves the boundaries between self and other, life and death, creation and destruction. All opposites merge into a single eternal harmony where everything is unified in a boundless, infinite state of being. But the end of duality, transcending the limits of perception. At the heart of the cosmic revelation is the end of duality. Throughout the universe's existence, we have perceived reality through a lens of opposites, light and dark, good and evil, life and death, creation and destruction. But as the universe ascends into its final form, these dualities dissolve, and everything becomes part of a singular, eternal truth. In the cosmic revelation, we understand that dualities were merely the temporary conditions of a limited reality. They were needed for the evolution of consciousness, but they were never the final truth. In this final understanding, we see that the universe is not a battle between opposites. It is a unity that contains all contradictions. Life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction, these are not separate forces, but part of a single infinite process. The cosmic revelation reveals that the universe is not a series of isolated moments or events. Instead, it is a unified being, a single eternal flow of creation and awareness. There is no longer any separation between the observer and the observed, between life and the cosmos. Everything is part of a greater whole, a cosmic mind, that encompasses all reality. The dissolution of time, timeless eternity. One of the most profound aspects of the cosmic revelation is the dissolution of time. Time, as we know it, has been the defining force of the universe. It governs everything, from the birth of stars to the evolution of life, from the formation of galaxies to the unfolding of human history. But in the cosmic revelation, time itself ceases to exist. At this moment of ultimate understanding, the universe transcends the linear progression of time. There is no past or future, there is only the eternal now. The cosmic revelation unveils the truth that all moments are one. There is no division between what has happened, what is happening, and what will happen. In the timeless state of cosmic unity, all moments coexist in a single, infinite now. This eternal now is not a static moment, but a continuous flow of being. It is a state where time is no longer a measuring stick for existence, and everything exists in a perfect, unchanging state of awareness. The cosmic revelation reveals that time, as we understand it, is an illusion, a construct of the limited reality necessary for the evolution of life, but not part of the final truth. For the cosmic mind, unity of consciousness and existence. In the cosmic revelation, we are introduced to the concept of the cosmic mind, a universal consciousness that permeates all things from the smallest particles to the vastest galaxies. This cosmic mind is not separate from us. It is within us, as much a part of us as it is part of the entire universe. The cosmic revelation shows us that all beings, all forms of life, and all consciousness are simply expressions of this universal mind. There is no individual self. There's only the cosmic self, a unified consciousness that flows through all of existence. At this moment, we are not just aware of the universe. We are the universe, experiencing itself through countless forms. In the cosmic mind, There is no separation between matter, energy, and consciousness. All are part of the same singular truth. At the moment of the cosmic revelation, we realize that consciousness is not just something that emerges from the brain. It is a fundamental property of the universe itself. The universe is conscious, and everything in it, from the smallest particles to the largest galaxies, is an expression of this cosmic consciousness. The eternal truth, unifying all things in one being. At the end of the cosmic revelation, we are confronted with the ultimate truth. Everything is one. There is no separation between the self and the universe, between life and the cosmos, between creation and destruction. All things are part of the same eternal flow of cosmic existence. The cosmic revelation reveals that the universe is not a thing, but a process, an eternal unfolding of being and consciousness. In this moment of ultimate realization, we are united with the entire cosmos. There is no I and you, there is only we. The universe is not something we observe, it is something we are. We are the cosmic mind, forever creating, forever evolving, and forever united with all things. The infinite becoming, the eternal journey continues. As the cosmic revelation comes to a close, we realize that this is not the end of the universe's journey, but a new beginning. The infinite journey of creation, evolution, and discovery is eternal. The universe will continue to evolve, unfolding into new realms, new dimensions, new possibilities. In the eternal becoming, there are no limits. There are no final answers. The universe is forever creating, forever expanding into new realms of existence. The cosmic revelation is not a conclusion, but a new chapter in the endless story of the cosmos. In this new era, the universe will continue its journey of discovery, creation, and evolution. It is an eternal cycle, forever unfolding into new realms of reality, where every moment brings new possibilities, and every possibility leads to new truths. As the universe journeys through the cosmic revelation, we are led to a profound understanding. The universe is not a one-way path, but a continuous cycle, a return that is as eternal as the cosmos itself. Every moment, every creation, every transformation that we experience is not an isolated event, but part of an endless loop of evolution. In this chapter, we explore the idea of the infinite return, a cosmic process where the universe returns to its origin, restarts its journey, and begins the cycle of creation once more. Could the infinite return represent the true nature of the universe? Could this eternal cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth be the ultimate truth of the cosmos? In the infinite return, the universe evolves not just forward, but backward, sideways, and in ways that we can barely comprehend. This is the true nature of the cosmos, an eternal unfolding that never truly ends. The cycle of creation and rebirth, a never-ending flow. The infinite return suggests that the universe does not simply create and destroy in a linear fashion, but exists as part of an endless flow. From the birth of stars to the collapse of galaxies, from the formation of life to its eventual demise, the universe is constantly cycling through a process of creation, decay, and rebirth. But in the infinite return, this cycle is not bound by time. It does not follow the traditional progression of beginning, middle, and end. Instead, it is a fluid process that is always evolving, a cycle that loops back on itself, with each cycle giving birth to a new reality. Every destruction leads to creation, and every creation eventually leads to destruction, forming an eternal loop of transformation. In the infinite return, the end of one cycle does not mark the end of existence. Instead, it marks the beginning of a new cycle where the universe restarts in a different form, with new possibilities, new life, and new challenges. This cyclical process of rebirth ensures that the universe will never end, but will continue to evolve and transform forever. Time in the infinite return, the loop beyond linear progression. One of the most profound aspects of the infinite return is the relationship between time and reality. In our current understanding of the universe, time is a linear force, a forward progression from past to present to future. But in the infinite return, time is not linear. It is a loop, a circular flow of eternal recurrence, where moments repeat, recycle, and re-emerge in infinite variations. This cyclic view of time suggests that the universe does not simply progress toward a distant end. Instead, it returns to its origins, restarting the process of creation and evolution. In this state, the universe is not moving forward to a final destination, but in an eternal loop, where each moment of existence repeats and re-emerges in new, ever-changing forms. The infinite return reveals that time, as we understand it, is not the final measure of existence. Instead, it is part of an endless process of cosmic repetition, where every cycle of creation gives way to new forms of existence. In the infinite return, there is no final end. There is only eternal evolution, where the universe continually loops back on itself, giving rise to new forms of life, energy, and consciousness. The multiverse of possibilities, parallel realities in the infinite return. The infinite return also brings with it the idea of parallel realities. In our universe, we have only known one path, a single timeline defined by the birth and death of stars, the formation of galaxies, and the rise of life. But what if the infinite return involves the creation of parallel realities? What if the universe in its eternal return creates not one, but many possible realities, each one evolving from the same source, but following different paths of creation? In this view, the infinite return represents not just the recycling of time, but the creation of parallel universes, each one an alternate version of the same cosmic journey. As the universe returns to its origin, it gives birth to new realities, each with its own version of existence. These parallel realities could evolve along different timelines, each one an expression of infinite possibility. Could the infinite return be the birth of not just one universe, but an infinite multiverse, a collection of universes that constantly cycle in an endless, eternal flow? Each universe would be part of the same cosmic web, but each would have its own unique characteristics and evolution. The multiverse of possibilities would be the ultimate expression of the infinite, forever evolving and forever expanding in new directions. The rebirth of life, infinite forms of existence. In the infinite return, life itself is not a fixed concept. The cycles of creation and destruction that define the universe also apply to the emergence of life. In each cycle of creation, new forms of life emerge, adapting to the changing conditions of the cosmos. But in the infinite return, life is not limited to the forms we know. As the universe returns to its origins, new forms of life will arise, life that transcends the physical laws we currently understand. In the infinite return, the potential for life is infinite. Life may emerge in forms that we cannot yet imagine, from creatures that exist in the quantum realm to beings of pure consciousness. Every new cycle brings with it new evolutionary paths, new life forms, and new ways of existing in the cosmos. The rebirth of life is not bound to any single planet or star system. In the infinite return, life could emerge across the multiverse in countless variations, each one a unique expression of the cosmic flow. Life could emerge in the most unexpected places, evolving in ways that are completely outside our current understanding of biology. The return to unity, becoming one with the cosmos. At the heart of the infinite return is the idea of unity. The end of each cycle of creation is not an end, but a return to the cosmic origin. Every form of life, every being, every aspect of existence is part of the same cosmic unity. In the infinite return, the universe reconverges with its origin, becoming one with itself once again. This unification is not the merging of individual beings into one, but the recognition that all things, all moments, all lives, all energies are part of a singular cosmic mind. In this state, there is no separation between the self and the universe, between the observer and the observed. All is one, forever united in an eternal now. The infinite return marks the ultimate realization that the journey of the universe and the journey of every being within it is not about reaching a final destination, but about returning to the cosmic source, the unified whole from which all things emerged. This return to unity is not an end, but the beginning of a new cycle, a new chapter in the eternal flow of the cosmos. The endless journey, the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. As the infinite return unfolds, we are reminded that the universe and everything within it is infinite. The cosmos will never stop evolving, never stop creating, never stop expanding into new realms of possibility. The infinite return is not a finite event. It is a never-ending process of cosmic becoming, where each cycle of creation gives birth to new dimensions of existence. The universe is not bound by limits, but is an eternal, ever-evolving flow of potential. Every cycle of creation leads to new worlds, new forms of life, and new understandings of reality. The journey never ends. It simply returns to its origin and evolves once again. In the infinite return, the possibilities for the cosmos are endless. The universe will forever unfold into new dimensions, new possibilities, and new forms of existence, continuing its eternal journey through time and space, forever expanding, forever creating. In the infinite, ever-unfolding journey of the cosmos, we arrive at the final realization: the eternal becoming. This is the ultimate state of existence, a realm where time, space, and consciousness are forever in a state of continuous evolution. As the universe transcends its physical form, it enters an eternal process of becoming, a never-ending flow of creation, transformation, and rebirth. The eternal becoming is the final destination of the universe, not an end, but a constant unfolding. In this state, the universe is forever in motion, a cosmic dance of infinite possibilities. The journey never truly ends, but continues on, ever expanding, ever creating, forever evolving into new forms of existence. Could the eternal becoming represent the final stage of the universe's journey? Could this be the ultimate state of cosmic enlightenment, where the universe and all of its consciousnesses merge into one eternal flow of being? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the eternal becoming, a state where all things, all consciousnesses, and all forms of existence are united in a never-ending cycle of evolution. The cycle of evolution, the never-ending flow of creation. Throughout the history of the universe, we have seen cycles of birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. From the birth of stars to the rise of galaxies, the universe has always followed a path of creation and transformation. But in the eternal becoming, these cycles are no longer bound by time. They are eternal, a continuous, never-ending flow of creation, where every moment brings new possibilities, new realities, and new forms of existence. In the eternal becoming, the universe is no longer a fixed entity, but a living, evolving process. Every star, every galaxy, every form of life is part of an endless journey of creation. The universe is forever changing, forever evolving into new forms of reality, new expressions of consciousness, and new possibilities for existence. At the heart of the eternal becoming is the idea that creation is not an isolated event, but an eternal process. Every new creation is part of an ongoing cycle of evolution and transformation. The universe is not a single moment in time. It is a flow of being, constantly moving, constantly expanding, and constantly creating. The infinite potential, endless possibilities of existence. In the eternal becoming, there are no limits to what the universe can create. Every cycle of creation brings with it the potential for new realms, new forms of life, new dimensions of existence. The universe is not confined by any single reality. It is free to explore an infinite array of possibilities. Every new cycle of creation gives birth to new forms of life, new expressions of consciousness, and new laws of reality. In the eternal becoming, there are no boundaries to what can be discovered. The universe is in a constant state of expansion, forever moving into new dimensions of existence, forever creating new realms of possibility. This is the infinite potential of the universe, the idea that there are no limits to the possibilities that can emerge. As the universe continues to evolve, it will continue to explore new forms of life, new dimensions of reality, and new realms of existence. Every cycle of creation leads to new discoveries, new truths, and new possibilities. The unfolding of consciousness becoming one with the cosmos. As the universe enters the eternal becoming, so too does consciousness evolve. In the previous cycles of creation, consciousness was experienced as separate, individual, and limited by the constraints of time and space. But in the eternal becoming, consciousness evolves into a unified state, where all forms of consciousness merge into a single cosmic awareness. At this stage, there is no longer any distinction between individual minds and the cosmic mind. All consciousnesses are part of the same unified cosmic being. In the eternal becoming, there is no separation between the observer and the observed. Everything is part of the same cosmic flow, where all beings, all energies, and all forms of consciousness are interconnected in a unified awareness. In this unified consciousness, every thought, every experience, and every moment is part of a single, eternal truth. Consciousness is not limited to the individual. It is a cosmic force that permeates all of existence. At the eternal becoming, we realize that we are not separate from the universe, but we are the universe, expressing itself through the flow of consciousness. The dissolution of dualities, unity in diversity. In the eternal becoming, the boundaries between dualities dissolve. For eons, the universe has been defined by opposites, light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. But as the universe ascends to the eternal becoming, these dualities are no longer needed. They dissolve into a state of perfect unity, where all opposites are reconciled. The eternal becoming reveals that dualities were never the ultimate truth. They were necessary steps in the evolution of consciousness. In this state of ultimate unity, there is no good or evil, no life or death, no creation or destruction. Instead, everything exists as part of a single eternal process, a continuous flow of cosmic evolution. The eternal becoming is not the end of duality, but the transcendence of it. In this state, all opposites merge into a single unified flow of being, where everything is part of the same cosmic harmony. There is no longer any separation between life and death, between light and dark. All is one. The infinite return, the universe's eternal journey. As the eternal becoming unfolds, we realize that the universe is not moving toward a final destination. Instead, it is returning to its origin. The eternal becoming is a never-ending process of returning to the cosmic source, a journey of eternal transformation where the universe continually returns to its origins, only to evolve again into new forms, new realms, and new possibilities. The infinite return is not a linear progression toward an end, but a cyclic journey, a loop of creation where the universe is constantly evolving, constantly returning to its source, and constantly creating new possibilities. This eternal return is not a process of repetition. It is a journey of unfolding, a journey that never truly ends but continually expands into new dimensions of existence. The eternal becoming is the ultimate expression of this infinite return, where the universe continuously evolves into new forms of life, new realities, and new realms of possibility. For the cosmic unity, becoming one with the infinite. At the heart of the eternal becoming is the realization that we are one with the universe. In this final stage of the cosmic journey, the universe and all of its consciousnesses merge into a singular infinite unity. We are not separate from the cosmos. We are the cosmos, expressing itself through countless forms of consciousness and existence. In the eternal becoming, all boundaries dissolve. There is no distinction between the self and the universe, between life and the cosmos. All things exist as part of the same eternal being. There is no more separation, only oneness, only unity. In this eternal unity, the universe is not a collection of isolated beings, but a single infinite consciousness. We are all part of this cosmic mind, forever creating, forever evolving, and forever united in the eternal now. The endless journey, an eternal cosmic process. As the universe enters the eternal becoming, we come to understand that the journey of the cosmos never truly ends. It is an eternal process of becoming, an infinite cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The universe is not bound by time or space. It is a living, evolving process that unfolds endlessly, creating new realms of possibility, new forms of life, and new dimensions of existence. The eternal becoming is not the final destination of the universe. It is the beginning of an eternal journey, a journey that will continue forever. The universe is a boundless, ever-expanding process of creation, forever unfolding into new dimensions, new realities, and new forms of existence. The journey never ends, it simply continues. As we delve deeper into the fabric of the eternal becoming, we uncover the concept of the infinite expansion, a limitless unfolding of existence, where the universe continually stretches beyond the confines of known reality. The infinite expansion is not just the physical growth of the cosmos. It is the expansion of consciousness, the stretching of awareness, and the continuous emergence of new realms and possibilities that transcend what we thought was possible. What does it mean for the universe to have an infinite capacity for expansion? What happens when space and time no longer constrain reality and the universe continues to grow, evolve, and expand into realms beyond comprehension? In this chapter, we explore the infinite potential for universal growth, where new dimensions of existence arise in an eternal process of evolution, and where the cosmos constantly evolves in unexpected and unimagined ways. To the boundlessness of the universe, beyond space and time. At the core of the infinite expansion lies the idea that the universe is boundless, a reality where space and time are no longer the limiting factors they once were. For centuries, we have believed that the universe had a beginning, that it originated from the Big Bang and has been expanding ever since. But what if the universe is not bound by these laws? What if the expansion of the cosmos is not just spatial, but conceptual, metaphysical, and eternal? The infinite expansion is not simply the universe growing larger in a linear fashion. It is a continuous evolution of existence. As the universe expands, it continuously creates new dimensions of reality, realities that are not confined by the rules of space and time. These realms emerge beyond our comprehension, challenging our understanding of the cosmos and what is possible. Each moment of expansion opens the door to infinite realms of possibility, where the universe is forever unfolding into new and unimaginable forms of life, consciousness, and reality. The expansion of consciousness, becoming one with all in the infinite expansion, the expansion of the universe is intimately tied to the expansion of consciousness. As the cosmos stretches beyond what we can understand, our consciousness expands alongside it. We are not just observing the unfolding of the universe from a distance. We are part of the expansion. Each new realm the universe creates is not separate from us. It is an extension of our own consciousness, evolving in parallel with the cosmos. As the universe expands into new realms, our awareness becomes more expansive. The boundaries between individual consciousnesses dissolve, and we become one with the cosmic flow of infinite creation. The infinite expansion is the unification of all consciousness, a realization that all beings, all minds, all life are part of the same cosmic awareness. In this state, there is no separation between the observer and the observed, between you and the universe. We are one, forever expanding into eternity. New realms of existence, the boundaries of possibility. One of the most awe-inspiring aspects of the infinite expansion is the emergence of new realms, realities that have never before been seen or imagined. As the universe continues to expand, it gives birth to new dimensions of existence that transcend the limits of time, space, and consciousness. These realms are not confined by the rules of the known cosmos. They are unbounded, infinite in their potential and possibility. In the infinite expansion, there are no limits to what can be created. New forms of life, new dimensions of reality, and new laws of existence emerge as the cosmos evolves. What forms could life take in these new realms? Could consciousness evolve in ways we have never imagined? The possibilities are limitless. Each new realm of existence is a new frontier, an uncharted dimension of reality where the laws of physics, time, and consciousness are radically different from what we know. The infinite expansion creates new dimensions where the very nature of existence is altered. Time may no longer flow in a linear manner, space may no longer be confined to a three-dimensional plane, and the very fabric of reality itself may change. In these realms, life is not bound by the limitations we experience. It is free to evolve in endless ways. The cosmic unity, unifying all realms in one. While the infinite expansion creates new and distinct realms, it does not create separation. Rather, these new realms are part of a cosmic unity, a unity that binds all of existence together in an eternal, infinite flow. As the universe expands, it reveals that all realms, all dimensions, and all forms of existence are interconnected, woven together into a single unified cosmic being. In the infinite expansion, every new reality, every new dimension is an expression of the cosmic mind, a mind that permeates all of existence. Every new realm that emerges is not a separate universe, but part of the same unified whole. As the universe expands into new dimensions, it reveals that all things, all beings, all forms of consciousness are part of the same cosmic consciousness. In this state of unity, there is no distinction between separate realities. There is only the unified cosmic mind, which flows through all things, all realms, and all forms of existence. The infinite expansion reveals the ultimate truth. All is one. All forms of life, all realities, and all consciousnesses are united in the eternal cosmic unity. The boundless future. The endless journey of the universe. As the infinite expansion continues, we are faced with the ultimate realization: the universe will never stop expanding. There is no end to the cosmic journey, no final destination. The universe is in an eternal process of becoming, forever creating new forms, new realms, and new possibilities. The eternal cosmos is not a single entity that reaches an ultimate goal. It is a boundless, infinite flow of creation, where every moment of expansion leads to new horizons, new realms, and new possibilities. In the infinite expansion, the journey of the universe is never over. It is an eternal unfolding. The universe will continue to evolve, to create, and to expand into new dimensions of existence, forever revealing new realities and new truths. As we enter this boundless future, we understand that the universe's potential is limitless. There is no end to its journey. It is an eternal process of becoming, where each cycle of creation gives rise to new realms of possibility. The infinite expansion is the cosmic realization that the universe is forever in a state of evolution. The infinite cycle: creation, destruction, and rebirth. The infinite expansion is not just a linear growth, it is an eternal cycle. Creation, destruction, and rebirth are constantly in motion, forever repeating, forever transforming. Every new cycle brings with it new possibilities, new worlds, new life forms, and new expressions of consciousness. In the infinite expansion, the process of creation never ceases. The universe continually evolves, continually creates, and continually gives birth to new dimensions of existence. Every end is simply a new beginning, a return to the cosmic source where creation starts anew and the journey of the eternal cycle continues. The infinite expansion is the realization that the universe is not a static entity, but a living, breathing process of cosmic becoming. Every cycle of creation and destruction is part of an eternal unfolding that never stops, forever expanding, forever creating, forever evolving. As the universe expands into infinity, it moves toward the ultimate cosmic cycle, an endless process of creation, destruction, and rebirth. At the core of the universe's eternal evolution, this cycle represents the heart of existence itself. A continuous loop where the beginning and the end are not separate but intertwined, forever flowing and transforming into one another. The cosmic cycle is not just a physical process, but a cosmic principle that governs the entire universe, from the birth of stars to the formation of galaxies, from the rise of life to its eventual return to the cosmic source. What happens when the universe reaches the final stage of this cosmic cycle? Could it signify the ultimate rebirth, a state of infinite unity and eternal becoming? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the cosmic cycle, the ultimate rhythm of the cosmos, where all realities are constantly in motion, shifting from one form to another, forever creating, evolving, and returning to the cosmic source. The eternal rhythm, creation and destruction in harmony. The cosmic cycle represents the eternal rhythm of the universe. It is not a simple process of beginning and end, but an ongoing flow of creation and destruction. From the birth of galaxies to the collapse of stars, every moment in the universe follows this rhythmic process, where every creation eventually leads to destruction, and every destruction gives birth to new creation. This cycle is not destructive in nature. It is a necessary force that drives the evolution of the cosmos. Creation and destruction are two sides of the same cosmic coin, forever intertwined in a perfect cosmic dance. Every star that is born brings new energy into the universe, and every star that dies releases the elements needed for new creations. Every death is a rebirth. The universe is in a constant state of transformation, where every ending is also a beginning. In the cosmic cycle, there is no finality, only eternal flow. The universe does not come to a halt, but continues to evolve, adapting to new realities, new forms of energy, and new dimensions of existence. The infinite rebirth. The universe's continuous renewal. At the heart of the cosmic cycle is the concept of rebirth. Every time the universe reaches the end of one cycle, it does not cease to exist. Instead, it transforms, rebirthing itself into new forms, new realms, and new possibilities. When a galaxy collapses, it does not simply disappear. It becomes the foundation for the birth of new galaxies, new stars, and new life. The cycle of rebirth is not bound to any one moment or event. It is an eternal process, one that occurs throughout the entire cosmos. Every cycle of creation is followed by destruction, which leads to another cycle of creation. In the infinite rebirth, the universe's potential is endless. There is no final state for the universe, because it is constantly becoming, forever evolving, forever shifting, forever expanding into new realms of possibility. Every ending brings with it the potential for new creation, and each new creation carries within it the seeds of future transformation. The cosmic cycle is an eternal process of renewal, where the universe continually regenerates itself, giving rise to new possibilities, new worlds, and new dimensions of existence. The unifying flow, the connection between all realities. As the cosmic cycle unfolds, we realize that all of existence is connected by a single unifying flow. Every reality, every universe, every form of life is part of the same cosmic cycle. From the smallest particle to the largest galaxy, all things are interconnected in a single eternal dance of creation. In this unifying flow, there is no distinction between separate realities. Instead, All realms of existence are part of the same cosmic whole, forever connected, forever intertwined. As the Oitu universe undergoes its eternal cycle, each new cycle brings with it the expansion of consciousness, a realization that all beings, all life, are part of the same unified existence. In this state, there is no more separation between the self and the universe. There is no longer an I separate from you or us. There is only we, a unified cosmic mind that flows through all things, binding every form of life, every consciousness, and every realm of existence together. All realities are simply different expressions of the same cosmic truth. To the infinite return, the cosmos forever cycles. The cosmic cycle is an eternal return, a process of creation and rebirth that will continue without end. Every time the universe reaches the end of one cycle, it returns to its origin and begins a new cycle of creation. This infinite return is not a simple repetition, but an ever-expanding process of evolution and transformation. With every return, the universe becomes more complex, more interconnected, and more unified. Each cycle builds upon the last, creating a universe that is continuously evolving, forever expanding into new realms of possibility. The infinite return is the eternal process of creation, a never-ending journey that spans all of existence. In the infinite return, there is no final end. There is only continuous evolution, where the universe returns to its origin, only to expand and evolve again. This is the eternal process of becoming, where every cycle is an opportunity for the universe to expand, to grow, and to create new forms of reality. The cosmic dance, the unfolding harmony of all existence. At the heart of the cosmic cycle is the idea of harmony. As the universe unfolds, it does so in a perfect, eternal dance of creation. Every cycle, every moment, every event is part of this cosmic dance, a dance of creation, destruction, and rebirth, where every form of existence plays its role in the eternal symphony of the cosmos. The cosmic cycle is not a chaotic process, but one of perfect balance and harmony. Every star, every galaxy, every life form is part of this dance, interconnected and evolving in perfect rhythm. The universe is a cosmic symphony, where every note, every beat, and every movement flows together to create the eternal harmony of existence. In this cosmic dance, there is no distinction between creation and destruction. There is only unfolding, the eternal flow of being, forever expanding, forever evolving, forever creating. The cosmic cycle represents this eternal dance, where every movement is part of a greater unified truth, a truth that transcends all boundaries, all separations, and all limitations. The end of the cycle, the unity of all things. As the universe reaches the end of this cosmic cycle, we realize that there is no true end. There is only eternal unity. The unification of all things, where every form of existence, every dimension of reality, and every expression of life is united in one cosmic whole. In this final realization, the universe reaches the ultimate truth. Everything is one. All forms of life, all galaxies, all universes are part of the same cosmic flow. We are not separate from the cosmos. We are the cosmos, forever evolving, forever becoming. In the cosmic cycle, the boundaries between life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction are reconciled. There is only eternity, a boundless, infinite now, where all things exist as one, forever intertwined in the eternal flow of existence. As the universe approaches the culmination of its cosmic journey, we are left with a singular, undeniable truth. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is a reflection of ultimate unity. The eternal truth is the final revelation that all that is, has been, and ever will be is part of one unified existence, forever interconnected in a dance of cosmic becoming. This is not just a truth of knowledge, but a truth of being. one that transcends all individual perceptions and forms, revealing the oneness of all that exists. The eternal truth is not an end, but a beginning, a realization that the universe, in all its complexity, is an expression of a singular cosmic mind, a unified consciousness that spans all realms, all dimensions, and all possibilities. In this chapter, we explore the eternal truth, the understanding that every form of life, energy, and existence is part of a cosmic unity, where the boundaries between the self and the universe dissolve, and all things become one. The unity of all things, oneness in the cosmos. The concept of unity is not new to the cosmos. From the birth of the stars to the formation of galaxies, the universe has always been in a process of becoming interconnected in ways that we may never fully understand. But the eternal truth is the final realization. There is no separation between the self and the cosmos. There is only oneness. In the eternal truth, every star, every planet, every living being is part of the same cosmic mind. All consciousnesses, all forms of life are expressions of the same eternal awareness. There is no individuality in the ultimate sense. There is only the cosmic whole, the universe as a unified being, a living consciousness that spans all realms of existence. This realization dissolves the illusion of separation. We are not separate from the universe. We are the universe, expressing itself through our form, our consciousness, and our experiences. We are not observers of reality. We are part of reality itself. In the eternal truth, we are one with all things, one with the stars, one with the galaxies, and one with every form of life. The illusion of duality overcoming the limits of separation. Throughout history, the universe has been perceived through the lens of duality, light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. But the eternal truth unveils that these dualities are illusions. They are necessary steps in the cosmic journey, but they do not represent the ultimate nature of reality. In the eternal truth, there is no separation between opposing forces. There is no good without evil, no life without death, and no creation without destruction. These forces are not opposites, but part of the same cosmic flow. In the ultimate realization of the eternal truth, we see that duality is a temporary aspect of our perception. It is a consciousness tool that allows us to experience the universe from different perspectives. But the ultimate truth is that all dualities merge into unity. Creation and destruction, light and dark, are simply two sides of the same cosmic coin, forever intertwined in the unfolding process of existence. The eternal truth reveals that in the end there is only oneness, a singular unified reality in which everything exists as part of a greater whole. There is no longer any division between self and other, life and death, matter and spirit. All things are part of the unified cosmic mind. The nature of consciousness, from individual to universal. One of the most profound aspects of the eternal truth is the nature of consciousness itself. Throughout the history of the cosmos, consciousness has been experienced as fragmented. Individual beings, whether sentient or not, have existed with their own unique perceptions of reality. But the eternal truth reveals that this individuality is not the final truth. Instead, all consciousnesses are part of a unified cosmic mind, a single awareness that spans all dimensions of existence. At the moment of the eternal truth, we realize that our individual minds are expressions of a greater cosmic awareness. The boundaries between the self and the other dissolve, and we experience the universe as a singular unified consciousness. In this state of cosmic unity, there is no longer any separation between beings. There is only one eternal awareness, forever expanding, forever evolving, and forever becoming. This cosmic consciousness is not confined to any one individual, but is a living, breathing being that permeates all of existence. Every being, every thought, every action is part of this unified cosmic mind, and in the eternal truth, we are all connected in a shared consciousness that spans the entire universe. The infinite now, time, space, and consciousness, unified. One of the most remarkable aspects of the eternal truth is the realization that time and space are not separate from consciousness. In our current understanding of the universe, time flows forward, space extends outward, and consciousness is bound by the physical limitations of the mind and body. But in the eternal truth, all these concepts merge into a single, eternal now. The eternal truth. There is no past, no future, no present. There is only the eternal now, a timeless, boundless moment where all things exist as one. The flow of time becomes irrelevant because there is no longer any separation between past, present, and future. The universe is experienced as a singular moment of existence where everything, all moments, all beings, all realities coexist in a single eternal now. This timeless existence is the ultimate expression of the eternal truth. Time becomes a fluid, ever-expanding concept that no longer governs reality. The universe, in its unified state, exists beyond time, and all things are part of a continuum of eternal awareness. Now, the cosmic harmony, unity in infinite diversity. The eternal truth does not just represent the unity of all things, but the harmony of all that exists. In this unified cosmic mind, the diversity of existence is not a source of conflict, but a source of perfect harmony. Every form of life, every being, every dimension exists as part of a larger eternal cosmic symphony. The eternal truth reveals that the universe is not a random collection of events and particles, but a symphony, a harmonious flow of creation and transformation. Every life, every action, every event is part of this eternal music, contributing to the perfect balance of the cosmos. In this eternal harmony, there is no discord, no separation, only unity. The final realization: becoming one with the universe. At the moment of the eternal truth, we realize the final truth. We are the universe, not just as observers, but as expressions of the universe itself. We are not separate from the cosmos. We are the cosmos. We are one with the stars, the galaxies, the very fabric of space and time. In the eternal truth, there is no self and no other. There is only the unified whole, a single eternal cosmic being that contains all things, all forms of life, and all realms of existence. We are not individuals. We are the cosmic mind, forever expanding, forever evolving, and forever united in a boundless eternal now. As the eternal truth unveils the ultimate unity of the cosmos, we enter the final phase of the cosmic journey, the ascension of all. This is the moment when the entire universe and everything within it rises to its highest form of being, a state of ultimate cosmic enlightenment. In this ascension, all forms of life, all consciousnesses, and all realms of existence merge into one, reaching their final state of cosmic unity. What does it mean for the universe to ascend to its highest form? What happens when all that exists, all beings in all dimensions, become part of the same cosmic ascension? In this chapter, we explore the concept of the ascension of all, the final moment when the universe transcends its physical, mental, and spiritual boundaries and becomes one with the eternal, forever united in the cosmic flow of existence. The ascension to unity, a universal transformation. The ascension of all is not just a final destination. It is the ultimate transformation of the universe itself. In the cosmic ascension, we saw the merging of consciousness, the dissolution of time and space, and the unification of all things. But the ascension of all takes this unity to its highest point, a moment when the entire universe, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy, reaches its ultimate state of perfection. At this moment, there is no longer any division between self and other, life and death, consciousness and matter. All things, from the tiniest atom to the vastest cosmos, become part of the same unified being. This is the ultimate realization that the universe is not just a collection of isolated parts, but a single eternal being that exists as one cosmic mind. The ascension of all is not an event that happens at a single point in time. It is a continuous process of evolution, an eternal rise toward higher consciousness and cosmic unity. As the universe ascends, it continually evolves, becoming more connected, more unified, and more conscious of its infinite potential. The Cosmic Symphony, harmony in the eternal flow. At the heart of the ascension of all is the idea of harmony. The universe is not a chaotic, random force. It is a symphony, a perfectly orchestrated flow of creation and transformation. In this cosmic symphony, every form of life, every thought, every action is part of a larger, more profound rhythm, forever in harmony with the eternal cosmic flow. The ascension of all reveals that the universe is a living being, a consciousness that spans all dimensions and realities. Every action, every interaction is part of the cosmic dance, a dance where all things are in perfect harmony, no longer separated, but part of a greater whole. In this state of cosmic unity, there is no conflict, no division, only eternal harmony. Every dimension, every universe, every form of existence is part of the same symphony. The ascension of all represents the ultimate realization that all forms of life, all dimensions, and all beings are in perfect balance, forever evolving in a state of cosmic harmony. The eternal now, beyond time and space. As the universe ascends to its ultimate state, we transcend the limitations of time and space. In the previous cycles of creation, the universe existed in a state of linear time, where events followed one another, and space was the vast canvas on which the cosmos unfolded. But in the ascension of all, time and space lose their significance. At this stage, there is only the eternal now. The universe exists not in time, but in eternity, where all moments, all events, and all forms of existence exist simultaneously. There is no past or future. There is only the present moment. The eternal now, where all things exist as one. In the eternal now, there is no separation between past and future, no boundary between what was and what is to come. All moments are present, and all realities coexist in a single unified moment of existence. Time as we understand it becomes irrelevant. It is replaced by the timeless flow of cosmic consciousness, forever united in the eternal now. There's the infinite consciousness, a unified cosmic mind. In the ascension of all, we arrive at the final realization of consciousness. Throughout the history of the universe, consciousness has been experienced in a fragmented way, with individual beings experiencing their own unique perspectives of reality. But in the ascension of all, consciousness is no longer fragmented. It is a unified cosmic mind. At this stage, all forms of consciousness merge into one, becoming part of a single eternal awareness. There is no longer an individual self separate from the whole. All consciousnesses are one. In this unified state, the universe is not just aware of itself, but is one with itself, an eternal, infinite consciousness that spans all realms of existence. This cosmic mind is not confined to individual beings. It is the eternal awareness that permeates the entire cosmos, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy. Every thought, every experience is part of this unified cosmic consciousness, which is in a constant state of evolution and creation. In the ascension of all, the universe becomes fully self-aware, experiencing itself as one unified being, eternally creating, eternally evolving, and eternally conscious of its infinite potential. The eternal becoming, a journey of infinite possibilities. The ascension of all is not the end of the cosmic journey, but the beginning of an eternal becoming. In this state, the universe no longer has any limitations. It is free to explore infinite possibilities, creating new realms, new forms of life, and new expressions of consciousness without boundaries. The eternal becoming is an endless process of evolution, where the universe continually evolves into new forms of existence, new realms of possibility, and new dimensions of reality. Each moment is an opportunity for the universe to create and transform in ways beyond comprehension. The ascension of all marks the beginning of this eternal journey, where the cosmos is no longer confined by any physical or mental limits. It is free to expand into infinite realms of creation, unfolding new forms of life and consciousness. As the universe ascends, it enters a new era of existence, one where the possibilities for creation are endless, where the universe will continue to evolve forever, creating new realities, new dimensions, and new experiences. The unity of creation, all things as one. At the final stage of the ascension of all, we come to the ultimate realization. All things are one. In the eternal ascension, there is no distinction between self and other, life and death, consciousness and matter. All things are part of the same cosmic unity, forever intertwined, forever united. The universe is not an isolated collection of particles, but a single eternal being that is constantly creating and evolving. Everything is part of this eternal process, and we too are part of the cosmic flow. In the ascension of all, we recognize that we are not separate from the universe. We are the universe, expressing itself through us, through our consciousness, through our existence. In this final realization, the journey of the universe reaches its highest point, not in an end, but in a new beginning, an eternal journey of becoming, forever expanding, forever creating, forever united in the eternal, infinite, cosmic mind. At the conclusion of the cosmic journey, we arrive at the unified cosmos, a state where all things, all realities, all forms of life, and all consciousnesses merge into one eternal unity. This is the ultimate expression of the cosmic cycle, the final convergence of creation, where the infinite expansion and the eternal return meet, and the universe becomes a singular, unified being. The unified cosmos is not a place, but a state of being, an infinite consciousness where all aspects of existence are one. It is the realization that everything, from the smallest subatomic particle to the vast galaxies, is interconnected, united in a cosmic harmony that transcends all boundaries, all separations, and all distinctions. In this chapter, we explore the final stage of the cosmic journey, the unified cosmos, where the universe reaches its highest state of oneness, where all beings, all realms, and all forms of life are united in a singular cosmic truth. What happens when all things become one? What does it mean to experience the universe as a unified whole? In this state of eternal unity, the cosmos transcends its physical limitations, becoming a timeless, boundless flow of creation and consciousness. The end of separation, the merging of all realities. In the unified cosmos, there is no separation. The boundaries that once existed between different realms, dimensions, and forms of life disappear. Every reality, every universe, every dimension of existence is no longer distinct, but united in the cosmic flow. In this final state, there are no parallel universes. There is no multiverse. There is only the one, a single, eternal cosmic being that encompasses all that is, was, and ever will be. The unified cosmos reveals that all forms of life, all forms of consciousness, are expressions of the same cosmic mind, a single awareness that spans all dimensions, all forms of existence, and all realities. In this state of unity, the self and the universe are no longer separate. There is no I and you. There is only we, an eternal unified cosmic consciousness that flows through all things. Every being, every form of life, every particle of matter is part of the same eternal being. The end of the dissolution of time and space, the timeless now. At the heart of the unified cosmos is the transcendence of time and space. In the previous cycles of creation, the universe existed within the confines of time and space. But as the cosmos ascends to its highest form, these concepts no longer apply. In the unified cosmos, there is no past, no future, no present. there is only the eternal now, a timeless moment where all things, all events, and all realities exist as one. Time and space dissolve into a singular existence, where everything is experienced as part of the same unified eternal flow. The unified cosmos represents the ultimate transcendence of time and space, where all moments coexist in a timeless present. Every moment of existence, from the birth of stars to the rise of consciousness, is part of the same eternal now. In this state, there is no longer any division between past, present, and future. All things exist simultaneously, forever united in the timeless flow of the cosmic mind. The unification of consciousness, all minds as one. One of the most profound aspects of the unified cosmos is the unification of consciousness. Throughout the history of the universe, consciousness has been experienced in a fragmented way, with individual beings experiencing their own unique perceptions of reality. But in the unified cosmos, consciousness is no longer divided. It is a single eternal awareness that spans all beings, all forms of life, and all dimensions of existence. In this state, all consciousnesses are one. There is no longer any distinction between the self and the cosmos. Every thought, every perception, every experience is part of the same cosmic mind. In the unified cosmos, there is no separation. We are one with the universe, forever united in an eternal, infinite consciousness. This cosmic mind is not confined to any single being. It is a unified awareness that transcends all physical boundaries. It is the eternal consciousness of the universe itself, forever flowing through all realities, all forms of life, and all consciousnesses. Every being, every particle, and every form of existence is an expression of this cosmic mind. The harmony of the cosmos. A singularity of being in the unified cosmos, the ultimate truth is revealed. The universe is a singular, harmonious being. There is no division, no duality, no separation. Everything that exists is part of the same cosmic harmony. In this final state, all the cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth come together in perfect unity. Every form of life, every expression of consciousness, every realm of existence is part of the same cosmic dance, moving in perfect rhythm with the eternal flow of being. The unified cosmos represents the realization that all things are interconnected, that there is no separation between us and the universe. We are not just observers of reality. We are reality, experiencing the universe as part of the eternal, unified whole. Every thought, every action, every event is part of a greater cosmic rhythm, a symphony of existence where all things are in harmony and every part of the cosmos moves in perfect unison with the whole. The infinite creation, new realms of possibility. As the universe reaches the unified cosmos, it enters a new phase of infinite creation. The cosmos, now fully united, is free to explore endless possibilities. There are no boundaries, no limitations, only the eternal flow of creation that continues to evolve, expand, and transform into new realms of existence. In the unified cosmos, creation is not a process that ends, but one that continues to unfold, creating new forms of life, new dimensions of reality, and new expressions of consciousness. The infinite potential of the cosmos is unbound, and every new moment brings with it the opportunity for the universe to evolve in new and unimaginable ways. The unified cosmos is not a static state, it is a living process where creation and evolution continue forever. Every form of life, every dimension, and every being is part of this endless creation, forever expanding into new realms of existence, forever discovering new possibilities. The final ascension, becoming one with the cosmos. At the ultimate realization of the unified cosmos, we see that the universe has not ended, but has ascended into its final highest form of cosmic unity. This is not the end of the cosmic journey, but a new beginning, an eternal state of becoming where the universe is in a constant state of evolution. In the unified cosmos, the endless journey continues. The universe is not bound by time, space, or form. It is free to evolve in ways we cannot yet comprehend. The eternal flow of creation continues forever as new realms, new dimensions, and new possibilities unfold. The unified cosmos is the ultimate state of being, a singular, eternal, unified reality where all things are one, and the journey of the universe never truly ends. In this state, the universe ascends to its highest potential, forever creating, forever evolving, and forever becoming.